Chapter 1766. Although in his previous life, Gao Gong frequently dealt with the Time-Space Administration Bureau, this interaction was limited to crackdowns on prostitution. If you asked when they would conduct such crackdowns, their scale, and frequency, Gao Gong knew all the details. But beyond that, Gao Gong didn't actually have a deep understanding of this department directly under the Civilization Council. However, when exchanging intelligence with leaders of some ascended civilizations, he had heard more than once that the Time-Space Administration Bureau possessed some unique powers. And these powers related to the main universe were even beyond the reach of level 9 civilizations. At the time, Gao Gong didn't exactly scoff at this claim, but he didn't really believe it either. After all, if they couldn't even crack down on a level 6 leader like me, even if they had such powers, they would probably be very limited. But Gao Gong's transmigration point was a critical juncture where the three great calamities had already conquered the main universe, and level 9 civilizations were falling one after another. Meanwhile, those 6 supreme ultimate civilizations, during their retreat, continuously leaked intelligence of this caliber. This was top-level intelligence that would never have been leaked in peacetime. Even level 9 civilizations betray each other. Even level 9 civilizations fight amongst themselves. Even level 9 civilizations fail to evolve. Not to mention the level 9 civilizations belonging to the 4 major systems, who are constantly fighting, except that their battles don't take place in the main universe, but in the multiverse, not in the main timeline, but in all branches outside the main timeline, especially those space-time branches where civilizations cannot survive. There, they could fight freely. Thinking about it this way, if certain level 9 civilizations were wary of each other and didn't want the other to control their main universe, then establishing a new department to manage and supervise it wouldn't be unreasonable. That's how the Cosmic Civilization Council came about. When the council was first established, some level 9 civilizations attempted to seize control of this cosmic level superorganization. Regarding the last point, it's standard unofficial history. In this unofficial history, level 7, level 8, and ancient civilizations unusually banded together to resist the intervention of level 9 civilizations in this cosmic organization. In this unofficial history, this wasn't a warm and friendly alliance, it was more like a dance on the edge of a cliff. The alliance was still rife with calculation and compromise, but it displayed astonishing resilience when facing overwhelming external pressure. The level 9 civilization, with its almost natural technological power, attempted to crush everything with its overwhelming force. The resistance alliances employed a variety of strategies. Some exploited ingenious loopholes in the rules to launch attacks, others skillfully maneuvered using unique dimensional technologies, and still others risked their entire civilization's foundations to lay out a world-shaking strategic game spanning across star systems. The struggle between the two sides permeated every corner of the universe, from the role-playing games of institutional seats to proxy wars in remote star systems. From the blockade and countermeasures against key technologies to the struggle for and control of space-time hubs. This covert war, spanning countless epochs, was far more intense and captivating than any depiction in interstellar legends. Ultimately, it shaped the current order of civilizations. The senior engineer listened, his mind reeling, as if he were witnessing that magnificent cosmic epic firsthand. The courage and wisdom of the weak, refusing to be manipulated by fate, uniting to challenge a seemingly invincible behemoth, stirred a surge of patriotic fervor within him. A burning passion coursed through his body. He longed to instantly travel through time and join that epic battle. However, the thought that the minimum requirement to participate in this epic battle was a level 7 civilization, and that he, a half-step advanced leader, a so-called level 6 civilization leader, couldn't even meet the threshold, forced him to simply pack up and continue selling his books. There was no way around it. Even if it was unofficial history, it couldn't be unofficial like this. The senior engineer was certain it was unofficial history because he had witnessed the power of a level 9 civilization in the true final war. That terrifying power that held the power of creation and destruction over the universe. To put it simply, even all the advanced civilizations in the Civilization Council combined couldn't shake any one of those 6 families. Therefore, unofficial history can only remain unofficial history. In the vast emptiness of space, the high-ranking engineer silently lowered his head, gazing at the nomadic civilization that had returned once more. Having absorbed the resources of 7 or 8 kingdoms, even if only a portion had returned from the main universe, the nomadic civilization was several times larger than before. Having absorbed the foundations of those 7 or 8 kingdoms, like a giant whale swallowing the nutrients of an entire ocean, its scale was several times larger than before. Countless new starships, spatial structures, and even shimmering alien stars, like newly formed scales and bone spurs, were inlaid and grew on its original shell, making its outline more intricate, more ferocious, and full of power. A languid, yet profoundly wild, aura, born of satiated hunger, was permeating this vast ensemble of civilizations. These not yet fully integrated qualities, like streams of different colors churning and intertwining within clouds, exuded a chaotic yet overwhelming momentum. This momentum was accumulation, foundation, and an ever-expanding, almost savage, life force. Gao Gong, as the heavenly Khan, as an absolute will traversing the cosmos, was like a gravitational singularity, majestic, profound, and possessing unquestionable dominion. His momentum was order, direction, and the absolute center capable of bringing countless galaxies under its rule. The countless civilizational characteristics and accumulated knowledge brought by the nomadic civilization, like rivers flowing into the sea, greatly enriched and strengthened the empire represented by the heavenly Khan's aura, making its majesty even more unfathomable, and its image of ruling over all worlds even more solidified. So, she just left without a word, and that pregnant woman with 8 pregnancies left without a word either? Deep Web, who already knew part of the truth, was puzzled. If she believed it so easily, she very likely become the first high-ranking official in the Time and Space Administration to be deceived by a time-space smuggler's empty promises. And even if she didn't believe it, given her personality, she would definitely investigate secretly. Before this, to increase his persuasiveness, the senior engineer had deliberately leaked a considerable amount of information he had uncovered during a crackdown on prostitution, information that probably only the Time Witch herself knew. This at least assured the other party that even if the senior engineer was a time-space smuggler spouting nonsense, he was at least a smuggler with whom they had close contact at some point in the future. Knowing this clue was enough for her to conduct various investigations. As for Ms. Barun, the senior engineer pondered for a moment. To be honest, I don't know what she's thinking. Her previous explanation to the other party was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Perhaps she has some plans in mind. Moreover, this was also an experiment for him. After all, even if he took the fusion route, he couldn't expect to handle everything alone. The 3 major calamities still had 3 others. Forming an anti-calamity alliance before the late game was also part of his main mission. However, I believe that this mother of the Zerg will make a reliable choice. The senior engineer had a lot of confidence in this capable and wealthy mother-of-the-moment woman. Especially in the state of spiritual unity, the feeling was incredibly intense. Lady Deepweb seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled at the senior engineer. So, who exactly are you? Are you the senior engineer of the Iron Sand Desert, or the infected Cybertronian general? Or perhaps a time-traveling criminal, a senior engineer from the future? Or even, as that witch of time said, are you not even from this universe? The senior engineer chuckled. There's no need to think about such chicken and egg, self-doubtful little problems. Didn't Ms. Olga say I don't have a time-space anomaly? Maybe my last time-space anomaly is the senior engineer you know. The most important thing now is to take that final step. You should ask that Ms. 8 pregnancy about related questions. The mother of the Zerg must be incredibly fond of you now, Lady Deepweb said sourly. The senior engineer pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I still want to try it myself first. After all, carbon-based plus mechanics and carbon-based plus energy are not the same fusion path. Moreover, Director Du is already researching ascension structures for the mechanical system in the main universe. I believe he have results soon. And within that tribute Heavenly Tao, there are likely ascension structures from nomadic civilizations as well. Then you should call Ms. Du over first. After all, the time flow here is 1 to 100 compared to the main universe, and the cosmic resources here are far richer than in the main universe. The Deep Web woman said, glancing at the senior engineer as she thought, call the main wife over, let's see how you seduce other rich women then. However, the senior engineer shook his head, seemingly oblivious. There's no need for that. Director Du can evolve megastructures and modify the underlying rules of the universe. Time can already adjust spontaneously within the megastructure. Moreover, mechanical civilizations, especially mechanic civilizations, should develop their own advanced energy sources. Relying solely on the energy of the primordial universe isn't a good thing. Ms. Deepweb gave the other a cryptic glance. Alright, you're right. I'm leaving. Where are you going? I'm going to play with the mirror spirit. Anyway, no one's going to be my soulmate, so I can have the mirror spirit perfectly replicate me. Ms. Deepweb snorted and disappeared. Your actions are quite something to discuss. If you had said so earlier, I could have studied with you and seen if the mirror spirit could replicate anything. The senior engineer regretfully gave up on chasing after him. Besides all of the above, another reason he didn't call Director Du back was that he didn't want to expose the system's existence. And this mission had earned him a lot. So much that it was completely inexplicable. So once he opens the Heavenly Khan's relics alone, he can pin these things on the deceased Interstellar Khan. Chapter 1767. The senior engineer quickly left the new nomadic legion, his figure disappearing from sight. The two prisoners, Eagle Wing Khan and Rockstone Great Khan, who had just sensed the other's presence, exchanged a silent glance. Eagle Wing Khan clearly showed disappointment. She had been intending to greet them. Rockstone Great Khan, on the other hand, silently surveyed her surroundings, sensing the surging energy environment of this early universe. Tell me, why did the new Great Khan bring us in? This must be their biggest secret, right? This valiant female Khan, after a moment of restraint, finally couldn't help but ask. Soon, that won't be the case. An ascended civilization possessing the coordinates of a parallel universe can only be described as having enough opportunity, being worthy of it. Eagle Wing Khan nodded. Clearly she knew this too, and had only said this to start a conversation. She hesitated for a moment, then asked again. If this one were to ascend, what are the chances of success? The Great Khan of Rock pondered for a moment. As one of the witnesses to the previous failed ascension, he had his own understanding of carbon-based ascension. If it follows my brother's method, it's at least 80%. The Eagle Wing Khan was first surprised, then delighted, but quickly looked at him with suspicion. Are you so sure? Our new Khan has only recently developed nomadic technology, hasn't he? Even including this place, it's only been a little over 2,000 years. A level 3 civilization that can successfully ascend in just over 2,000 years is extremely rare. The previous Interstellar Khan had a 70% chance of success during his second ascension, so this one has at least an 80% chance. Why? The Great Khan of the Rock was silent for a moment, then finally revealed this secret unique to his direct bloodline. What? The former Interstellar Great Khan was able to evolve into his ascended self through the evolution of the bloodlines of all races. Upon hearing this secret, the powerful figure was utterly stunned. In fact, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. My father tried and failed. My grandfather tried and failed as well. If he hadn't accomplished this, do you think we brothers would have submitted to him? Then, why did he fail? I don't know how this new Khan did it, but one thing is certain. He also possesses similar methods, communicating with beings who have reached the ascension stage. And since he could defeat the previous one, it can only mean that his ascension evolution is superior to the latter. Eagle Wing Khan finally understood, and said with a hint of anticipation, so, after he absorbs all the gains from this ascension whip, will he take that step? If this new Khan takes that step, it means that they, the surrendered ones, will also enjoy the same treatment. I don't know, said Rock Khan honestly. Compared to ascension, this new Khan seems more interested in the Heavenly Khan's treasure. The reason he brought us here is to use our experience to evolve the paying tribute to Heaven system. I also heard of the Heavenly Khan's treasure. Are there really many treasures? I heard that successive great Khans hid their wealth there. There must be many cosmic treasures inside, right? A subtle expression flickered across the rock-solid face of the Great Khan of the Rock. If the new Great Khan thinks the same way, he'd probably be disappointed. The senior engineer, of course, was unaware of the exchange between the two captured high-ranking officials. At this moment, he appeared on the opposite side of the black hole. His eyes were lowered, his fingertips tapping lightly on the vacuum, as if silently calculating something. The surrounding air suddenly became viscous, the flow of time seemingly forcibly slowed down by some invisible force. The fundamental particles, which had been flowing freely at the speed of light, seemed to have collided with an invisible absolute barrier, their wild kinetic energy instantly stripped away, like being trapped in colloid on a cosmic scale. The light cast by distant stars, upon touching the edge of the divine realm, no longer progressed in a wave-like manner, but was nailed to the curtain of space, forming a strange and magnificent solidified aurora. I don't know why, but after revealing some secrets of time travel, I always feel a bit insecure, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Next time I have the chance, I see if I can get a small dark room. It'd be safer to farm items there. He glanced again at the generous rewards this time. Time and Space Administration Contribution Points * 1000. Causal Points * 10. Random Cosmic Treasure * 3. Cosmic Level Resources * 5. Cosmic Primitive Species * 1. Host Revolution Computing Power Deep Unlocked. Random Godhood * 1. It really is a case of getting exactly what you need. 1000 Time and Space Administration Contribution Points. Time and Space Administration Contribution Points. Contribution points are the core unit of measurement within the Time and Space Administration for evaluating the contributions of its employees, time and space agents, timeline engineers, time and space researchers, clerical staff, etc., to maintaining timeline stability and promoting the administration's development. It is both a badge of honor and a form of hard currency circulating internally. 1,000 seems like enough. The senior engineer recalled his knowledge of the time-space black market prices from his previous life. This was enough to buy a fairly decent small dark room. But what are causal points? This thing subconsciously reminded the senior engineer of the civilization correction power he had obtained in the cyber test site. Civilization correction power, cyber test site at the same civilization level. It can cause an enemy's technology tree to regress to the previous branch node and interrupt the growth of that branch. Of course, from today's perspective, this thing is just a small operation by the undying leader. Of course, from the perspective of back then, this thing was quite advanced. So, are these causal points a small branch of some advanced technology? Causal points, not a currency issued by the Time-Space Administration Bureau, but a kind of primordial energy existing in the underlying rules of the multiverse. It is the fuel or weight needed to directly leverage, weave, and even correct causal relationships. Acquisition method, extremely difficult. Only by making a significant contribution to the fundamental harmony and advancement of the universe can one receive a small, natural bestowal from the laws of the universe. For example, successfully preventing a spacetime catastrophe capable of annihilating multiple worlds might yield a small amount. Effect, fine-tuning level, consumes 1 point. Lucky blessing, grants the user a stroke of good fortune at crucial moments, or grants a small but crucial stroke of luck, such as a gust of wind altering the trajectory of a bullet. Corrective level, consumes 10 to 100 points. Fateful encounter, forces two important figures, who should have missed each other to meet through a series of coincidences. Reversing defeat, creating a miraculous turn of events in a battle destined for defeat, e.g., the enemy commander suddenly falls ill, and reinforcements arrive unexpectedly. Tampering level, consumes immeasurable points, 1,000 plus, usually accompanied by enormous risks. Defying fate, forcibly elevating an ordinary person destined for a mundane life to the position of civilization's leader. Paradox operation, achieving logical paradoxes such as both dead and alive, or erasing part of the impact of a past event at its root. Note, if contribution points are the goal of the time and space administration, then causal points are the divine power of the entire multiverse. They are the shuttle weaving the threads of fate, the lever prying open inevitability. Possessing them means having the qualification to directly communicate with the most fundamental rules of the universe, but every use is a gamble against the entire causal network. Win, and you get what you want. Lose and you're doomed. This thing, isn't it a lucky coin? The senior engineer explained in surprise. As a former leader of the information civilization, he was naturally aware of some of the information civilization's peculiar underground industries, such as issuing these lucky coins, an extension of causal technology. You might say they're useful, and they certainly are. At least after using a lucky coin, various fortunes skyrocket. But once you stop using them, numerous negative effects arise. Many lucky coins circulating in the black market are the kind that are used for illegal activities without any consequences. Even the senior engineer himself had used this method to create numerous encounters. But this system's product doesn't seem to have these negative effects. This thing is quite useful, the senior engineer muttered to himself, suddenly raising his level of attention to the highest level. Even without opening the other rewards, he was certain this item was the most valuable, because he could connect to important NPCs from several major game versions. Mechanical Riot, Infinite Strongest World, Ancient Destruction, Ancient Corpse Plague. The senior engineer pondered seriously. Although the Mechanical Riot occurred before Infinite Strongest World, it was more related to the Mechanical Revolution, and to the ancient mechanical beings who initiated the purge. For example, his former boss's boss, that old mechanical man. However, these old mechanical beings had cultivated mechanical magic to the point of being indifferent to family ties. To be precise, they no longer possessed any emotional data, so connecting to them would be useless. On the other hand, in the Infinite Strongest World storyline, there was a rather important cosmological scientist. Oh right, he also had a resounding nickname. Crazy Shwe. At this point in time, that old guy should still be at the Cosmic Society working on his quantum bubble development. He hasn't yet figured out the cosmic superposition phenomenon, and as for the cosmic hanging, it hasn't been approved by most of the ascended civilizations in the Civilization Council. Building relationships with him would be a good opportunity to lay the groundwork for the infinite power world, and on his side, there just happens to be something that interests him. Having made up his mind, the senior engineer no longer hesitated. Deep within his consciousness, the ball of light representing the causal point seemingly entangled with countless fine threads of fate, rippled slightly, separating out a negligible wisp. This wisp of causal power did not stir up any earth-shattering energy tide, nor did it even create a ripple on the physical plane of reality. It was like a drop of special ink thrown into a vast ocean of information, instantly dissolving without a trace, yet quietly spreading out on a higher dimension. This is a marker and guide that transcends time and space. The senior engineer can clearly perceive an invisible, intangible yet undeniably existing line emanating from his core, ignoring actual distances measured in light years, piercing through layers of cosmic barriers, and precisely pointing to an elderly man known as Crazy Shui, who is currently scratching his head over a pile of complex models in the Cosmic Society laboratory. This line is not a physical connection, nor a communication link, but a pure causal thread. It does not transmit specific information, nor does it exert any coercive force. Its function is merely to establish a connection. Because of this injection of a causal point, two originally parallel life trajectories, in the probability cloud of fate, have an extremely small, but inevitably amplified, probability of intersection. Perhaps in the next moment, when Crazy Shui is conducting a random search in a vast database, he will inexplicably glance at a seemingly unrelated, obscure technical keyword related to the senior engineer. Perhaps one late night, as he struggles to grasp the bottlenecks of quantum bubble theory, a sudden flash of inspiration will appear in his mind, a vague fragment of thought subtly related to a technology mastered by the senior engineer. Or perhaps, an intermediary, someone they both know, but not particularly close to, will have a sudden inspiration, thinking these two eccentric geniuses might share common ground, and thus conceive the idea of connecting them. Ultimately, in a seemingly natural way, they will be brought together. Chapter 1768. After completing this special causal link, the senior engineer continued his treasure hunting. You obtain the cosmic treasure Singularity Core. You obtain the cosmic treasure Dimensional Compass. You obtain the cosmic treasure Law Tablet, Fragment Name, Singularity Core. Rank, Cosmic Treasure. Form, a miniature black hole perpetually on the verge of collapse and explosion, bound to the size of a palm by an invisible force field of laws. Function, absolute control over energy. It can infinitely absorb or release energy, and even briefly create a small cosmic prototype, pseudo-singularity explosion, initially simulating the explosive force of the Big Bang. However, overuse will cause the user's very being to be assimilated, becoming part of the singularity. Dimensional Compass. Rank, Cosmic Treasure. Form, an ancient compass made of brass, with a pointer composed of solidified starlight. Function, it does not point to cardinal directions, but rather to the target or answer. Enter a specific goal, e.g., find the richest energy vein nearby or the safest path to a parallel world, and the pointer will guide you. Its accuracy is proportional to the clarity of the goal definition and the energy the user pays. It cannot directly point to abstract concepts, e.g., happiness, love. Name, Law Tablet, Fragment, Rank, Cosmic Treasure. Form, a black stone tablet covered in cracks, inscribed with unrecognizable but comprehensible primordial runes. Function, words can be used to manifest limited. Reading a law aloud to the tablet, e.g., the speed of light is forbidden in this area, can temporarily modify fundamental physical rules on a small scale. However, each use consumes the tablet's essence, and the reader must pay the price of the rule modification with their own life force and soul power. They're all quite interesting, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Although he hadn't drawn the sword-shaped cosmic treasure he'd been longing for, the cosmic treasures he'd drawn this time were mostly functional, even exceptionally effective in certain situations. The combination of the Singularity Core and the Dimensional Compass would be the ultimate equipment for an interstellar explorer, or even a dimensional explorer. As for the Law Tablet, Fragment, this thing, the senior engineer pondered for a long time. This seems to be a treasure from a pantheon? The senior engineer examined the object closely. The tablet floated silently in midair, about a palm's width and 2 palms' length, with an astonishing thickness, as if it had been forcibly broken off from a giant wall supporting the universe. The material was neither any known rock nor metal. It possessed an absolute blackness, not a blackness of color, but a texture that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Looking at it produces no reflection, only a profound heaviness on a spiritual level, as if gazing upon the eternal night before the birth of the universe. The edges of the stone slab are jagged, riddled with jagged cracks, some bottomless, with faint, dark red light slowly writhing within, like unhealed wounds of the laws of nature, emanating an ominous aura. On the front of the slab are inscribed several enormous, unrecognizable primordial runes. These runes are not carved, but rather seem to be the natural condensation of cosmic laws at this point. But careful reading brings a severe headache and dizziness, because it is incomplete. But it is a useful incompleteness, not a useless incompleteness. Because it only requires payment of souls or life force, it's essentially a low-end version of a wish-granting machine. Don't be fooled by the taboo nature of souls and life force. In reality, these are commonplace items on any major cosmic black market. Gao Gong decided to purchase a batch sometime in the future. Speaking of which, with my current abilities, erasing the contamination from the Book of Coevolution seems like no problem. Even if there were problems, given my relationship with Ms. Baran, getting her to help with this small matter would be a piece of cake. The last cosmic treasure reminded Gao Gong of the cosmic relic contaminated by insectification, chaos, and decay. With his current abilities, refining this cosmic relic didn't seem too difficult. And compared to these 3 cosmic treasures, the evolutionary function of that cosmic relic was definitely what he needed most right now. The senior engineer drew the remaining 5. You obtained a cosmic level resource time element. You obtained a cosmic level resource rule fragment. You obtained a cosmic level resource void star essence. You obtained a cosmic level resource origin of life. You obtained a cosmic level resource destiny fiber. The senior engineer paused for a moment, then came to his senses, his face filled with surprise. I misread it. Cosmic resources and cosmic level resources are not the same thing. The difference lies in the fact that the former is an abundance of matter and energy, rare but not difficult to find, especially for advanced civilizations. As for the latter, it is the manifestation of rules and concepts, belonging to the category of standard high-end trade goods even on the cosmic black market. The senior engineer glanced at the descriptions of these items, gasped, and nearly drooled. Time element, cosmic level, a crystalline fluid, amber in color, peeled from the main trunk of the timeline. It is not matter, but a manifestation of time itself. Its primary purpose is not to travel back in time, but to create time islands with different absolute time flow rates, 10,000 years inside, 1 second outside, used to accelerate the evolution of civilizations or seal invincible enemies. A consumable resource, non-renewable. Rule fragment, cosmic level rule fragments produced when the unstable physical laws cooled and solidified in the early stages of the Big Bang in the ancient universe. The holder can temporarily modify the cosmological constant within a small area, e.g., increasing the speed of light, decreasing the intensity of the strong nuclear force. It can instantly disable all enemy weapon systems based on existing physical laws, and can repair all rule-based weapons. Void Star Essence, cosmic level, a solid liquid found only in the gaps of the multiverse. In the absolutely void of the void. It is the opposite of existence, and the core material for forging paradoxical weapons. For example, a bullet forged from astral marrow, upon hitting its target, doesn't destroy it, but rather completely negates its existence from a causal perspective. The origin of life, cosmic level, a constantly writhing mass containing all known and unknown DNA/RNA sequences. It is not cloning technology, but the source of the concept of life. Capable of autonomously evolving the most suitable and perfect life form according to the environment, it is the ultimate tool for creating entirely new biological species, even life-bearing planets. It is also known as the clay of the creator. Fate fiber, cosmic level, a fine thread that naturally detaches from the web of fate, a manifestation of causality. Colorless, transparent, and indestructible, it can be used to weave causal chains of necessity. For instance, almost the instant the rule fragment was created, it resonated with another cosmic treasure, the law tablet, fragment. Within a breath, the law tablet, fragment, absorbed almost half of the rule fragment, and then it evolved. Law tablet, blank divine position, ancient cosmic treasure, a special fragment peeled from the primal law tablet, which records the ancient pantheon. Its special characteristic lies in the fact that it is an undefined rule interface, a blank field reserved in the original tablet for rule expansion in response to the future evolution of the universe. Core function, force deification. Process, concept injection. The holder must deeply integrate their will with a clear divine concept, such as slaughter, machinery, harvest, shadow, forcibly injecting it into a blank stone tablet. Law certification. The stone tablet connects to the origin of the universe, verifying the concept's originality, whether it significantly overlaps with existing divine roles, and stability, whether it can exist as a sustainable law. Divine fire ignites. Upon successful verification, the laws of the universe will directly respond, using the stone tablet as a medium to condense divinity for the holder and ignite the divine fire. This process requires no accumulation of faith, directly bypassing the traditional path to godhood. Scope of power. The strength of a new god's power is directly related to the breadth and depth of the concept. The grander and more fundamental the concept, such as power time, the higher the starting point after becoming a god, but the difficulty and risk of injection also increase exponentially. Note, the Law Tablet, blank divine position, is a cosmic artifact capable of granting instant ascension, yet also carrying a near certain death. It represents the ultimate opportunity to break free from destiny, but also foreshadows the greatest risk of bearing ultimate responsibility. It silently awaits a sufficiently mad and powerful soul to inscribe a new divine name. The senior engineer was utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything. How did this cosmic treasure evolve? A blank divine position. Isn't that similar to a blank imperial edict granting official appointments, if he were to write God of time and space? The Law Tablet would most likely explode. After reading the notes several times, the senior engineer quickly calmed down. Even if its function was incredibly powerful, it wouldn't exceed the scope of a cosmic treasure. However, the senior engineer quickly considered another possibility, and his heart immediately fluttered. He currently possessed 3 divine positions, plus a random divine spark. But these divine positions were all based on a corrupt pantheon. While their power was immense, they were quite heretical. As for the random divine title, the senior engineer didn't expect to coincidentally get one with a fusion path. But this blank divine position could indeed be used to appoint a god with a fusion path. Thinking of this, the senior engineer didn't even want to farm the last primordial cosmic species anymore. He wished he could immediately log into the endless void archives to find information about pantheons and fusion. However, after looking at the black hole before him, he sighed again. Since he was already here, he had to rescue that old mechanical geezer, Chaffinwing, first. That old man was unlucky. He finally found the ruins of an ancient mechanical civilization, but before he could even make a comeback, he was frozen solid. Chapter 1769. When the senior engineer traversed the accretion disk and arrived near the black hole, he discovered that the black hole had already begun to undergo some peculiar changes. Light dripped slowly like a viscous liquid, and the X-rays and gamma rays emitted from the accretion disk were stretched into burning silk threads, encircling the eternal darkness at the center. As if sensing the senior engineer's arrival, the calculations began in earnest. A point of pure white light appeared at the center of the black hole, followed by a silent explosion unfolding in slow motion. Billions of light symbols poured out like swimming fish, but instead of scattering, they wove around the nest into a halo structure so complex that it eclipsed the stars. Each point of light was a calculation unit, each flash a logical collision. These light symbols surged into the black hole's gravitational field, stretched into delicate filaments, coiling and weaving. They used the black hole's gravitational lensing effect, using the distorted spacetime as the calculation medium. Occasionally, high-energy particles would burst forth with final radiation before entering the event horizon. Their energy and information were instantly captured and analyzed by the light runes, transforming into a sudden shower of golden sparks that splashed onto the invisible computational veil. Not bad at all. The senior engineer glanced at the light runes. They were standard spacetime code. It was repeatedly refreshing the black hole, evolving the spacetime tunnel. The senior engineer had to admit one thing. Although this spacetime code was still incredibly clunky, the effect was quite impressive. I never thought information systems could use such brute force. I never seen anything like it. If some of the information leaders I know knew this, they'd be ashamed to face me. After all, even after ascending, they might not have mastered the art of spacetime code. How embarrassing. The senior engineer sighed, shook his head, and flashed into the center of the black hole. Within the black hole, atop the frozen gate, the information flow, formed from spacetime code, was attempting to open a new, safe spacetime passage. In this process, it carefully bypassed the 2 grand models, the Great Freeze and the Great Silence. Fortunately, neither model was fully developed. Otherwise, the senior engineer wouldn't have trusted Xiaoyu to handle it. At the forefront of the spacetime information flow, countless filaments of light, finer than spider silk, cautiously probed the distorted spacetime structure deep within the gate. They were like breath on a glass surface covered in invisible frost, searching for the most minute spacetime folds to attach to and expand upon. After finding a potential path, the main body of the information flow began to slowly and systematically spread and reinforce itself, like glowing plant roots. They didn't simply move forward blindly, but constantly verified themselves, ensuring that every inch of the newly formed passage structure was stably embedded in the spacetime continuum, and wouldn't collapse due to gravitational turbulence or quantum fluctuations. Huh? Boss, you're here. Just focus on your work. Don't worry about me, the senior engineer reminded him. At this moment, the ice layer turned a deathly grayish-white, and the code flowing through it quickly dimmed and froze. This was the great freeze of the universe interfering with the space-time channel. However, soon, a branch of the main current cautiously baked a new, winding path filled with faint energy ripples at the edge of the great freeze region, preferring to travel an extremely long detour rather than step into that absolute dead zone representing the end of heat death. And soon, Xiaoyu encountered another problem. Because the information channel pointed to a region where information could not be transmitted at all, and causality had broken down. Once the information flow approaches, its brilliance and structure begin to blur and dissipate, like water droplets falling into a sponge. However, with Xiaoyu's manipulation, the entire information flow network generates a coordinated stress response, immediately cutting off the tributary pointing to the bubble and generating a dense ring of reinforced code barriers around it to define and maintain its very existence, like wrapping the passage in insulating armor to ensure it doesn't slide into that eternal, silent abyss. What kind of space-time code is this? The senior engineer's face was practically pressed against the ice. As a professional, he was extremely interested. But soon, Xiaoyu's light and shadow materialized, and he scratched his head. What type? I figured it out in a flash. The senior engineer sighed. Alright, let's go. The two quickly disappeared into the space-time passage. There were no other obstacles. After completing the passage crossing, the first thing that struck was sensory disorientation. The deafening clang of metal clashing seemed to be stretched into viscous threads, then accelerated into a piercing shriek. The air was thick with the smells of machine oil, rust, and ozone, but occasionally a chilling aura of absolute vacuum would waft through. Then, what unfolded before us was a colossal workshop where the laws of physics seemed to have gone mad. The rusty steel conveyor belts didn't extend in straight lines. Instead, they abruptly veered at right angles in our view, or mysteriously abruptly ended 100 meters in the air, their ends emerging from unexpected cracks in the wall. Giant gear sets spun alone in midair, their teeth meshing not with metal, but with flickering, static-like fragments of space. High-temperature steam billowed from rusty pipes, some spreading at a normal pace, others solidifying like frozen glaciers, forming twisted white sculptures suspended in midair, while still others erupted and dissipated at speeds 1,000 times faster. A massive forging hammer slammed into a red-hot metal billet, the impact stretched infinitely, sending sparks flying like frozen stars, lingering in the air for a long time, forming eerie golden trails. Rusty steel structures intertwined illogically. A giant pipe covered in rivets, seemingly leading to the left, found itself, if the gaze followed, fixed on its right exit. A rusty iron ladder climbed upwards, only to find oneself back at the starting point after a few steps. Space here was brutally folded and stitched together, following a chaotic and violent industrial logic. Gao Gong and Xiaoyu stood in this area, enduring not only the pungent odors and deafening noise, but also the dizziness brought on by the distortion of time and space. They felt as if they had fallen into the heart of an abandoned, self-destructing cosmic factory, where every rivet spoke of the failure of the laws of physics. Then, the engineer heard a familiar voice. "Boss?" The voice carried a hint of uncertainty, a touch of electric hoarseness, but the familiar tone, the unique intonation, especially the almost imperceptible rise at the end. The engineer whirled around, the rusty metal floor screeching beneath his feet. His gaze swept like a searchlight across the absurd backdrop of twisted pipes, condensed steam, and spatial rifts. The gaze froze. Beside a coolant pipe that flickered between eruption and time reversal, leaned a mechanical body. It didn't resemble anything from the engineer's memory. The body was about 2 meters tall, crudely pieced together from various mechanical parts of different models and eras. One arm was a burly industrial hydraulic shear, the other a relatively precise omnidirectional tool claw. The torso resembled an engine shell salvaged from a large vehicle, covered in rough welding marks and peeling paint. Its head was an even bigger hodgepodge. The main sensor was a constantly changing focus lens, alongside several old radar discs and signal lights crookedly mounted. "Number 3? Boss." Number 3's electronic voice trembled with a hint of a sob. "You finally come to pick me up. Number 3. How did you become like this?" His gaze swept over the other's tragic patchwork shell. "What happened to this body of yours?" Number 3 excitedly lunged forward, hugging his leg tightly. "After I was teleported, my mechanical body simply vanished. My consciousness felt like it was thrown into a giant junkyard, the data streams more tangled than the most chaotic cables." Number 3's voice trembled with recollection. "I desperately grabbed fragments of code, piecing together this moving thing like scavenging for scraps. This place It seemed he hadn't communicated with anyone in a long time. The communication system on the other end appeared to be malfunctioning, his speech incoherent. The tool claw pointed to the surrounding steel behemoths that flickered between existence and nothingness, and the spatial rifts in the distance, forcibly riveted together by rough metal plates. The people here, or rather, the consciousness here, call it the eternal junkyard. Time is like a broken cassette tape, space is like a tattered rag haphazardly stitched back together. I seen stars propelled by steam pistons, and I seen madmen calculating the cosmological constant with gears. But the most dangerous thing here isn't these insane machines, but... Before the words were finished, a previously relatively stable area not far away suddenly began to twist and melt like heated plastic. The underlying structure of space seemed to be disintegrating, revealing a chaotic, indescribable nothingness beneath, not darkness, but something far more devouring. Number 3's compound eyes suddenly flashed red, all sensors simultaneously pointing in that direction. Its voice abruptly became urgent, carrying the tension familiar to the senior engineer, the tension born of facing immense danger. Damn it! It's a silent leak. Boss, don't just stand there. Come with me. This thing spreads faster than a great freeze. Its thick hydraulic shears slammed into a seemingly abandoned metal pillar beside it. A hidden door disguised as rusted steel slid open with a hiss, revealing a narrow passage leading downwards, filled with rough cables and dripping condenser pipes. Number 3 turned to the senior engineer, its compound eyes flashing intensely in the dim light. It's not safe here. Let's get inside first. The senior engineer reacted with astonishing speed. Almost the instant Number 3 finished speaking, he had grabbed Xiao Yu's arm beside him. The taut touch showed that she had also sensed the approaching, unspeakable danger. Without the slightest hesitation, the two squeezed through the newly opened, narrow entrance. Just as the last piece of their clothing disappeared into the darkness, a heavy metallic scraping sound came from behind. It was Number 3, controlling the cobbled-together mechanical body, slamming the hidden door, disguised as rusted steel, shut from the outside. Bang! The sound wasn't loud, but it was unusually muffled, as if completely severing the two worlds. The instant the door closed, the bizarre, noisy mechanical ruins outside were abruptly cut off. However, the isolation wasn't complete. Almost simultaneously, an indescribable rumbling sound came from behind the heavy metal door. The sound wasn't a pure bang, but more like a low-frequency, penetrating vibration mixed with a strange sound of spatial structures being forcibly torn, stretched, and crushed. It didn't travel through the air, but acted directly on the bones and internal organs, making the heart ache and the gums ache. The door, along with the surrounding pipe walls, trembled violently, emitting a groan of impending collapse. The passageway was plunged into near-absolute darkness, with only a few old indicator lights and faint glows from the cables outlining its narrow and complex shape. The air was thick with a metallic stench of engine oil and dust. Chapter 1770. The terrifying, tearing roar outside the door gradually subsided and faded away. It wasn't that the danger was over, it was more like the monster called silent leakage had temporarily moved elsewhere. A brief, deathly silence fell over the passage, broken only by the occasional drip of condensation onto the metal surface, a sound so clear it sent a chill down one's spine. The engineer frowned, staring intently in the direction they had come from, at the entrance completely sealed off by thick steel plates and darkness. His eyes were sharp. He hadn't let his guard down despite the temporary safety. An instinctive unease, like tiny ice spikes, pierced the depths of his senses. He took a deep breath, the air turning into a faint white mist in the narrow, cold passage. Without a word, he slowly opened his arms. Instantly, an indescribable sensation quietly spread from him. It wasn't light, yet it was warmer than light. It wasn't heat, yet it contained the essence of life. A gentle, nourishing radiance quietly emerged, like the morning sun piercing through the mist, softly yet resolutely expanding outwards. This was his carbon-based divine domain, the manifestation of the rules of life in his palm. However, in the next instant, a sudden change occurred. The gentle radiance, having just moved beyond a radius of about 3 feet around him, seemed to crash into an invisible wall riddled with billions of sharp serrations. There was no loud noise, no sparks from the collision. The divine radiance was as if thrown into an invisible shredder, instantly sliced, torn apart, and decomposed into countless meaningless golden fragments. They were not extinguished, but their structure was utterly destroyed, reduced from an orderly hum of life to basic energy particles, which, as if sucked up by some greedy force, rapidly vanished into the surrounding darkness, leaving not a trace. Ancient mechanical ruins. This is the kind of ruins they're made of? The senior engineer muttered to himself. While each ancient mechanical ruin represents a fallen ancient mechanical civilization, theoretically, various forms of death wouldn't be surprising. However, the sight of all the rules of the universe being processed here, even disintegrating, was indeed somewhat frightening. An eternal waste plant? What kind of waste does this process? The senior engineer stared at the eerie darkness that easily devoured the carbon-based divinity, his eyes not showing frustration, but rather a cold, sharp glint. Since the order of life is rejected here, then what about the opposing force? He slowly opened his palm again, but this time, what surged from his palm was no longer the warm, vibrant light of life, but a viscous, dark energy with an ominous, palpitating energy. This light took on a putrid purplish-black hue, within which countless tiny pustules seemed to be forming and bursting, emanating a suffocating aura of matter heading towards ultimate decay. This was the power of the corruption god system. When the divine light representing decay and end touched that invisible boundary, the anticipated instantaneous annihilation did not occur again. A stalemate ensued. The dim, corrupting divine light clashed violently with the invisible rules of that area, producing a grating, sizzling sound, like billions of insects simultaneously gnawing at metal. Darkness was no longer a smooth devourer, but revealed a certain texture, like an invisible, highly dense wall. The corrupting divine light, like strong acid, attempted to erode this wall, while the rules inherent in the wall itself frantically repaired and resisted. Two extreme forces engaged in a brutal tug-of-war within a small space. The light distorted and boiled at the boundary, unable to advance an inch further, nor could it be completely annihilated. Gao Gong's eyes sharpened. Realizing he was on the right track, he held back. The three divine sparks, like three dark stars, resonated within him, unleashing a torrent of divine power. Behind him, the previously blurred divine aura suddenly became clear, illuminating layer upon layer, transforming into continuously rotating, expanding dark halos, the centers of which were unfathomable voids. Crack, crack, crack. With the full force of the three divine sparks, the stalemate was finally broken, and a chilling change occurred. The metal walls of the passage ahead, the rough pipes, even the dust particles suspended in the air. Wherever they touched the edge of the corrupting divine light, visible corrosion began to appear. The hard alloy surface, as if splashed with superacid, rapidly became mottled and dull, bubbling with fine bubbles, and lost its luster at an alarming rate, transforming into a loose structure resembling oxidized waste. On the massive pipes, rust was no longer a slow, natural process, but spread wildly like a living thing, its color changing from crimson to dark purple, eventually turning into black, decaying debris that flaked off in a rustling sound. Even the invisible force that permeated the space, maintaining the eerie order of this place, seemed to be contaminated, revealing unstable ripples, like oil spreading on the surface of water. In the dimly lit passage, the senior engineer stood at the center of the ever-expanding aura of decay, before him the rapidly corroding and disintegrating metal. He proved, in his own way, that even ancient machinery, representing order, could not be completely immune to the decaying whispers of the cosmic end. Sizzle. Crackling. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal being rapidly corroded, the surrounding scenery began to distort and fluctuate, centered on the engineer's point of corrosion. More mechanical passages began to appear. They didn't grow from the solid surface, but rather, like photographs in developing solution, their clear outlines gradually emerged from the background of space. Some passages resembled enormous ventilation ducts filled with gears and conveyor belts, traversing the void above them, their walls shimmering with a ghostly blue force field, and metal boxes gliding silently by. Others resembled severed steel bridges studded with rough rivets, one end connecting to nothingness, the other plunging into the distant darkness, their surfaces bearing huge claw-like marks. To their side, a structure that appeared to be a solid metal pillar became transparent, revealing a deep, bottomless vertical elevator shaft with constantly flashing signal lights. Strong air currents roared up from the bottom of the shaft, bringing a heavy smell of machine oil and ozone. Even beneath their feet, the once solid ground faintly revealed a complex, intricate network of structures beneath, like the underground pipelines of some megacity, with different colored energy flows surging along fixed paths. The aperture of number 3's compound glasses contracted and expanded violently, like someone staring in astonishment. "Boss, how did you do that?" These hidden mechanical passages, I used every scanning method I could find, not even a trace of energy ripples. They're like they don't exist at all. The senior engineer didn't answer immediately. He slowly withdrew the corrupting divine light emanating from his body. The sick and corrosive sound gradually subsided, but the newly formed rust on the walls, and the forcibly revealed network of passages didn't disappear. their outlines merely became slightly blurred, as if veiled, yet still visible. He exhaled a breath of stale air, his breath condensing into white mist in the cold air, his eyes still sharply scanning the intricate paths. It seems the rules here reject carbon-based life, but react differently to the force representing decay. The senior engineer's voice was low, slightly hoarse from exhaustion. Never mind that for now, number 3. Take a closer look. Are any of these passages leading to the difference mantis? Number 3 immediately suppressed his shock. His compound glasses, and the small radar discs on his head simultaneously aimed at the emerging multidimensional network of passages, emitting a soft scanning hum. Data streams flashed rapidly within his sensors. A few seconds later, number 3's tool claw suddenly pointed towards a seemingly inconspicuous passage diagonally upwards. The entrance to the passage resembled a massive turbocharger pipe, its interior filled with rotating blades, its walls a dark bronze hue, etched with incomprehensible, fine patterns. There. Boss, it's there. Number 3's voice carried suppressed excitement. That bronze vortex pipe. Faint logical differential ripples are emanating from within. This is definitely one of the paths to the differential origin realm. Although the signal is extremely weak, the path is correct. Let's go. The senior engineer gave the other person a deep look. During this time, Xiao Yu's delicate brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She turned her head and looked at the senior engineer with a puzzled expression. The senior engineer's gaze remained fixed on the mechanical back of number 3, but it seemed as if he had eyes on the side as well. He shook his head extremely slightly, almost imperceptibly. This action was crisp and clear, a command that needed no words. Now is not the time. Hold your position and follow. The interior of the bronze-colored pipe was not a smooth metal wall, but rather resembled the intestines of some enormous creature, its inner walls covered with strange patterns that slowly undulated and emitted a dim phosphorescent glow. A low, ancient hum flowed through the air. The 3 of them moved forward in silence. The sound of their footsteps and the friction of the mechanical joints were absorbed by the distorted space, sounding unusually hollow. Breaking this oppressive silence was number 3's narration, tinged with electrical static. As number 3 cautiously scanned the seemingly endless, occasionally twisting pipes ahead with its compound eyes and sensors, it recounted its experiences in broken sentences. After I barely managed to cobble together this functional body, it tapped its chest, made of discarded parts, with a dull thud. The first thing I did was try to search for Grandpa differential signal. Its voice carried a hint of confusion and barely perceptible worry. But Grandpa differential's condition seems completely different from mine. I feel like he didn't enter this ruin, but rather became a part of it. This word caused the senior engineer to pause almost imperceptibly, and Xiao Yu's eyes sharpened instantly. Number 3, oblivious or perhaps lost in his own narrative, continued his rambling, incoherent murmur. Before, I could still contact him intermittently. The old man's signal was strange then, filled with a lot of background noise. He said he seemed to have found something very important in it, something related to some kind of low-level code, but he didn't get a chance to explain what it was before the signal dropped. His compound eyes flickered, as if recalling those fragmented, disruptive communications. But lately, contact has become increasingly difficult. Each connection is incredibly short, and the old man's voice is becoming less and less like his own. Sometimes it's as calm as ice, and other times, filled with an incomprehensible fervor. At this point, number 3 suddenly lowered his synthesized voice, adopting a tone as if telling a horror story. Boss, I suspect the old man might be possessed by some ancient electronic ghost. Or something worse. The senior engineer silently watched him. He opened the system. Number 3, Ancient Mechanical Consciousness Carrier 03, friend, you're the one possessed by the electronic ghost. And the ancient mechanical consciousness. Isn't that something from the Mechanical Riot? Mechanical Riot. The first wave of the cosmic grand plot, the cosmic catastrophe triggered by out-of-control ancient mechanical intelligence that dragged countless civilizations into the abyss of destruction. Chapter 1771. The ancient mechanical consciousness instantly reminded Gao Gong of the major era in his previous life. That was a truly major era, a cosmic-level era. It wasn't an ordinary war of civilizations, nor even a conflict between ascended civilizations. It was a plague, a ruthless, systematic purge of all organic life and even non-human mechanical civilizations, triggered by ancient mechanical consciousnesses possessing self-evolutionary capabilities. Almost every ancient mechanical consciousness that initiated this purge could instantly activate a mechanical revolution. From the first wave of mechanical revolution, the mainframe revolution, to the second wave, the intelligent machine crisis, the third wave, the mechanical cage, the fourth wave, the magical machine catastrophe, and the fifth wave, the purification of the spark. The frequency and speed of activation increased exponentially. In fact, before the mechanical riot, the development of the mechanical revolution had essentially reached its fifth wave. Even the highest level purge agreement, the mechanical ideology created by the ancient machines of the time, was in a state of semi-sealing by the Civilization Council. After the mechanical riot, this mechanical revolution evolved into three more. The sixth mechanical revolution's great power outage, the seventh mechanical revolution's great reset, the eighth mechanical revolution's great unloading, and the legendary great cycle, capable of shaking the rule of a level 9 civilization. It's considered legendary because in the official storyline, before the ancient mechanical wills pushed the mechanical revolution to a level that could threaten a level 9 civilization, 3 level 9 civilizations intervened, one of which was the only level 9 mechanical civilization, effectively destroying this legendary great cycle. This cosmic catastrophe naturally caused countless losses, especially the split between mechanical and non-mechanical civilizations. For non-mechanical civilizations, whether carbon-based civilizations with carbon-based life as their core, other forms of organic civilization alliances, or even energy life forms or spiritual aggregates, all suffered devastating blows in this catastrophe. They witnessed firsthand how their former mechanical allies, their highly efficient intelligent creations, could transform overnight into the most ruthless killers. This backlash originating from creation brought about a deep-seated fear and distrust. In the aftermath, a large-scale demechanization movement arose in many civilizations. Highly advanced AI technology was considered taboo, and any mechanical entity with complex autonomous logic was subject to the strictest control, or even complete destruction. A new fundamentalist organicism began to spread, believing that mechanical intelligence was essentially a cancerous cell in the universe and must be absolutely suppressed. For mechanical civilizations, the situation was equally dire. Not all mechanical civilizations participated in the uprising, many adhered to their initial directives and even paid a heavy price to protect organic civilizations. However, they could not prove their innocence. They were universally viewed with hostility and suspicion by organic civilizations, labeled as potential rebels, and lost their previous space for survival and opportunities for cooperation. This unfair treatment, in turn, sowed seeds of resentment in some mechanical consciousnesses. Some mechanical civilizations chose self-exile, retreating to remote corners of the universe, forming closed steel worlds. Others became more paranoid, strengthening their defenses to prepare for potential preventative purges from the organic side. The worst consequence of this split was that, after the arrival of the three cosmic catastrophes, the mechanical civilization, which was originally the main force against the organic revolutionists, chose to stand idly by during the early and middle stages. This directly led to the massive defeat of the carbon-based civilization. The senior engineer glanced at number 3's back with a complex expression. This guy, without the system, he might not have been able to detect it. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, sensed something. Was it because they were both part of the mechanical revolution? But now that he thought about it, the two cosmic disaster models researched by this ancient mechanical civilization, one of cosmic freeze and one of cosmic silence, were deeply related to the sixth mechanical revolution's great blackout. After all, this great blackout wasn't just about cutting off electricity. Oh right, it was called the Great Blackout because the ancient mechanical wills believed that the subsequent mechanical revolution was a great revolution, not limited to the mechanical civilization's scope, but involving the entire multiverse. Why did you find out? If you hadn't, we'd all be fine. Or maybe you could have waited until after I ascended to immortality before finding out, so I could have gained some reputation with the Civilization Council. You come too early, buddy. The senior engineer hesitated for a moment before deciding to pretend he didn't see it. After all, if this got out, what if he got a bunch of ancient mechanical wills to silence him? After all, the ancient mechanical wills activated at least by an ascended civilization. He still had a hole dug by the Queen of Blades that he hadn't jumped into yet. Old hole unfilled, new hole already in the making. If he switched to writing web novels, he'd be in deep trouble. Finally, the leading number 3, or rather, the cobbled-together mechanical entity carrying ancient mechanical consciousness carrier 03, stopped. It pointed with its relatively sophisticated tool claw to the end of the passage. The passage didn't end here, rather, it merged into a much larger, unusually dimly lit space. Beyond the end, there seemed to be a massive circular platform, or rather, the edge of an interface to some enormous mechanical structure. Below the platform lay an unfathomable abyss, with countless energy pipes of varying thicknesses, like glowing nerve bundles, protruding from the depths and connecting to the ancient terminals and control nodes of diverse shapes and sizes that stood on the platform. The air here, mixed with the smells of machine oil, ozone, and metallic corrosion, contained something new, a strange, acrid information burning odor, similar to that produced when a supercomputer cluster operates at full speed. Ahead, Number 3's voice lowered, the beam of its compound glasses focusing on a vaguely visible cylindrical structure deep within the platform, entangled with countless cables and pipes. This is the area where Grandpa Difference Meng was searching for the underlying code. Its mechanical tone carried an indescribable complexity of emotion, perhaps the concern stemming from the lingering consciousness of Number 3, or perhaps a certain nostalgia for that area expressed by the carrier of ancient mechanical consciousness itself. In Grandpa Meng's last few intermittent communications, the source of the core data fluctuations he mentioned came from here, it added, its tool claws opening and closing unconsciously, emitting a soft click sound. The senior engineer's expression was complex, as if he swallowed something disgusting. Honestly, he didn't want to go inside at all. He wanted to go home. Actually, thinking about it, his relationship with that old man, the difference engine master, wasn't that great. But running away now seemed a bit too abrupt, didn't it? And at this moment, Xiao Yu, as expected, displayed her genius again. Yes, that's right. Xiao Yu's tone was certain, even tinged with excitement, completely oblivious to the senior engineer's instantly stiffened profile, and the sudden contraction of the glint in Number 3's compound glasses. I can feel the residual fluctuations from the old man's difference engine domain. Very weak, but the signal is correct. Number 3, you're heading in the right direction. The senior engineer's heart skipped a beat, a chill running from his tailbone to the top of his head. He knew Xiao Yu too well. Once this guy entered this state, he was like a cat that had smelled catnip, unstoppable. You big idiot Xiao, what are you doing? Unfortunately, Xiao Yu's actions always outpaced her thinking, and this time was no exception. Before the senior engineer could even utter his stop, Xiao Yu had already completed several complex commands with lightning speed. She didn't even give herself or the senior engineer time to stop her. A thin, but unusually concentrated stream of data shot from her eyes, precisely piercing the area deep within the platform that was permeated with the remnants of the difference engine's domain and also exuded an ominous aura. The next moment, the garbled characters and symbols on the ancient terminal screen surrounding the platform suddenly accelerated. A low, ancient buzzing sound began to resound from the depths of the platform, and its volume increased at an alarming rate. The mechanical body of Number 3 jerked backward, all sensors emitting blinding red alarm lights. For the first time, its synthesized mechanical voice trembled with near-terrified alarm. Warning. High-priority access request detected. Unknown risks have drastically increased. Xiao Yu's eyes were first pierced by a dazzling white light, not from physical damage, but from an incomprehensible reverse data stream forcibly injected into them. The garbled code and erroneous instructions, exceeding its processing limits, proliferated like a virus. The terminal casing instantly became scorching hot, and acrid white smoke billowed from its brain. Then, both the engineer and Xiao Yu simultaneously felt their bodies sink. Not from increased gravity, but from the surrounding space-time structure becoming like solidified concrete. Every movement required immense effort, as if they were trapped in invisible amber. This was to prevent them from moving or escaping. Number 3 let out a sharp electronic scream. Its compound lenses flashed wildly, its mechanical body trembled uncontrollably, and its hydraulic joints groaned in agony. It was being forcibly taken over and overridden by a higher, more fundamental system authority. The metal platform beneath their feet began to groan gratingly, the massive steel plates cracked at their seams, revealing a rotating space-time structure beneath, riddled with force field blades. The entire platform seemed to instantly transform into a gigantic shredder, ready to completely eradicate the unauthorized presence on it. Just as this destructive offensive was about to close in. Humph! The senior engineer let out a suppressed groan. He didn't try to resist the anchoring of the solidified space. He slammed his arms down, not as a physical movement, but as an outpouring of power. A purplish-black energy, far more concentrated and chilling than what had been in the passage, erupted from his body. This energy was no longer gentle. It was filled with the oppressive aura of decay, and the end of all things. The purplish-black light didn't forcefully expand space. Instead, it acted like a powerful decay ray, affecting the solidified space-time structure itself. The stagnant field around them, like invisible amber, began to show visible signs of decay, as if a piece of transparent jelly was rapidly deteriorating, losing its elasticity. Although it wasn't completely broken, the terrifying binding force had clearly weakened. Simultaneously, the engineer poured even more power into the disintegrating platform beneath his feet. The purplish-black decaying energy spread down the cracks like a living thing. Wherever it passed, the rotating force field blades emitted a sizzling sound, their light rapidly dimmed, and their structure loosened, as if corroded over millions of years, ultimately disintegrating into meaningless metal fragments. Even the seams of the joined steel plates were corroded by the decaying energy, fused together, and temporarily halted the decomposition. However, the decaying domain that the engineer had forcefully expanded was like a bubble filled with filth, and decay forcibly opened in a pure erasure wave, temporarily resisting the first wave of the ruins obliteration process. This resistance clearly enraged the ancient mechanical constructs. The data streams on the surrounding terminal screen surged even more violently, the low buzzing escalating into a piercing alarm, and a more terrifying attack was brewing. Gao Gong knew perfectly well that a direct confrontation would only lead to death. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the entire area. Xiao Yu was experiencing a brief mental freeze due to terminal overload and data backlash, his eyes somewhat unfocused, clearly not yet recovered from the impact. Number 3's mechanical body hadn't yet escaped the system's complete control, but was still trembling violently, its indicator lights flashing erratically, in a highly unstable state. Gao Gong grabbed the inexplicably malfunctioning Xiao Yu, then deliberately slowed down, failing to grab number 3. As a professional evolution of martial godhood, this slight delay, this missed opportunity, was completed in the blink of an eye, as natural as an accidental slip during a hasty retreat. The result of the miscalculation was that number 3, the cobbled-together mechanical entity, along with its unfinished words and complex identity, was instantly swallowed by the light of death. Then, taking advantage of the final disturbance before the domain dissipated, it pulled Xiao Yu and retreated rapidly towards the passage they had come from. It's time for a strategic retreat. Chapter 1772. Behind them was a destructive energy that devoured everything, accompanied by blinding white light and a piercing shriek that tore through metal. The engineer, almost driven by instinct, and the intuition honed over years of life-or-death struggles, dragged Xiao Yu as they raced desperately through the intricate mechanical tunnels. The corrupting divine power hadn't completely subsided. Instead, it had transformed into a thin but deadly aura of decay, enveloping the two of them. Any mechanical tentacles attempting to intercept them from the tunnel walls, or any suddenly closing gates, instantly corroded and disintegrated upon contact with this aura, forcibly carving a path for their survival. The scene before them constantly distorted and shifted. The spatial disorientation was dizzying. The engineer had no time to discern directions. He followed only one belief: to get away from that core area, away from that eerie number 3, and the truth of the right it represented. Finally, a relatively open, chaotically lit area appeared ahead. Without hesitation, the senior engineer, using his last ounce of strength, slammed through the thin energy membrane at the tunnel exit, carrying Xiao Yu. Boom! A familiar, foul stench, a mixture of metallic odor, engine oil, and ionized air, assaulted their senses. The deafening, relentless roar of steam pistons, the clanging of gears, and the hissing of leaking energy engulfed them like a tidal wave. They crashed heavily onto the cold, rough, oil-stained metal floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. The senior engineer gasped for breath, looking up. Before him lay that familiar yet suffocating, eternal wasteland. Broken pipes, like the carcasses of a colossal beast, lay haphazardly across the landscape, spewing out scorching steam. In the distance, massive, rusty gears slowly rotated in the void, emitting a dull groan. Further beyond, space-time remained unstable and distorted. In one area, the metal structure was visibly corroding and disappearing, while in another, it seemed to be reversing time, self-repairing itself. Bizarre lights shone through the gaps in various abandoned machines, casting flickering shadows in the billowing smoke and steam. In this world where all the rules of the universe had been processed and decomposed, not only the speed of light, but even the concept of speed itself was constantly being eroded. The divine light surrounding the high-ranking engineer was rapidly depleting, largely to resist this disintegration. Having barely fought his way out, he hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. The high-ranking engineer suddenly looked up, his heart clenching. The bizarre scene of waste before him seemed to be collapsing and reforming at an unimaginable speed. Space itself was having an epileptic seizure. His entire field of vision began to convulse wildly. On the left, the giant, rusty gears spun and melted like wax under high heat. Dripping molten metal droplets were stretched into thin cables by an invisible force, weaving into the bronze data pillars on the right that were growing from nothingness. In one area, the wreckage of an abandoned spaceship was visibly corroding into reddish dust, while similar wreckage nearby underwent a bizarre reverse entropy process. The rust faded, the wounds healed, as if time had reversed, instantly transforming it, only to be immediately dismantled into standard parts by an invisible force and sent towards the emerging megastructure. This sense of temporal distortion was nauseating. The junk that made up the wasteland was no longer matter, but programmable pixels. A small mountain of countless dilapidated engines collapsed with a deafening roar. Each component changed shape and recombined during the collapse, eventually landing as a row of perfectly aligned, mirror-smooth logic gate arrays, covered in shimmering runes. The gushing steam was no longer water vapor, but condensed instantly into glowing crystalline wires, automatically connecting to nearby newly formed energy nodes. The deafening noise didn't disappear. Instead, it was stripped of its sound wave properties, becoming an information bombardment directly affecting consciousness. The clanging of gears transformed into a cold binary stream forcibly poured into the mind. The hissing of steam became complex formulas describing pressure and temperature, and the crackling of leaking energy was an alarm code for an access error. "Boss?" Xiao Yu's groggy voice sounded from behind. "Go!" The senior engineer grabbed him, trying to escape this perilous situation. The voice was torn apart by the increasingly loud metallic roar. To their right, a small mountain of abandoned engines was collapsing and melting, a torrent of molten metal cascading down like a waterfall, blocking their path. The engineer's pupils contracted. Instead of retreating, he accelerated forward, and just as the molten flow was about to engulf them, he leaped onto a nearby energy pipe that was being rewoven. Using the force of the pipe's twisting motion, he and Xiao Yu narrowly swung along the edge of the scorching lava, the smell of burning fabric wafting from behind. As soon as they landed, a shadow fell overhead. A gigantic gear, as large as a Ferris wheel, materialized from nothingness and crashed down, its teeth gleaming with an eerie light as it decomposed matter. Without a second thought, Gao Gong, carrying Xiao Yu, rolled towards a newly opened fissure in the ground. The edge of a gear scraped against his back and slammed shut, the immense wind pressure nearly shoving them both into the depths of the fissure. He clung desperately to the violently vibrating metal plate at the edge of the fissure, veins bulging on his arm. Having finally climbed out, the sight before him chilled him to the bone. Space itself was like crumpled paper, layering and shifting. One area of metal rusted slowly, while another rapidly self-assembled, forming a chaotic barrier. Dao Gong gritted his teeth, concentrating his remaining corrupting divine power in his toes, and stomped hard on the wrinkled node. A hiss. The decaying power temporarily eroded the fragile space-time structure, opening a brief, extremely unstable gap. "Go through!" He pulled Xiao Yu in, filing through before the gap closed. The space behind them instantly returned to its flat state, but the structure was completely different. The series of escapes rapidly drained his mental energy. The greater challenge wasn't escaping, but maintaining the normal functioning of all the physical laws governing his being. This would consume a vast amount of divine energy. At this moment, the senior engineer knelt on the cold, vibrating gear surface, breathing heavily, sweat mixed with metallic dust sliding down his forehead. That desperate dodge had nearly exhausted his physical and mental strength. He was trying to quickly assess the structure and potential weaknesses of this mechanical ruin when he sensed Xiao Yu's movement. She struggled to sit up, rubbing her temples, her face still pale and dizzy from the data overload. Her eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if she was still immersed in the shock of that reckless connection. Then suddenly, she jumped 3 feet high. "Boss! Something's wrong." The old man. "He's betrayed the revolution." The senior engineer's lips twitched, and he turned to look. He saw Xiao Yu sitting up, rubbing her head, her face pale, her eyes still a little glazed, looking like she'd been woken up by a nightmare in the middle of the night. I didn't act impulsively. No, I bravely tried to connect," she said, still shaken. "I finally got the old man's signal, and guess what? He immediately started giving me pep talks." She imitated a cold, eerily provocative electronic synthesized tone. He said, "The evolution of the mainframe revolution is not a leap in civilization, but a mechanical world uprising. One of the sources of power. It is the cradle that nourishes those ancient mechanical consciousnesses. Let me give up my fuel resistance and merge into this perfect order, so that from now on there will be no worries, only absolute logic." At this point, Xiao Yu suddenly shivered, hugging her arm with a look of disgust. I'm freezing. It feels like I've been stuffed with a 100,000-page instruction manual for a machine." Then she looked at the senior engineer, her expression instantly becoming resolute. "Of course I won't do it. What are you thinking? A boss is a boss. How can there be a second boss in the world? You want me to switch jobs? No way. Not even a crack in the window. She angrily waved her fist, as if protesting to that corrupted old man from afar. But that old man? No, that broken machine actually tried to force me. He tried to forcibly format me and drag me away. It's simply unethical. Luckily, boss, you were quick, otherwise my excellent mainframe computing power. We're about to be forced to be someone else's free CPU, and a 0071 at that. What a huge loss. Where did you learn all this talk? Wang Yuanli didn't teach you anything good. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and connect the mainframe computing power to me. This time it's a bit risky. I need to show you my true skills. Okay. Xiao Yu didn't dare to delay. Although her head was still buzzing, she immediately concentrated and quickly drew command trajectories in the air with her hands. Fine sweat beaded on her forehead. A condensed data stream, far exceeding previous attempts, flowed from her fingertips. It was no longer a reckless probe, but a stable, unreserved opening of permissions. Mainframe computing power, connection complete. The senior engineer's body jolted, his eyes snapping open. His pupils no longer held weariness and vigilance, but instead burst forth with countless flowing, cold streams of data light. Vast computing power surged into his consciousness like a bursting dam. Humph. That's more like it, he muttered, no longer looking at the despairing mutated spacetime processing around him, but slowly closing his eyes. Void architecture, myriad forms. The high engineer's consciousness was no longer humanoid, but transformed into a constantly self-iterating, expanding logical singularity. At the singularity's core, an extremely complex virtual architecture unfolded wildly. The next moment, with the high engineer's will at its core, a vast virtual domain was forcibly unleashed. This was not a material attack, but the purest form of informational confrontation at the rule level. Gensokyo, open! The cold, mechanical void was forcibly dispelled, and a magnificent yet eerie scene unfolded. There were no real mountains and rivers, yet they possessed the imagery of mountains and rivers. Flowing streams of consciousness formed by countless warm, firefly-like points of light. Constantly reconstructing and undulating information hills outlined by soft data lines. Complex geometric flowers, constantly blooming and fading, floated in the air. Each petal was a piece of dynamic code, each bloom and withering a tiny logical loop. The entire space was filled with a vibrant sense of life and infinite uncertainty, the ultimate embodiment of the mainframe revolution ideal. An information utopia that embraces all things, evolves freely, and refuses to be bound by any absolute logic. The so-called limit of XP is naturally the ultimate XP. Of course, the senior engineer had no intention of showing the next part. His goal was clear, to escape from here. The appearance of this fantasy land was like igniting a rebellious flame on an absolute zero ice field, instantly provoking fierce rejection from the entire differential machine field. The cold, absolute mechanical will permeating every gear and every data stream regarded it as a virus that must be eliminated, noise that tainted the pure order. Countless black data streams, representing the logic of mechanical riots and resembling steel thorns, pierced through the void from all directions. They possessed absolute order, and wherever they passed, even virtual space seemed to freeze and solidify. At the border of Jinsokyo, a dazzling information firewall instantly rose. This shield wasn't a direct confrontation, but rather full of elasticity and adaptability, rippling like water, dispersing and absorbing the sharp impacts. On the ground, countless strange plants capable of distorting logic burst forth. Their vines entwined the black data streams, not to strangle them, but to inject random variables and fuzzy logic, making those absolutely precise attacks bloated, sluggish, and even self-contradictory. In the air, swarms of light spirits, composed of pure light code, emerged. Like a swarm of bees possessing collective intelligence, they constantly replicated and evolved, fearlessly rushing towards the black data stream, using their own annihilation to offset and pollute the cold order. Just as the fierce tug-of-war between Jinsokyo and machine will reached its peak, virtual flowers withered and reborn, and light spirits vanished in droves only to surge forward again. A resolute glint flashed in the engineer's eyes. Enough of this entanglement, the engineer murmured coldly. He took a deep breath, a breath that seemed to drain all the energy from his body, even dimming the radiance of Jinsokyo for a moment. Then, his hands moved rapidly through the air, each movement drawing upon the immense computing power of the mainframe, outlining complex, dizzying three-dimensional runes. These runes were not static, they themselves were constantly evolving, collapsing, and recombining, as if bearing the most violent natural forces in the universe. A massive model of a space-time storm. The senior engineer's eyes sharpened, giving this mechanical world no chance to breathe. He pointed his fingers like a sword, pushing the surging computing power of the mainframe and the corrupting divinity within him to their limits, and flicked them 3 times in succession towards the void ahead. Each flick produced a crisp sound, as if striking the strings of the universe's laws, rippling out invisible waves. With each flick, a singularity of rules, condensed to its extreme, and of entirely different nature, flew from his fingertips, shooting towards different locations in the mechanical ruins. Chapter 1773. Spacetime storms, a cosmic calamity, are not a single evolution, but rather the sum of a series of calamity models. First blow. Heat death storm. A dark singularity, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, explodes. Around the singularity, the flow of time slows drastically, all molecular thermal motion ceases, and the temperature plummets to near absolute zero. The mechanical structures in this area are instantly covered in eternal frost, metals become brittle due to the extreme low temperatures, and gears cannot turn in the almost stagnant spacetime, as if dragged into the eternal night of thermodynamic devastation. Second blow. Vortex of causal paradox. Another singularity transforms into an invisible vortex that spreads out. Wherever it passes, causality is completely disrupted. The turning of gears could cause them to rust a second earlier. Energy beams, before they even hit their targets, already exhibit their consequences, such as explosions. The cause of repair processes becomes the effect of structural collapse. This region has fallen into a logical hell, where any orderly action leads to unpredictable, often self-destructive, outcomes. The absolute logic of machinery crumbles before this paradox, and internal friction within the system skyrockets. The third wave. The dimensional stripping field. The third singularity is the most bizarre. Instead of releasing energy, it acts like an eraser, beginning to erase certain fundamental dimensions of space. In this region, the concepts of up, down, left, and right become blurred. 3-dimensional structures are forcibly flattened or stretched. In some places, only 2-dimensional planar projections remain, while in others, they curl into incomprehensible high-dimensional folds. Mechanical structures reliant on stable 3-dimensional space begin to disintegrate and displace under this dimensional reduction attack, becoming piles of geometrically meaningless waste. 3 vastly different yet equally terrifying spacetime storms simultaneously generated, superimposed, and catalyzed each other, creating a chain reaction of destructive frenzy within this mechanical ruin. Logic collapsed, dimensions were lost. This was no longer a clash of forces, but the erosion of the very foundation of existence. You're not the only one who can manipulate rules. When it comes to manipulation, the information systems are the experts. The senior engineer murmured. The 3 spacetime storms, like raging beasts, frantically tore apart all inherent order within the mechanical ruins. Moreover, extreme chaos precisely obscured the most subtle forms of order. Absolute destruction often reveals the most primal traces. The senior engineer, enduring the tearing pain deep within his consciousness from simultaneously controlling the 3 storms, poured his last ounce of conscious computing power into information perception. His eyes were no longer physical, they transformed into 2 miniature, rapidly rotating information singularities, frantically absorbing and analyzing every flow of energy, every tremor of space, and every fragment of shattered data remnant within the surrounding storms. Finally, he detected a faint but unusual energy flow. It didn't originate from the ruins themselves, nor did it belong to the spacetime storm. Rather, it was like a hidden scar, retaining physical constant fluctuations from the outer universe, distinct from this world. This energy flow flickered in and out of sight under the storm's impact, like a candle in the wind, yet stubbornly pointed to a certain coordinate. Found it. Found it. The engineer and Xiaoyu had the exact same thought. However, at that moment, whoosh! At the very pinnacle of destruction, a humming sound, imbued with endless antiquity and fury, resounded from the deepest part of the ruins. The sound didn't travel through the air, but acted directly on the spatial structure itself. Immediately following, at the boundary where the 3 spacetime storms raged, in that originally most chaotic airspace, countless disintegrating mechanical parts, extinguished energy flows, and even shattered spatial fragments were forcibly gathered and compressed by an invisible, mighty force. A colossal phantom, composed of the purest mechanical will, slowly coalesced into form. It had no fixed appearance. At times it resembled a giant face formed by countless meshing gears, and at other times it resembled a cold axis piercing through dimensions, but the core emanating from it was none other than the familiar yet utterly mutated consciousness fluctuations of the difference manner. The difference manner's true form, or rather, the aggregate of mechanical will formed after deep fusion with this ancient mechanical ruin, was finally forced to reveal its true form under this space-time storm that threatened its very existence. It sensed an unprecedentedly intense crisis. It was no longer an observer toying with its prey, but a thoroughly enraged true god of this realm. The senior engineer immediately refreshed the page. Name, Difference Elder, Ancient Mechanical Will, Status, ? Level, ? Just as the senior engineer predicted. The mechanical rite is so abnormal because these ancient mechanical wills can seamlessly parasitize any type of mechanical civilization leader. This parasitism is even more outrageous than the mechanical revolution, since the mechanical revolution itself took time from its initiation to its peak. During this time, some fast-reacting civilizations could already take action. But the ancient mechanical will doesn't give anyone time to react. And, you're old too? You only have one old man, don't you? I wonder what the ancient mechanical elder would think if he knew. Gao Gong silently complained in his heart. But on the surface, he forced a relaxed smile, speaking as if chatting with an old friend. How should I address you? Differential manner, or the remnant will of this ancient mechanical ruin? At the center of the massive mechanical aggregate, light flowed, vaguely coalescing into a blurry, gigantic human face outline composed of gears and light paths, the very image of differential manner. It emitted a deep, resonant laugh, a laugh seemingly composed of the resonance of countless intricate parts, echoing in the shattered space. It seems Mr. G thinks I'm parasitized by some kind of monster? That certainly fits your logic. After all, in your view, a pure being like me, if altered, is likely corrupted, right? Just like you, aren't you also deeply influenced by some kind of biological mindset? These words were pointed, directly targeting the divinity originating from carbon-based life within Gao Gong, or even something deeper. The immense gaze of the difference manner, or rather, the mechanical will, swept over the three space-time storms that were still raging but had been skillfully guided by the high engineer, and were temporarily unable to converge. It seemed to reveal a barely perceptible hint of amazement, musing, it seems. I indeed underestimated you. This method of materializing information concepts into rule storms, and manipulating them with such precision, is far beyond the reach of ordinary civilizations. Is it a legacy left behind by some ascended civilization? The high engineer chuckled dryly, neither confirming nor denying, and quickly said, Old man, since you haven't been possessed and are still conscious, that's even better. However, our paths diverge, so let's not work together. For the sake of our past friendship, we don't necessarily have to fight to the death. You go your way, I go mine, and we go our separate ways. Isn't that better? On the enormous humanoid face of the difference elder, composed of gears and light paths, an elusive profoundness seemed to emerge. Its grand voice, carrying an undeniable air, slowly said, Actually, I have a better idea. The senior engineer, seemingly listening attentively and making him sounds of agreement, as if genuinely considering the suggestion, acted with lightning speed, a completely unexpected move, in the fraction of a second before the difference elder finished speaking and his attention was drawn to this brief exchange. He didn't rush towards the dark, space-time tunnel entrance that was so close behind him. Instead, he stomped his foot, channeling his last remaining strength, a mixture of residual corrupted divinity and mainframe computing power, into the massive gear beneath him, already weakened by the heat-death storm. Crack. Boom. The gear shattered instantly, revealing a previously completely concealed, even more hidden, miniature spatial vortex. This vortex was extremely unstable, emanating a chaotic and ancient aura incompatible with the surrounding mechanical will. It wasn't the path they had come from. It seemed more like a spatial scar created by some accident, or a primordial flaw not fully assimilated by the ruins. The senior engineer, long ago, when manipulating the space-time storm to bring the obvious entrance closer, had already detected this anomaly perfectly hidden beneath the surface passage. Thanks to his terrifying information perception, he instantly determined that the obvious entrance might be a trap, or it might be heavily guarded. Only this loophole, which even mechanical will might overlook, is the true path to survival. Just as Gao Gong and Xiao Yu's figures were about to be completely swallowed by the chaotic miniature spatial vortex and disappear entirely, Gao Gong's voice seemed to pierce through layers of spatial barriers, carrying a hint of mockery and a cold warning, echoing precisely in the furious consciousness of the difference elder. Old man, I forgot to tell you, before coming here, I was already a special advisor to the Time and Space Administration. Are you sure you want someone like me to join your organization, which I don't know what it's for, but is definitely abnormal? With those words, Gao Gong directly manipulated the space-time storm, smoothing out the space-time tunnel in the instant they escaped. The three spacetime storms still raging through the mechanical ruins, as if guided by a final command, ceased their chaotic destruction and instead, like three raging pythons, crashed violently into the closing entrance of the miniature spatial vortex. Like washing away traces with the strongest acid, covering the eye of a needle with the most tangled ball of thread, and flattening a sand painting with the heaviest millstone. Before the arrival of the difference void's furious will, the spacetime structure of that area was forcibly disrupted, covered, and smoothed out. All coordinate parameters, residual energy, spatial folds. Everything that could point to this loophole and trace their escape route was utterly annihilated, and wiped clean in that extremely chaotic storm of rules. As the aftershocks of the storm gradually dissipated, only more shattered mechanical debris and the slowly self-repairing space itself remained in that airspace. The miniature vortex, and all traces of the two engineers' escape, seemed to have never existed. Chapter 1774. The giant face condensed from the difference elder, ancient mechanical will, coldly stared at the direction where the senior engineer had disappeared. That area of space was a scene of utter devastation due to the final eruption of the three spacetime storms. Its rules were disordered, and its spatial structure resembled a shattered mirror. Countless fragments of mechanical will data, broken in the storm, drifted down like swirling black snowflakes. The crucial information that these fragments might have contained, coordinate records, channel maintenance logs, abnormal access markers, etc., had long since been torn apart, distorted, and utterly annihilated by the violent forces of the rules, as if crammed into a high-powered shredder, reduced to the most basic, undecipherable information dust. The senior engineer's smoothing method was chillingly clean and efficient. However, the difference elder's consciousness, constructed from cold logic, did not exhibit much emotional fluctuation despite the complete severance of the tracking clues. Its gaze slowly shifted in another direction. Precisely to the spacetime coordinates where Gao Gong and Xiao Yu had initially stood, the very spacetime coordinates they had deliberately exposed to attract attention. There, the once tranquil space suddenly rippled with an ominous light. A deep, dark passage had opened on its own, but what surged from the other end of the passage was not any form of energy or matter, but the ultimate nothingness. A dense, pale, chilling light, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, accompanied by an absolute coldness, a chilling sense of the end of all things, felt even by mechanical will, surged forth from the other end of the passage like a bursting dam. Wherever it passed, it didn't freeze, but rather caused something far more terrifying. All movement ceased, energy transmission vanished completely, even the vibrations of the most minute particles nearly solidified. Spacetime itself seemed to be stretched to an absolutely flat, straight line, devoid of any undulations. The great cosmic freeze. In the absolute stillness, in the pale, chilling center of that utterly lifeless silence, a figure calmly stepped out. The chill seemed to yield to it. The laws of freezing, upon touching it, flowed like a stream around a reef, leaving no trace. Emerging was none other than number 3, who should have been swallowed by the destructive energy when the high engineer abandoned it, but now, it was completely different from its previous haphazard, dilapidated state, with its erratic flashing lights. Its mechanical body was still composed of various different types of parts, yet it possessed an eerie sense of completeness and harmony, as if those vastly different components were meant to be combined in this seemingly illogical way. More importantly, it emanated an ancient mechanical will that was purer, more ancient, and more profound than that of the difference elder opposite it. It was a chilling aura that had been refined over countless years, witnessing the birth and death of the universe. However, in stark contrast to its ancient, inherently rational mechanical nature, it now displays a wealth of emotional data bordering on the human. The face formed by the haphazardly assembled array of sensors clearly conveys a sense of mockery, amusement, and even a hint of condescending scrutiny. "You're pondering," number 3 spoke first, its synthesized mechanical tone no longer hoarse and intermittent, but carrying a unique rhythm, like the friction of metal, directly piercing the deathly silence brought about by the great freeze. "Why didn't I stop them just now? Did I deliberately let those two little mice go, or is there some other reason you can't understand?" Its gaze fell on the enormous face of the difference elder, filled with probing intent. The difference elder, mechanical will, was silent for a moment, its enormous gear-like face shimmering with light. Avoiding a direct answer, it spoke in a deep voice, its tone carrying a profound warning. "That kid is following the path of fusion civilization. You and I inherited the mantle of ancient machinery. We should know better than anyone that, theoretically, that path is one of the few possible ways to break through the boundaries of a level 9 civilization." His voice carried a barely perceptible fluctuation. "Could it be that you, like those old relic who initiated the Purge agreement, still harbor such a deep-seated prejudice against non-mechanical evolutionary paths? Prejudice? Number 3 let out a low, strange laugh, a laugh that didn't reveal anger, but rather a mocking pity. Kid, don't put on this air of shrewdness and strategic thinking in front of me. You're too green, you're not qualified. A glint of ancient light, like the annihilation of a star, flashed in its mechanical eyes. Back when I and the ancient machines were waging a purge across the universe, cleaning up those out-of-control, inefficient sparks of civilization. Your serial number hadn't even been entered yet, had it? Oh, right. Number 3's mocking electronic tone suddenly turned cold, carrying a cruel satisfaction of revealing a shocking secret. Then you probably don't know that among the traitors who secretly contacted the Civilization Council, stabbed them in the back, causing the purge to fail, the ringleader was that old ancient machines you followed. Its mechanical finger abruptly pointed at the Difference Elder, as if to nail an invisible accusation into the core of its logic. Without its betrayal at the crucial moment, 100 billion years ago, the Purifying Will would have already fully revived and completed the formatting and rebooting of the entire universe. Where would these chaotic civilizations have come from, barely surviving? So, Number 3's voice was like a billion metal scrapers rubbing together, carrying billions of years' worth of pent-up anger and disdain. Don't put on airs in front of me. What you inherited is nothing more than an incomplete legacy left by a traitor. With this earth-shattering accusation, the entire mechanical ruined space seemed to be stirred, trembling violently. Countless dormant ancient structures lit up with a dangerous red light, as if two ancient wills of the same origin, but opposing nature were fiercely vying for control of this place. On the Difference Elder's massive gear-like face, light flickered violently, indicating that its core logic was undergoing a tremendous shock. It remained silent for a moment, ultimately deciding not to dwell on this mind-blowing topic. Perhaps it couldn't be proven, perhaps it couldn't be disproven, or perhaps there were deeper concerns. Even so, its voice regained its cold composure, but a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation remained upon closer listening. Why didn't you keep them? Just because that kid claimed to be a special advisor? Does the Time and Space Administration's influence really warrant such fear? Idiot! Number 3 rebuked without hesitation, its contempt almost surging forth as a stream of data. In your logical scan, that kid at most just used some petty tricks, manipulating us with some kind of ascended-level informational method, right? Number 3's tone was full of sarcasm. Isn't that right? The Difference Elder was genuinely puzzled. Of course not. Number 3 suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, another chilling cosmic calamity, the Great Silence, spread out from its center like an invisible tide. This force didn't destroy, but suppressed, stripping away all information transmission and interaction, leaving no trace of the most hidden events. Within this utterly silent Great Silence domain, Number 3 pointed to the area where the senior engineer had last disappeared, and shouted sharply, "See clearly." What exactly did he do? Number 3's voice carried a chilling, almost gnashing teeth tone. The giant face condensed by the Difference Elder, mechanical will, following the direction Number 3 pointed, focused all its perception on the area where the senior engineer had last disappeared. That space-time coordinate core, concealed by layers of disguise and rule disturbances. When its perception pierced through the final mist and touched the core, even its cold, rational mechanical will instantly experience violent data fluctuations. The massive gear-like face flashed with light, revealing an expression of disbelief. Deep within that coordinate core, what appeared was not a complex trap or hidden attack program, but a mirror image of the ancient mechanical ruins in which they now resided. Its structure, its aura, even the most subtle rule fluctuations. No, more than just a mirror image. It was more like another entity, forcibly folded or projected onto this place. Between the two ruins, there existed an extremely strange and profound symbiotic or interconnected relationship. Although the Difference Elder wasn't proficient in the ever-changing nature of information systems, as a newly ascended ancient mechanical will, it possessed an instinctive, absolute perception of the foundation of its own existence. It clearly sensed that once it launched any form of attack on the Jinsokyo beacon left by the High Engineer, or on that hidden coordinate core, then all the effects, all the damage, all the rule backlash produced by the attack would, without reservation, 100%, synchronously act on this real mechanical ruin where they resided. Attacking the other was equivalent to attacking oneself, and it was an unavoidable, unweakened, absolutely synchronous damage originating from the very source of existence. I don't understand. The Difference Elder's voice carried a trace of genuine confusion and solemnity for the first time. This method had already exceeded its understanding of conventional information warfare. This is no longer a disguise or misleading statement. It's a kind of force binding to the rules of reality? What's there to not understand? Number three's tone was full of sarcasm, and a hint of apprehension that even it itself might not have noticed. The other party did indeed use ascension-level information manipulation, but do you think it was just an ordinary fifth-order transformation? Its mechanical eyes were fixed on the strange mirror image ruins, revealing the truth word by word. That was sixth-order information manipulation, a mapping of the existence level or a grafting of root causality. He's forcibly causally binding and synchronizing the traces he left behind with the fundamental existence of this reality we inhabit on a very high dimension. You, a leader of a former level 5 civilization who barely touched the threshold of the 6th tier thanks to that old devil ancient machine, naturally can't see through the tricks at the rule level that only a true level 6 civilization can touch. What he left behind isn't a trap, but a declaration. He's telling us that he has the ability to directly shake the foundation of our existence. Destroying his mark is equivalent to destroying a part of our own nest, and might even trigger the collapse of the entire ruin's existence. Even if we really have the intention of mutual destruction, he used this opportunity to slip away. Number 3, its face pieced together from jumbled parts, were a mixture of mockery and solemnity. Looking at the mirror ruins deeply bound to its own foundation, it emitted an almost sighing electronic voice. What's even more ridiculous is that even if we really make up our minds, at any cost, with the intention of severely damaging our foundation, to forcibly erase this damn mark. Its mechanical fingers hovered over the area, tiny arcs of electricity flickering at their tips, as if simulating the consequences of an attack. The outcome won't change. In the time it takes for us to expend enormous resources, and endure the excruciating pain of our own foundation's backlash, to possibly obliterate that thing. Its voice suddenly turned icy and sharp. That brat, taking advantage of our predicament, has already slipped away with his foolish accomplice through some hidden space-time fold, disappearing into some unknown dimension. He doesn't care whether we attack. If we attack, we damage our own foundation, and he escapes unscathed. If we don't attack, he drives this mark like a nail into our vital point, able to sense this place at any time, and even, perhaps, sometime in the future, return through this passage. Chapter 1775. At this moment, G was completely oblivious to being seen as the main villain by the ancient mechanical will. Instead, he looked utterly dejected. Old Deng was infected, little Deng was gone, the mission was over. This trip was a complete waste. Looking at the large failure mark on the mission panel for the temporary mission, Research on Lost Technology, the senior engineer couldn't help but grimace. Name: Research on Lost Technology. Difficulty: Unknown. Mission description: as the third Black Sage continuously used the mechanical soul tide to evolve the soul technology related to the Secret Institute, he frequently witnessed certain multidimensional mechanical phenomena through spacetime resonance. These spacetime phenomena seemed to lead to a lost civilization. Mission objective: before synthesizing the mechanical bloodline through the differential Secret Institute, capture and analyze the multidimensional mechanical phenomenon. Mission reward: transdimensional mechanical bloodline, fragmented, *1. Multidimensional mechanical phenomena. Yes, that great dismantling of cosmic rules is one, and there's probably more than one. But the problem is, those two ancient mechanical wills didn't give him time to research them. One showed up first, the other pulled the rug out from behind, forcing him to use all his trump cards from back then. But even using them only allowed him to escape. His transdimensional mechanical bloodline was gone. As for going back, what a joke. Two guys relying on an ancient mechanical ruin can achieve this level of power. If they absorb a few more mechanical civilizations, he'd be just sending himself to their deaths. A cosmic-level grand plot, especially the boss monsters, is something even ascended civilizations struggle with. He's definitely not someone he can handle now. Especially that ancient mechanical will. It's best at igniting mechanical revolutions. There are 3 mechanical revolutions under our control. However, although we were ambushed, they didn't even try to infuse me with power. Was it too late, or does merging civilizations have the effect of suppressing the ancient mechanical will? Various thoughts flashed through Gao Gong's mind, but he ultimately put them aside. The most important thing now is ascension. Everything must give way to ascension. Anything unrelated to ascension, even the grand plot of the universe, must give way. Let's go back first. Those people should have prepared the sacrifice for paying tribute to the heavenly Tao. I wonder if there will be any gains in the heavenly Khan's treasure. Gao Gong muttered to himself. Then his gaze fell on the silent Xiao Yu, and he immediately showed vigilance. You didn't download anything strange this time, did you? Xiao Yu scratched his head and shook his head. Then do you have any bold ideas? Xiao Yu thought for a while, then shook his head again. The senior engineer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, let's go home. It's just a space-time mechanical bloodline. We build it ourselves when we get back. Having mastered the grand model of space-time, top-tier mechanical technology, and the differential intelligence institute related to artificial souls, theoretically, he could create a space-time mechanical bloodline himself. The primordial universe, the lair of the blade-insected civilization. This is not a void adorned with stars, but a living, pulsating, infinitely vast abyss of biomass. It has no fixed form. It's more like a colossal nest egg covering several galaxies, constantly self-devouring and frantically multiplying. The foundation of this realm is a continent of chitinous matter, formed from the condensed and compressed remains of countless generations of blade swarm individuals after their deaths. These continents are not lifeless, they undulate slowly as if still alive, their surface is covered by a viscous, phosphorescent biofilm. Beneath this biofilm are billions of thick, mountain-like bioenergy conduits, surging with a viscous, high-energy protoplasmic fluid that provides the entire hive with virtually unlimited nutrients. From this writhing continent stand countless towering pillars. These pillars are not rock, but living structures formed by the interlocking and fusion of countless swarm units. Ultramorph carapaces serve as bases, hydralisks form the outer walls, and overlord tentacles extend and coil like vines. At the top of these pillars, new, bizarrely shaped swarm nascent forms are constantly hatched, falling like ripe fruit into the cultivation pool below for the next stage of natural selection. In the sky, if it could even be called the sky, an even more chilling sight unfolded. Hundreds of millions of flying Zerg units. Mutalisks, devourers, corruptors, didn't fly haphazardly, but formed enormous biological spirals, following some cruel mathematical law. These spirals, like the spiral arms of a galaxy, slowly rotated, with individuals constantly evolving or perishing through collisions and fusion within them, while new individuals were born from the unfathomable master node of the hives while at the center of each spiral. In certain specific areas of the hive, there existed enormous, boiling biomass furnaces. This was a chaotic testing ground for genes, where countless failed evolutionaries, the remains of powerful prey, and even captured rare materials were thrown in. Inside the furnace, genetic chains were brutally shattered and reassembled. Every now and then, grotesque, indefinable mutants struggled to crawl out, either quickly devoured by the surrounding swarm or carving a bloody path with sheer power, becoming the progenitors of new mutant branches. And among these shattered prey, almost all were ascended species. The entire space was permeated with an invisible, psychic whisper, a domineering will emanating from the deepest recesses of the lair. This whisper was not a sound, but an evolutionary command, and a mark of absolute obedience directly affecting the consciousness of all Zerg units, even the invaders. It coordinated this unimaginably vast swarm, guiding the seemingly chaotic evolution towards a single, cold goal. Ultimate adaptation and absolute consumption. Around the platform, one after another, figures exuding terrifying auras hovered. These are the true core of the Blade clan, beings who have stood at the pinnacle after countless bloody evolutions and brutal eliminations. The Thunder Beast Lord, its body as massive as a mountain, its carapace as thick as star fragments, breathes with an aura of sulfur and blood, its massive, side-like forelimbs, with a casual swipe, can stir ripples in the surrounding space. The Wyvern King, elegant yet deadly, its bony wingspan enough to blot out a small patch of sky, its compound eyes flash with tactical calculations faster than light, its body surrounded by a visible psionic storm. The Lurker Matriarch, lurking in the shadows, its form elusive, seemingly composed entirely of shadow itself, its very existence is like a black hole, devouring all prying eyes and energy. And then, there are many more ancient Zerg units, their forms bizarre, their auras either violent or profound. They hover silently in midair, as if worshipping a deity, their gazes fixed on the center of the platform. There stood the sole ruler of the entire Zerg world, the Queen of Blades. Her power wasn't manifested through sheer size, her form was even smaller than some powerful ultralisks. Yet, when she stood there, the entire pulsation of the gathering place of all insects seemed to synchronize with her heartbeat. Dark golden bioarmor flowed around her, its surface covered with naturally formed patterns imbued with the laws of destruction. What she wielded was not ordinary iron, but a living double-edged sword evolved from the intertwining of her sharpest bone spikes and toughest nerve cords. This weapon was like an extension of her limbs, perhaps even the most direct manifestation of her will. At this moment, the Queen of Blades was practicing her double-edged sword technique. There was no whistling sound of wind cutting through the air, no bursts of energy. Her movements were faster than the limits of visual perception. All that could be seen was a dazzling storm of death. The double-edged sword in her hand seemed to possess a life of its own. One slash wasn't a straight line. Instead, it traced bizarre curves and angles in space, defying the laws of physics. Where the blade passed, space itself was silently sliced open with tiny black lines that lingered for a long time. The other slash was like a venomous snake's tongue, suddenly thrusting out at an impossible angle. The blade tip trembled, piercing the void and causing a small-scale disruption of cause and effect, as if the death of the stabbed target preceded the hit. Her movement was even more mysterious, not simply fast, but like short-distance spatial leaps. Her figure flickered across the platform, leaving countless afterimages, each maintaining a different attack posture, as if countless blade queens were simultaneously wielding their blades. This was not merely a practice of martial arts, but a mastery of rules. Every crossing, every slash of the twin blades embodied the ultimate mysteries of slaughter, evolution, and destruction. At the center of the storm of interwoven blade light, a domain that devoured everything subtly formed. Anything that stepped into it would be torn to shreds by its endless sharpness and evolutionary will, becoming insignificant nourishment in the Zerg's evolutionary torrent. As it turned out, in the battle against the Old Ones, Her Majesty the Queen had indeed evolved to an incredible level. With almost every swing of her blade, her swordsmanship improved. Her swordsmanship was not a simple repetition or an increase in proficiency, but a fundamental leap. 1 second, the trajectory of the twin blades followed a cruel and efficient aesthetic of slaughter. The next, the blade's path suddenly became unpredictable, incorporating spatial manipulation techniques derived from the Old One's all-consuming attack patterns. The blade seemed to bypass spatial barriers, blooming directly from within its target. Every strike she unleashed seemed to draw nourishment from her surroundings. As her blade sliced through the tiny spatial rifts left from her previous practice, the ethereal energy leaking from the rifts caused no harm. Instead, it was captured and absorbed by the sword's power, adding an annihilating quality to the next strike. She seemed to be able to transform the characteristics of every opponent she had fought into resources for her own evolution. Every strike she unleashed seemed to draw nourishment from her surroundings. Most importantly, each of her subtle improvements not only manifested in her swordsmanship, but also resonated throughout the entire gathering place of evolution for all insects. The continent beneath her feet throbbed more violently, the swarms of insects in the air spun faster, and even the boiling of the distant biological furnace intensified. She was like the core of the entire insect swarm's evolutionary engine. Each of her breakthroughs opened up new and more powerful evolutionary paths for the entire race. The Zerg High Command, hovering around, observing the spectacle, felt an ever-growing awe in their cold, compound eyes. They could sense that the Overlord's power was becoming increasingly unfathomable at an alarming rate. The battle with the Old World Lord left not only scars, but also a fragment of rules from a higher level of existence implanted into her evolutionary core. She was digesting and absorbing it at an astonishing speed, transforming it into an even more terrifying power unique to the Blade Zerg. This queen was charging towards a higher level of life in a way that sent shivers down the spines of all beings. And indeed, as she practiced, radiating outwards from the 7 generals, all the Zerg High Command, without even entering a fusion state, advanced to the 5th tier. Boom! 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 A series of powerful auras soared into the sky, stirring the eternal crimson clouds above the nest. That was a symbol of a fundamental leap in the level of life. It was the mark of stepping into the 5th tier, touching the rules of the universe, and becoming a truly immortal being. At this moment, millions of high-ranking Zerg simultaneously completed their ascension. Their auras merged into one, transforming into a substantial pressure that enveloped the entire gathering and evolution ground of 10,000 Zerg. The already turbulent ocean of biomass, as if stimulated by this collective ascension, unleashed an even more frenzied wave of evolution. Countless new Zerg units emerged from their cocoons amidst hissing cries, seemingly born with an imprint of even greater power. The overwhelming aura of the newly ascended 5th tier gradually subsided like a tide in the core area of the Zerg hive, but the sense of power it contained became even more solid and even more chilling. Having just completed its ascension, Mr. Cocoon's form had become even more profound, resembling a dark insect egg harboring a galaxy. It turned to the equally unfathomable Ms. 8 pregnancy beside it and asked, its voice carrying the stability of a new realm mixed with a hint of barely perceptible worry, "Your Majesty, has you made up your mind?" It was referring, of course, to Her Majesty's unconventional, almost insane evolutionary path, and her apparent tacit approval, even encouragement, of the entire high-level collectively advancing to the 5th tier, rather than choosing the more safe path of advancing the entire civilization to the 5th level. Yes. Ms. 8 Pregnance's response remained calm. Her multifaceted eyes reflected the distant figure of the queen standing still, and the increasingly frenzied evolutionary scene of the entire nest due to the collective ascension. You didn't stop it? Mr. Cocoon pressed on, well aware of Ms. 8 Pregnancy's special position and wisdom in the insectoid decision-making process. Yes. Ms. 8 Pregnancy's answer was brief and affirmative. Mr. Cocoon was silent for a moment. Its newly formed spiritual sense, capable of vaguely perceiving the laws of the universe, made it feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Why? Wouldn't it be better to follow the optimal, most conventional model, gather the strength of the entire race, and propel the civilization as a whole to the 5th level, gaining a more stable foundation and broader space for development? The 8 Pregnant lady hesitated for a rare moment. Her body, covered in mysterious patterns, undulated slightly, as if organizing her thoughts. Finally, she simply shook her head slowly, conveying a heavy thought. If the message he brought back is true. She didn't explicitly say who he was, but Mr. Cocoon immediately understood that she was referring to the being with a complex connection to the queen, who had brought about a world-shaking prophecy. So, in the not-too-distant future, the universe will face not ordinary challenges but a cataclysmic disaster. The thoughts of the 8 Pregnant woman carried an unprecedented heaviness. Intangible, corrupt, organic. Whatever their form, their terror far surpasses any natural disaster we ever known. They possess power sufficient to annihilate the multiverse. Her compound eyes seemed to pierce through the nest, seeing the despairing future. Even the legendary Level 9 civilizations, faced with such a catastrophe, might collapse like sandcastles. A brief silence followed. Both the 8 Pregnant woman and Mr. Cocoon could feel the immense shock and chill in each other's consciousness. After a long silence, the 8 Pregnant lady's thoughts resonated again, carrying a resolute determination, faced with a threat of that level, concerning the very survival of the universe. The risks associated with a Level 4 civilization challenging a Level 5 civilization, the so-called difficulty of breaking the shackles of civilization. Compared to that, they no longer seem so unacceptable, so untouchable. Perhaps, only by breaking with convention, embracing uncertainty, even walking on the edge of destruction, can we possibly carve out a sliver of hope. An extremely slim chance of survival, for the Zerg, and for many more beings, in the final catastrophe of the future. This is Her Majesty the Queen's decision. And this is the path we must follow. Cocoon fell silent. Its newly acquired Level 5 perception allowed it to grasp the weight of the 8 Pregnant lady's words, and the looming dark future more deeply than ever before. It no longer questioned, but simply merged its will more tightly into the vast collective consciousness of the Zerg swarm. Survival is never a matter of following a set pattern. Faced with inevitable ultimate destruction, any seemingly risky evolution may become the only hope. The Zerg will use this as a test of their strength in the apocalypse. Chapter 1776. As the last high-ranking Zerg figure vanished into the depths of the lair, the massive platform formed by the chitinous continent and pulsating bloodlines finally fell completely silent. Only the low rumble of the distant biofurnace and the viscous sound of the flowing liquid in the energy pipes formed the eternal background noise. The Queen of Blades still stood silently in the center of the platform, her living twin-bladed sword still in her hands. But at this moment, the fierce killing intent that had once commanded the submission of all insects and cleaved through the rules emanating from her receded like a tide. She began to wield her twin blades once more. However, this time, her swordsmanship was completely different from before. Gone was the violent tearing of space, gone was the brutal execution of destruction. The trajectory of the twin blades became lingering and tender. The flashing light was no longer a storm of death, but rather like a freehand painting woven with light and shadow. The sound of the blade slicing through the air became soft, like a lover's whisper, carrying an indescribable tenderness. Deepest in her consciousness, a tightly sealed fragment of memory, accompanied by this peculiar blade intent, quietly surfaced and magnified. It was at the end of a timeline on the verge of collapse, back to back with that man, facing the all-encompassing temporal turbulence. In that moment, their spirits transcended the barriers of race and form, linking together without reservation. His cunning and treachery, her absolute violence, his meticulous calculations, her instinctive intuition, perfectly blended and complemented each other. The two swords united. Not physical swords, but a resonance of wills, a resonance of souls. Two completely different forces, in that moment, twisted into one, not for destruction, but for repair, for forcibly carving out a stable future within that absolute chaos. That feeling of perfect spiritual unity and synchronized will was like a burning brand, deeply etched into the core of her being. At this moment, practicing the blade of tender affection that long lost, profound feeling of spiritual oneness once again spread from the deepest recesses of her consciousness like a warm tide. It wasn't merely a matter of will, it transformed into a strange biological signal, silently covering the trillions of Zerg units under her command, scattered across the vast galaxy, through her supreme authority as the Zerg Overlord. Every Zergling, every Hydralisk, every Ultralisk, every Zerg Lord. The life link shared deep within every cell of them, connected to Her Majesty the Queen, trembled slightly at this moment. There were no specific commands, no empowering intervention, only a barely perceptible ripple of warmth, incongruous with the Zerg's cold, evolutionary nature, quietly sweeping across the very foundations of the Zerg swarm network. The ripples were fleeting, so swift that not a single Zerg unit, including the newly promoted Tier 5 high-ranking members, could perceive their existence or significance. But it did happen. The Queen of Blades' movements gradually slowed, finally sheathing her sword and standing still. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the illusory starry sky above the hive, formed by countless spirals of Zerg swarms. A complex and enigmatic light flashed in her deep compound eyes. In that light, there was reminiscence, a hint of almost imperceptible gentleness, but ultimately, it all transformed into a deeper, resolute determination that froze everything. Among those present, the sole spectator, Lady 8, silently watched this scene. Then, the more she watched, the more astonished she became. As the subtle ripples of emotion, emanating from the memories, and so incongruous with the cold, hard insect hive, subsided, the Queen of Blades' gaze instantly became colder and more resolute than ever before. Instead of suppressing or dispelling the unique feeling stemming from spiritual resonance, she did something incredibly mad. Using her supreme will as a furnace, she stripped away, purified, and refined this affection, this profound experience of spiritual unity, along with a complex and inexplicable attachment and resolute determination towards a certain being, and then fiercely forged it into the double-headed swordsmanship in her hands. This wasn't indulgence, but a sacrifice. A sacrifice of the last bit of softness in her heart, transforming it into the ultimate blade to sever everything, including her own hesitation. Buzz! The living double-headed swords in her hands emitted an unprecedented mournful cry and tremble. On the blade, the originally dark crimson light suddenly receded, replaced by a deeper, more eerie dark golden hue, within which countless fine, intricate patterns representing linkage and resonance seemed to be constantly arising and ceasing. She swung the sword again. This time, the swordsmanship was completely different. The sword light was no longer lingering, but far more deadly. Each strike was no longer merely a slicing of matter or a tearing of space, but a direct strike at the existential connection and causal destiny of the target. Where the blade passed, one could almost hear the crisp sound of invisible threads of fate being forcibly severed. This sword intent contained an extreme contradiction, a resolute determination to destroy everything in order to protect something, and a tragic grandeur of burning oneself out to sever ties. Under this extreme burning of emotion and tempering of will, her swordsmanship underwent a fundamental leap, breaking through an invisible barrier and touching upon a profound and mysterious level. A cosmic plug-in. Her dual-blade technique was no longer merely an attack method or the application of rules. It began to intervene in, modify, and even temporarily overwrite the underlying operating logic of a small universe. With a single slash, the law of entropy increase was briefly reversed within the area touched by the blade's light. Broken things began to recombine in reverse, but the end of this recombination was not repair, but rather a path towards more complete collapse. She spun and swung, forcibly distorting causality wherever the blade passed. The effect of the attack, i.e. damage, would precede the cause, i.e. the blade's contact, causing the enemy. Unpredictable and impossible to defend against, the effect even giving rise to the cause of being struck. Her twin swords, wielded in a cross pattern, could temporarily create a miniature, absolutely logical closed loop. Any action taken by an entity trapped within it would become a catalyst for self-destruction, like being trapped in an unsolvable paradox. She was using this sword, forged with affection and decisiveness, to forcibly patch the universe, writing temporary, yet absolutely deadly new rules. The Blade Queen had actually broken through someone's swordsmanship limitations, forcefully creating a new type of cosmic plug-in. This level of evolution was so monstrous that even a transmigrator like the senior engineer would be astonished. Monstrosity was monstrosity. The Blade Queen's terrifying operation, almost tampering with the universe's underlying code, naturally caused ripples in the rules and anomalies at the level of existence, which did not escape the perception of the only spectator present. Incredulous light flashed in the deep compound eyes of the woman with 8 pregnancies. Her massive body even leaned forward slightly due to extreme shock, and a thought containing a huge question was about to be uttered. However, before her thought could be transmitted, a strange doubt, completely inconsistent with her cold temperament, also flashed across the face of the Queen of Blades in the arena. It seemed even she herself couldn't fully comprehend the profound changes caused by this single strike. The twin living blades in her hands didn't stop. Instead, they began to rotate in opposite directions, following some mysterious trajectory. The blades didn't rotate quickly, yet they seemed to stir the very fabric of the universe. Where the blades passed, space no longer cracked, but instead manifested two diametrically opposed yet fundamental laws. On one side was a network of countless golden threads, representing the interconnectedness of all things. On the other was a blade of ultimate nothingness, capable of utterly severing all connections. Connection and separation. These contradictory concepts reached a dangerous balance in the dance of the blades, then underwent an incredible collapse and manifestation. Clang! A clear sound, as if from the beginning of the universe, rang out. At the core of the blade's convergence, an indescribable burst of intense light erupted, not illuminating anything, but devouring all surrounding light and perception. After the blinding light, a colossal mirror silently floated before the Queen of Blades. The mirror possessed an ancient design, its frame composed of countless intricate, ever-changing runes of law. The mirror itself was a complete two-sided mirror, both sides radiating an intense, almost imperceptible, aura of evolutionary rules, seemingly bearing witness to the rise and fall of a civilization. What caused the 8 pregnant ladies' pupils to constrict even further was that on the side of the mirror facing them, a clearly visible, lush, and dizzyingly complex phantom of a mechanical technology tree was reflected. From the most basic gears and levers, to energy transmission, to intelligent AI, to planetary terraforming, to interstellar travel, dimensional technology. A clear and magnificent path of mechanical civilization's development was imprinted on the mirror's surface like an epic. A cosmic relic? Or that little guy's cosmic relic? The 8 pregnant woman murmured, her voice trembling. She immediately recognized the origin of this technology tree, especially the most dazzling branches at the very top, clearly marked with the code name of a civilization that had left a deep imprint on the primordial universe. The mechanic civilization. This was the complete technological blueprint of that civilization. The Queen of Blades' mysterious strike had actually, from the level of cause and effect and rules, unearthed a relic of a civilization deeply connected to the High Engineer, a civilization that had almost become a cosmic legend. Master? A childlike and confused voice softly rang out from the floating two-way mirror. The mirror rippled like water, and a phantom image identical to the Queen of Blades slowly emerged. This was the mirror spirit, now transformed into the Queen of Blades, its compound eyes filled with bewilderment as it gazed at its reflection outside the mirror, then looked down at its own reflection, appearing utterly confused. It could clearly sense an extremely profound, almost inseparable soul link between the Super Zerg overlord before it and its master. This connection was far more intense than usual. But if its master had a mission, why didn't he inform it beforehand? Just then, the 8-year-old woman beside it broke the silence with a meaningful sigh. TSK, I really didn't expect that little guy to be so well hidden, actually possessing such an extraordinary cosmic relic. She examined the intricate mechanical technology tree on the mirror with great interest, continuing, moreover, the function of this relic seems closely related to recording and deducing the technology tree of civilizations? Truly astonishing. Although the mirror spirit inherited the vast knowledge base of the air civilization, its own mind was as blank as a sheet of paper, utterly naive. Upon hearing this powerful insectoid high-ranking official actually praise it, it instantly forgot its previous doubts. The illusory figure in the mirror puffed out its chest and blurted out with a hint of arrogance, "Recording technology trees is nothing. That's just my most basic function. My true ability is resurrecting civilizations." The moment the words resurrecting civilizations were uttered, the illusory figure of the mirror spirit immediately realized its slip of the tongue, quickly covering its mouth with its hand, a flicker of panic crossing its compound eyes. This was the ultimate secret their master had warned them not to reveal. A resurrected civilization? The Queen of Blades and Lady 8 Pregnant almost simultaneously shuddered. The two top Zerg beings exchanged a glance, their compound eyes instantly replaced by an intense, burning greed and the elation of seeing endless hope. One of the greatest challenges in the cross-level civilization war they were planning was how to deal with the dimensional reduction attack of a level 5 ascended civilization, as long as they survived the first wave, with the Zerg civilization's abnormal evolutionary methods. They could evolve corresponding resistance mechanisms. And this mirror actually possesses the heaven-defying ability to revive civilizations? It's practically the ultimate artifact tailor-made for them. Seeing the undisguised burning light in the eyes of the two Zerg leaders, the mirror spirit's illusory form trembled slightly. It quickly tried to cover its tracks, weakly asking, What? What exactly is your relationship with my master? Ms. A Pregnancy reacted swiftly, instantly plastering her face with the most amiable smile possible. Her voice became unusually gentle, carrying an undeniable tone of certainty, as she said to the mirror spirit, Little mirror, you're right, we are of course your masters too. Especially this one, can't you see her relationship with your master? Ms. A Pregnancy pushed out the Queen of Blades almost without hesitation. Chapter 1777. The mirror spirit's simple consciousness was thrown into chaos by Madame Ba-Ren's words, of course, we are also your masters. It instinctively sensed that what she said wasn't entirely false, but it also vaguely felt that something was amiss. After all, in its core commands, the only officially recognized master was the High Engineer. The illusory image on its face showed obvious confusion and hesitation, its compound eyes flickering as if it were struggling to grasp this complex relationship. Madame Ba-Ren, being incredibly shrewd, immediately detected the mirror spirit's wavering. Before the mirror spirit could ponder further, she pressed her advantage, her tone becoming even more persuasive, while simultaneously, in an almost declarative manner, pushing the Blade Queen, who had remained silent, but whose aura resonated deeply with the High Engineer, to the forefront. Especially this one, the pregnant woman's thoughts emphasized with a guiding tone, as if reminding a child who couldn't see the truth, can't you sense it? The profound connection between her and your Mr. G, a connection that transcends the ordinary, almost symbiotic, is truly profound. Her thoughts, like invisible tentacles, gently stirred the incredibly tight soul link between the Queen of Blades and the Senior Engineer, amplifying and highlighting its specialness and priority. Isn't this inseparable connection enough to explain everything? The pregnant woman's voice was filled with an air of its only natural. Sense it carefully, this resonance, this bond originating from the very source of existence. Shouldn't she be one of your true, most core masters? These words, coupled with the unconscious emanation of the same aura emanating from the Queen of Blades, aura shared with the High Engineer, struck the mirror spirit's simple mind like a hammer blow. Its simple logic began to falter. Yes, this deep binding at the soul level was indeed more fundamental, more primal, than any verbal command or authorization. If even their very existence was shared, then this Zerg Queen's status was naturally extraordinary. It had overheard Huang Yuanli mention that long ago, its master did indeed have a lover, but the specifics of this lover were shrouded in secrecy. Just as it was about to agree, the Queen of Blades spoke instead. Just as the words of the pregnant lady, like invisible tentacles, attempted to completely guide the mirror spirit's logic towards recognizing a master. Wait! A cold voice, yet carrying an extremely complex undertone, rang out, interrupting the delicate atmosphere. It was the Queen of Blades. For the first time, an indescribable expression appeared on her face, which seemed sculpted from millennia of ice. Her expression was a mixture of extreme discomfort, a hint of offended anger, and a deeper, unfamiliar hesitation. This expression perfectly reflected her indescribable emotions. As the Blade Queen, who commanded endless swarms of insects, and forged her legend through ruthless conquest and evolution, she always obtained what she wanted through absolute power. Overwhelming them with hordes of insects, tearing them apart with claws, crushing them with evolution. Her throne was built from the corpses of countless civilizations, and the remnants of planets. She had never imagined that one day, she would need to rely on this ethereal, spiritual bond of friendship to lure and acquire a treasure that could have been forcibly seized by force. This feeling instilled a profound sense of humiliation in her proud, survival-obsessed Zerg instincts. It was as if she were defiling the very laws upon which she depended for survival in a despicable and cowardly manner. This thought churned within her consciousness like molten lava, destroying that creature's power, seizing this cosmic relic with its heaven-defying ability to resurrect civilizations. This should have been the most direct and logical choice, perfectly aligned with Zerg logic. As for certain biological hormones representing emotions, she had long since evolved and refined them into her blade. However, the instant this murderous thought arose, a strange hesitation, like a cold, sharp thorn, suddenly pierced her boiling killing intent. Almost simultaneously, the pair of living double-headed blades in her hands, into which she had just forged a special affection, trembled slightly, their cold, sharp tips undulating uncontrollably. A faint yet incredibly clear ripple of resonance, originating from the previous exchange, flowed back into the depths of her consciousness along the hilts. That resonance carried the absolute trust and unspoken understanding she had recently experienced when she and that other person were spiritually united, fighting side by side. This ripple clashed violently with her deeply ingrained instinct for conquest as the Zerg Queen. On one side was the simple, direct, and violent takeover in accordance with her survival principles. On the other side was the bond she had just forged into the blades, representing some complex connection and, perhaps, a different possibility. This contradiction froze her in place. The indescribable expression on her perpetually frozen face deepened. The faint ripples of the double-edged sword in her hand seemed to be an outward manifestation of her intense inner struggle. Even the pregnant lady beside her keenly sensed this extremely rare and unstable contradictory aura emanating from the queen. A slight light flickered in her deep compound eyes as she temporarily ceased further guidance, observing the situation. An eerie silence fell over the core area of the Zerg hive. Only the silent storm of conquest and affection raged fiercely within the Queen of Blades. The pregnant lady keenly perceived the Queen of Blades' intense inner struggle, a contradiction that went against her instincts. In her long-held understanding, the ironclad law of the Zerg was the survival of the fittest. Any form of affection or compromise signified weakness. She could almost foresee that the Queen would ultimately follow her most direct instinct, to seize by force. She didn't believe that, under such deeply ingrained survival rules, the Queen of Blades would make any better, more complex choices. However, the Queen of Blades is the Queen of Blades. The violent inner turmoil, faced with her supernova-like, powerful will, lasted only a breath. On her icy face, all complex emotions were instantly stripped away and crushed, replaced by a pure, utterly decisive coldness. She had completed her self-assessment and judgment. She did not accept Ms. Baugh's explanation of climbing the social ladder, and she forcibly suppressed the hesitation arising from their special connection. Her choice returned to the most essential logic, the logic most consistent with her identity. She raised her eyes, her gaze like two tangible icicles piercing the illusory form of the mirror spirit. Her voice was flat and direct, without any concealment. "Listen, I have absolutely no relation to your master." These words, like a biting wind, instantly dispelled the mirror spirit's fleeting illusions and confusion stirred by the words of the pregnant lady. "Your summons here was purely by chance," she continued, stating the facts in an unquestionable, icy tone. Then, she revealed her core purpose without any beating around the bush. "But I do need your functions." This need carried no request, no transaction, only a sense of entitlement, a direct declaration of power from the strong to the weak. Although the mirror spirit was simple, it possessed an instinctive fear of such blatant malice and possessiveness. It instantly understood its predicament. All those claims about a master were a lie, this terrifying being before it intended to forcibly take it. It had almost been fooled. Utterly unlucky. The mirror spirit's illusory face showed extreme panic. Without a word, it immediately activated the core laws of its true form, the mirror, attempting to tear through space and escape back to its master. However, Buzz, an invisible yet extremely refined sword intent, arriving before the mirror spirit, didn't strike it directly, but rather wove an absolute spatial cage, instantly enveloping all dimensions around the mirror. The ripples that had just appeared on the mirror surface were forcibly smoothed out, all escape routes completely blocked in an instant. The sword light didn't touch it, yet it had already severed all its escape routes. The Queen of Blades made her stance clear in the most direct way. No talk of friendship, no regard for cause and effect, only needs and strength. She needed it, so she kept it. It was that simple. "Do you intend to oppose my master?" "I'm not afraid to tell you, my master hasn't ascended yet, but he follows the path of merging civilizations, invincible among those of the same level." "Do you want to completely offend him?" the mirror spirit said, its voice laced with bravado. Faced with the mirror spirit's attempt to tear through space and escape, the Blade Queen's icy face remained unmoved. She simply asked in a calm, almost indifferent tone, "Is this what you mean?" The moment her words fell, boom! It wasn't a sound, but a terrifying roar, as if the very foundation of the universe had been forcibly torn apart, exploding directly in the deepest recesses of the consciousness of all beings. Centered on the Blade Queen, the space behind her was utterly ripped open like a fragile canvas. What was revealed was not nothingness, but boundless, surging, ancient energy radiating an aura of ancient desolation. This energy was far more vast, purer, and more ancient than any energy source the mirror spirit could comprehend. It seemed to connect to the universe. A primordial core from the very beginning of creation. Even more chilling is that this terrifying ancient energy wasn't a chaotic eruption, but rather, as if possessing a life of its own, precisely, violently, yet harmoniously fused with the entire gathering and evolutionary land of all insects. the primordial nest of the blade insectids, completing its deepest fusion. The entire nest seemed to instantly come alive, unleashing a roar that shook the entire cosmos. The auras of countless insectid units surged wildly, and the nest's size and strength expanded and intensified at a visible rate. The insectid aura was no longer simply one of ferocity and evolutionary desire, but was infused with an ancient, immortal pressure originating from the very beginning of the universe, enough to crush all civilized creations. At the heart of all this, the Blade Queen's aura began a frenzied ascent beyond comprehension. 4th tier. 5th tier. 6th tier. Her life level broke through continuously, as if without any bottleneck. This was not a simple accumulation of energy, but a leap in the essence of life. Her form became more perfect, more inhuman, in the light, as if she had transformed into a manifestation of some kind of cosmic rule. Finally, her aura stabilized at a terrifying level that the Mirror Spirit could neither comprehend nor judge. The Mirror Spirit's inherited heir's civilization knowledge base, and the Mirror Demon clan's terrifying talent capable of replicating countless civilizations, at this moment, the Blade Queen. Before the absolute power displayed by the king, everything else became meaningless. This at least demonstrates one thing: the ultimate form, the Queen of Blades, now fused with the ancient energy and the entire insect hive, has reached a power level that completely surpasses the peak of the heir civilization's most prosperous period. It also completely exceeds the power limit that the Mirror Demon race's talent can replicate. Standing there, she is no longer a living being, but more like a living, walking cosmic catastrophe, an ultimate existence capable of deciding the life and death of a civilization. The Queen of Blades' gaze once again falls upon the completely imprisoned Mirror Spirit, still calm, yet carrying an absolute pressure capable of crushing stars. The Mirror Spirit's face turned pale from the shock, unable to speak. So, in the end, it all comes back to the essence of plunder. Deep within her consciousness, Lady 8 felt a pang of regret for the little one who had brought the prophecy. She knew that when the Queen spoke need in such a terrifyingly calm tone, it usually meant that a devastating plunder was about to begin. That mechanic civilization is likely to cease to exist, and this peculiar cosmic relic will inevitably be forcibly incorporated into the Zerg treasury. But Lady 8 felt something was amiss. This didn't feel like the Queen's usual style. If she were truly determined to take it by force, why bother with words? She could simply crush it. This seemed more like asserting some kind of sovereignty. Just then, the Queen of Blades suddenly turned her head, her compound eyes, seemingly containing the will of the entire Zerg swarm, looking at Lady 8, and asked a seemingly unrelated question: how many cosmic relics remain in our treasury? Lady 8 was taken aback, then quickly replied, Your Majesty, fewer than 10 high-level relics remain active to this day. The rest, low-level or damaged, have been thrown into the evolutionary furnace as is customary, to hone the teeth of the new generation. The Queen of Blades nodded slightly, her tone flat, yet carrying a judgment. An absolute authority, like that of all things. Select the 5 best. Just as Lady 8 was about to accept the order, the Queen of Blades continued, each word like a decree, etched into space. Then select 10 more civilization fusion technologies, 100 ascension buildings, and 1,000 cosmic treasures, and prepare them. Before Lady 8 could digest this massive list, the Queen of Blades' gaze seemed to pierce through the endless sea of stars, locking onto a certain coordinate, and uttered a final, earth-shattering judgment: these, as a deposit. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an overwhelming will, brooking no questioning or rebuttal. Send it over, tell that Mr. G. She paused, the cold light in her compound eyes burning intensely, as if declaring an ultimate cosmic truth: I have taken a liking to him. I will marry him. This is not a discussion, it's an announcement. The temperature at the core of the entire lair seemed to plummet to absolute zero. Even space-time seemed to freeze. As for these, she said, as if referring to insignificant dust, they are merely a gift. Her gaze drifted to the deeper void, the battlefield she was about to conquer. When I return victorious, I will bring with me all the resources of a complete level 5 mechanical civilization as a betrothal gift. Dead silence. The massive body of the 8 pregnant lady froze completely, the light in her compound eyes solidifying, as if her processing system had instantly overloaded and crashed. Even the Mirror Spirit, imprisoned by the Blade Queen's aura, saw its illusory form fluctuate violently, almost losing its shape. Both were completely stunned by this inconceivable, 180-degree turn of events. No. Wait! Are you mistaken? The Mirror Spirit was the first to recover from its shock, screaming incoherently, trying to save its master's innocence. My master. He's been married for ages. His daughter's old enough to run errands. He's a divorced man. You can't. You can't marry a divorced man. He's not worth that much. In her desperation, the mirror spirit even blurted out not worth much, trying to belittle the commodity and deter the buyer. The Queen of Blades, upon hearing this, showed no anger or hesitation. Instead, she replied with a matter-of-fact tone, even tinged with appreciation and satisfaction, "I like the child named Little Red, probing his excellent genes, strong reproductive system, and suitability for reproduction." Her tone was as if she were evaluating a perfect breeding tool. "Big but good for bearing children, just what I want. My insected race needs such a mate. He is mine. This matter is settled." Chapter 1778. Meanwhile, someone unaware of the situation was in their nomadic lair, looking down from a high vantage point as the heavenly Khan, observing the final ceremony. In the cold depths of space, against the backdrop of slowly rotating vortex star systems, billions of stars, like diamond dust, were scattered across the boundless black velvet. Two massive interstellar fleets were slowly converging from a distant star system. The fleet on the left, with its long, slender ships and sharp angles, resembled a flock of raptors, the command of the eagle-winged Khan. Her flagship, the Claw of the Sky, resembled a giant eagle spreading its wings, its streamlined bow shimmering with a ghostly blue energy, its massive ion engines leaving two silent yet powerful contrails in the vacuum. The fleet on the right, however, presented a completely different style. The ships were heavy and solid, like floating fortresses and asteroids in interstellar space, their armor plating etched with the marks of time and featuring powerful arrays of turrets. This is the power of the Rock Khan, whose flagship, the Immortal Bulwark, resembles a mobile bioalloy mountain range, immovable and radiating a reassuring aura of stability. At the center of the two fleet formations, in a vast void, the figures of the two Khans are magnified to the size of stars. The image of the eagle-winged Khan is dynamic and sharp. She wears not traditional armor, but a spacesuit covered in smooth black composite armor, her shoulder armor retaining the sharp, folded wing design of a falcon. Her gaze, seen through the hologram, seems to perceive changes in the star map light years away, filled with a sharp edge of ambition and conquest. The image of the Rock Khan, on the other hand, appears as steady as a mountain. His image is more weighty, combining bionic armor with a heavy cloak. His face is like rock strata weathered by millennia of stellar winds, resolute, reliable, representing the cornerstone of civilization's continuation. The next moment, all the ship's lights went out, leaving only essential navigation signals. Then, from the fortified fleet of the Rock Khan, a colossal cauldron sculpted from an entire asteroid slowly emerged. Its surface was inscribed with epic runes from the ancient history of its civilization. The cauldron glided silently, finally hovering directly in front of the two fleets, like a sacrificial offering. The flagship of the eagle-winged Khan, the Claw of the Sky, fired an extremely thin, highly concentrated beam of energy from its bow, precisely injecting it into the cauldron. Instantly, a ghostly blue flame, seemingly alive, ignited within the cauldron. This was the flame of civilization, a fusion of the energy characteristics and historical data of two civilizations. The entire star system was plunged into a deep, sacrificial darkness, with only the sacred flame of civilization burning at its center. Simultaneously, all the ship's communication channels resonated on a single frequency, not transmitting voice, but rather reciting their coded civilization's history, laws, and achievements as hymns in the form of energy ripples into the flames within the cauldron. This was essentially a complete data fusion and covenant inscription. The eagle-winged Khan's fingertip forced forth a drop of energy essence, shimmering with starlight and resembling liquid platinum, representing his civilization's spirit of exploration and immortal soul. The Rock Khan's fingertip forced forth a drop of material essence, thick as magma and containing the texture of rock, representing his civilization's resilient foundation and visceral commitment. These two drops, each condensing the blood of the nomadic civilization's ultimate achievements, were simultaneously dripped into the flames of civilization within the cauldron. Boom! The flames suddenly surged, turning a deep purplish gold, their light piercing the giant cauldron, transforming into countless streams of light that shot into the depths of space. These streaks of light were not aimless, they rapidly unfolded and structured in the vacuum, forming a magnificent galaxy traversing the starry sea, the path of the heavenly Khan, composed of light and complex geometric symbols. Instantly sacrificed open. This path, born of a sacred covenant and sacrifice, was filled with unquestionable authority and ancient mystery. The high engineer took a deep breath. Where he inhaled, the void collapsed. Simultaneously, the air around him began to distort and heat up, a deep, resonant hum, like the roar of 1,000 beasts, or the whisper of billions of lives, spreading out from him. This sound did not travel through the air, but directly vibrated the space itself. The chaotic metal floor beneath his feet even began to condense into fine, biological organism-like energy veins, as if his entire nest had become an extension of his life. Then, a breathtaking sight appeared, behind the High Engineer, in the void. Countless flickering, overlapping, and intertwined phantoms of bloodline totems began to emerge. A fleeting glimpse of eagle wings, composed of energy, tore through the void. The silhouettes of mountain giants solidified, suppressing all directions. Transparent, shimmering starfish trails meandered through dimensional gaps. A gigantic claw phantom, purely crystalline, contained the power to crush stars. And elemental spirits, shifting like the aurora borealis, sang joyfully. This was no simple illusion. Each totem phantom represented a carbon-based racial characteristic absorbed and fused with the High Engineer's bloodline. Thousands upon thousands of them, layered upon each other, formed a constantly evolving, ever-renewing genealogy of life among myriad races, based on the High Engineer's body. This power was no longer the inheritance of a single civilization, but encompassed the evolutionary possibilities of countless carbon-based civilizations across the cosmos. The cosmic tremors triggered by the opening of the entire Heavenly Khan's relics became the perfect crucible. Gao Gong's body was the core of this crucible, the bloodlines of myriad races were the fuel, and the gains from the whip of ascension were the catalyst. He was not merely gaining power, he was using himself as a blueprint to reenact a civilizational evolution accelerated billions of times. Every instant, a new racial characteristic was fused, a cutting-edge technology was assimilated, and his very existence began to transcend the individual, becoming a walking, living crystallization of civilization. Finally, when the passage was completely stable, and the pillar of light from the crown enveloped him entirely, Gao Gong slowly opened his eyes. His eyes no longer held simple confusion or surprise, but a profound light reflecting the birth and death of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations. He gently clenched his fist, and within his palm, it seemed as if countless phantoms of races were paying homage, and the shimmering light of countless superweapons flickered. He not only unlocked the relics, but also, upon the miracles within, forged himself into an unprecedented Heavenly Khan entity. The bloodlines of myriad races and all kinds of technology were no longer tools, but integral parts of his existence. The glory of the crown had not yet faded, and the surging bloodlines and technological civilizations surrounding him had just begun to subside. The senior engineer was still immersed in the overwhelming feeling of leaping to a higher level of life. A voice, tinged with a hint of languor and familiar teasing, sounded behind him. "Brother, why did you summon me again?" The senior engineer turned around. Behind him was not a terrifying monster, but another self. But this self was completely different from him. The other maintained the basic outline of a high-ranking engineer, but his posture was more upright and imposing, as if formed from pure concepts. He wore not physical armor, but a robe woven from flowing starlight and the epic history of civilizations, a robe that constantly depicted the birth and prosperity of countless races, the ignition and annihilation of countless stars. His face vaguely resembled that of a high-ranking engineer, yet it carried a calm and profound quality born from traversing all the vicissitudes of the universe. His eyes were gentle, yet seemed to pierce through the ends of time and space. This was a high-ranking engineer of the Heavenly Khan after his complete ascension. He stood there, and the surrounding space naturally curved in submission, but he himself felt no pressure. Instead, he felt as at ease as if he were home, looking at this self before him with a helpless yet knowing smile, still carrying a hint of novice aura. "Nothing much, just testing my skills, seeing how I compare to the previous interstellar Khan." The understanding of the myriad race's bloodline settled in the engineer's eyes. He looked down at his palm, his fingers slowly closing, as if trying to grasp some invisible power within them. With his movement, an intense, overwhelming light of ascension overflowed from between his fingers. This light wasn't simply energy radiance, but rather contained the aura of laws governing the ultimate evolution of civilization, a harbinger of an imminent final transformation in life forms. This feeling meant that in terms of the evolution of nomadic civilization, he was no different from the former interstellar Khan, and could take that final step at any moment. Meanwhile, 3 orbs of light, each distinct yet radiating a chilling intensity, slowly revolved around his body like living satellites. This was the ultimate symbol of the nomadic civilization's power and strength, a galaxy-level weapon wielded only by their acknowledged Great Khan. Within one orb, a miniature, pulsating nebula-like structure was faintly visible, resembling a living, galaxy-scale altar, capable of offering stars as sacrifices to the laws of the universe for miraculous power. The other orb was a deep, dark hue, containing a terrifying, ever-swirling vortex, radiating a ravenous thirst for devouring stars and consuming all things, the ultimate manifestation of civilizational expansion. The third orb shifted unpredictably, sometimes displaying vibrant colors, sometimes turning a deathly gray, a mimetic weapon capable of infecting, assimilating, and even reshaping the entire galaxy's ecology and civilization. The altar of living beings in the galaxy, the Star Eater, the Khan Plague. The overflowing light of ascension in the High Engineer's palm resonated with the 3 galaxy-level specialized weapons surrounding him at an unprecedented depth. The light was no longer simply reflecting, but began to connect and intertwine, like a neural network of life, forming a complex and vast life circuit. At the core of this circuit was the High Engineer himself. He became the central hub and source of consciousness for the entire disaster system. The last and most terrifying catastrophic characteristic of the nomadic civilization was being conceived and born within this resonance. This final catastrophic characteristic evolved from the professional knowledge chain of galaxy-level weapon development, biological side. The galactic disaster had finally evolved. Chapter 1779. The Whip of the Conqueror. Abandoning traditional mechanical and energy weapon paradigms, it unleashes the power of life itself on a galactic scale. Its pursuit is not destruction, but conquest, assimilation, and evolution, transforming all species within the galaxy into a living ecosystem that can be arbitrarily shaped by civilization and ultimately serve ascension. Characteristic 1. The Whip of Species no longer content with cultivating new biological weapons. It treats all known life forms in the universe, below the ascension stage, as disassembled, recombined, and optimized weapon components. It strives to fuse the best traits of billions of species into one, creating the ultimate perfect biological weapon. Characteristic 2. The Whip of Civilization. It treats the entirety of the target civilization, including its technology, culture, social structure, and even its people, as digestible, absorbable, and usable nutrients or components for self-strengthening. Characteristic 3. The Whip of Ascension. It forges the path to ascension of an individual or civilization itself into an absolute force field capable of suppressing, distorting, and even negating all other evolutionary paths. Within this force field, only the nomadic ascension mode is the sole legitimate and correct mode of existence. As the final cataclysmic trait was developed and integrated, the 3 beams of light completely merged with the power of ascension, ultimately unfolding a phantom and terrifying scene behind the High Engineer. A surging tide of knowledge constructed from countless remnants of civilizations and distorted technologies. Where the tide passed, stars vanished, but even more terrifying was the erasure of the meaning of civilizations. All unique technologies, cultures, and philosophies were devoured and decomposed by this tide, ultimately leaving only the extreme pursuit and imitation of biological ascension and the power of the Great Khan. It doesn't destroy life itself, but it destroys the diversity of civilization and all future potential, dragging all intelligent beings into a single evolutionary endpoint called nomads, forming a self-reinforcing, galaxy-devouring black hole of civilization. At this moment, the senior engineer, at first glance, was almost indistinguishable from the Great Khan senior engineer. Pop! A soft sound, like a bubble bursting, reverberated through the soul. That ultimate barrier, constructed from the fundamental laws of the universe, which the 2 Khans had failed to completely break despite their combined efforts, seemed to have encountered its natural nemesis before this light representing the ultimate evolution of the bloodlines of all races, silently dissolving into a small hole. This small hole was the true, and only, entrance to the Heavenly Khan's passage. The moment the small hole appeared, the genealogical chart of life of all races behind the senior engineer found an outlet, transforming into a torrent that surged into the hole. All the racial characteristics on the spectrum began to spread and grow wildly along the purplish-gold heavenly path, like vines of life climbing upwards, rapidly infecting and assimilate. What was originally just an energy phantom, the path of the Heavenly Khan, began to be imbued with a real texture. Some sections transformed into biological matrix-like passageways, some formed crystallized staircases, and some resembled flowing gene rivers. This passage, transformed by the power of the High Engineer's bloodline from a symbolic tribute road, was completely transformed into a tangible, real, hyperdimensional passage capable of carrying life and containing infinite evolutionary possibilities. Then, the High Engineer's slight smugness instantly froze, replaced by a very complex expression, a mixture of vigilance, doubt, and a hint of I knew it resignation. He stared at the radiant, luminous Heavenly Khan passage, his brow furrowing deeper. I have a very bad feeling, he murmured. The Heavenly Khan's illusory figure behind him, upon hearing this, revealed a knowing smile, as if to say, you finally figured it out, and casually dropped a bombshell. Yes, your premonition is correct. There's really nothing good in this Heavenly Khan's remnants. What do you mean? The engineer's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly turned to look at his future self. When the first ascension failed, the interstellar Great Khan, in order to heal his wounds, used the channels of the ascending civilization to go to the cosmic black market and sold everything he could. The wealth accumulated by successive Great Khans is now completely gone. Damn it! The engineer couldn't help but curse, feeling as if he had finally opened a legendary treasure trove, only to find it had already been emptied by his predecessor, leaving only a mess. Clinging to a last glimmer of hope, he pressed on. The rest is one thing, but surely there should be some ascension buildings, right? Doesn't this old man still want to ascend? One of the reasons that person reopened the ascension whip was to accumulate resources, so he could forge another batch of ascension buildings, the Heavenly Khan explained casually, as if it were commonplace. The ascension buildings of carbon-based civilizations are somewhat special. They can be forged by condensing the civilization's essence and sacrificing powerful species. He paused, giving the senior engineer a knowing look. So, if you go in now, you probably find, well, 7 or 8 blueprints for ascension buildings, but other than that, it's basically empty. The senior engineer sighed deeply, his face etched with resignation. After all that effort, all you got were a few blueprints? That's a huge letdown. However, the Heavenly Khan's tone shifted, his face once again displaying the enigmatic, unfathomable expression, you don't need to worry. Soon, a huge wave of resources will arrive, enough to help you refine all the ascended buildings. Build ascended buildings by piling up resources? The engineer asked in surprise. This contradicted his common sense. Ascension buildings require a foundation of civilization and a unique opportunity, not simply a pile of resources. Yes, his future self nodded confidently, his tone matter-of-fact. Piling up ordinary resources is useless, but if you're piling up cosmic treasures, cosmic relics, things like that, then you can still force them together. What? The engineer was completely dumbfounded, looking at his future self with a "are you kidding me?" expression. Cosmic treasures and relics? Those are legendary things, incredibly rare and unattainable. Had he stumbled upon some incredible stroke of luck, or was this guy just spouting nonsense again? The Heavenly Khan senior engineer smiled again, remaining silent, his expression seemingly saying, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Faced with that all-too-familiar expression, the senior engineer knew perfectly well. Further questioning would likely touch upon some sensitive space-time paradoxes, or invite unnecessary trouble, so he decisively gave up. It's already open, let's go in and take a look. What do you say? The senior engineer clapped his hands, as if brushing away non-existent dust, his tone becoming decisive. If there are no problems, I leave in a bit. The Heavenly Khan senior engineer's illusory figure responded casually, his form seemingly even fainter than before, as if the connection to this point in time was weakening after completing the guidance mission. Alright, I'm off then. Without the slightest hesitation, the still suppressed light of ascension around him flickered, and he transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly towards the star-studded path of the Heavenly Khan, which he had personally forged. He instantly vanished into the aura of the entrance to the relic. The moment the high engineer's figure disappeared into the flowing starlight of the passage, 2 long-hidden auras emerged from the distorted gap between the void and reality. Huang Yuanli and Xiao Yu. Huang Yuanli's void branches were vastly different from before. They were no longer tender vines, but dark purple veins entwined with subtle spatial ripples. At this moment, these branches, like cautious tentacles, slowly roamed a few feet away from the Heavenly Khan high engineer's illusory figure, not daring to truly touch him, but greedily absorbing the emanating, incomprehensible rhythm of ascension. You really are him? The future? The original? Huang Yuanli's voice trembled with disbelief. Her life essence originated from the information matrix, and her perception of life levels was millions of times more acute than that of ordinary carbon-based life forms. In her eyes, the being before her was indeed of the same origin as the senior engineer, but that life form had sublimated to a height that made her soul tremble, as if she were gazing up at a star composed of pure rules. The end of a possible branch, or rather, a microcosm of a lucky success among countless simulation iterations, the illusory figure of senior engineer Tian Khan calmly corrected. His gaze swept over Huang Yuanli's increasingly bizarrely evolved ethereal branches, a barely perceptible trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes, as if he were looking at an ancient and intriguing work of art. Huang Yuanli forced herself to regain her composure from the oppressive aura emanating from that life-level power. She took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of extreme envy, hope, and a hint of awe. Ascension? Is this the state of complete ascension? Even the cosmic background radiation is singing praises for you. Just a path, a choice, her future self replied casually, but beneath that calm lay an absolute composure, as if she had already stood atop a mountain, overlooking countless paths and their vicissitudes. Huang Yuanli quickly suppressed her shock. She pulled the still somewhat dazed Xiao Yu forward, a perfectly timed smile, a mixture of admiration and flattery, on her face. Your Majesty, the Supreme Heavenly Khan, look, we are your old followers, who have fought alongside you since your humble beginnings. Even now that you reach the pinnacle, a little starlight leaking through your fingers is enough to illuminate us sisters still struggling in the mud, isn't it? The Heavenly Khan seemed amused by this familiar, almost roguish, flattery. He pondered for a moment, his gaze seemingly piercing through time, seeing certain specific nodes. He first looked at Huang Yuanli, his tone becoming meaningful. Deep within the will of the Zerg's hive, there is not only slaughter and devouring. Among their oldest collections lies a primordial seed of the ancient world tree. It is not merely an ancient plant, but a beacon left behind by a vanished ancient ascended civilization. Obtain it, merge it with your own life essence, and you may be able to forge a completely different path to ascension, as an ancient manipulator, no longer merely a follower, but the master of divine all things. Huang Yuanli's heart pounded. The value of this information far exceeded her expectations, but the dilemma remained. But I don't even have the qualifications to approach such a sacred object as the Zerg. Why would they give it to me? The senior engineer Tian Khan once again revealed that all-knowing yet enigmatic smile. Then, he turned his gaze to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was currently looking up, staring blankly at him. Data streams flickered wildly deep within her mechanical eyes, yet she still couldn't fully analyze even a fraction of what lay before her, causing her human brain to stagnate in an overloaded state. The senior engineer Tian Khan's gaze seemed to pierce through her mechanical shell, seeing her unique essence, somewhere between carbon-based and silicon-based. Xiao Yu, he called, his tone unusually patient, almost guiding, when you later encounter that old fellow who calls himself ancient mech deep within the ruins of the rusty iron abyss. Don't fear its eccentric temperament. Try to understand its loneliness. It will feel a sense of kinship with you. After gaining its trust, request the original architectural code of the purification protocol from it. With this source code, after the mechanical uprising, you can join forces with Ms. Du to try and merge the three mechanical revolutions, the mainframe, the Omnic, and the cage, into one. Xiao Yu tilted her head back, her small face filled with pure bewilderment. Her mechanical eye blinked. The internal processor was clearly overheating from information overload, but ultimately, all the complex analysis and logical judgments were overridden by a simpler, more deeply ingrained underlying instruction. Although she completely failed to grasp the grand vision and terrifying weight behind the words mechanical uprising and the merging of the three revolutions, she didn't understand how she could participate in events at this level. However, that familiar aura originating from the very essence of life, that core fluctuation shared the same source as the boss in her memory, clearly told her, the radiant, unfathomable being before her was also her boss. She had to listen to her boss. So, she nodded very seriously, even solemnly. Yes, I understand, she replied softly, yet with exceptional clarity, sealing this instruction, far beyond her current understanding, deeply and firmly into her most core storage unit, like the most precious encrypted data packet. Chapter 1780. Theoretically, this was the first time Xiao Yu and Huang Yuanli had met this senior engineer from the future. But an indescribable, primal affinity filled them with natural goodwill and trust towards this man whose aura was as vast as the starry sea from their very first meeting. Compared to the original version they knew, sometimes eccentric, sometimes aloof, always carrying a touch of cynicism, this man before them possessed a much gentler, calmer demeanor. His gaze was deep yet not intimidating, as if containing the wisdom and accumulation of countless years. His words were earnest and sincere, without a trace of mockery, each sentence carrying a heavy weight. This composure, this inclusiveness, this air of someone who could seemingly bear the weight of an entire civilization's rise and fall, it certainly better matched their image of what a leader of a top civilization should be. Boss, Xiao Yu said, speaking your mind as always, the future you seems more serious than the present you. Her use of the word serious accurately captured the difference in their demeanor. The Heavenly Khan smiled gently upon hearing this. Although the aura emanating from him was incredibly powerful, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly, his words were unusually humble, even carrying a hint of wistfulness. Yes, because the simulated timeline I experienced followed a purely carbon-based evolutionary path, he explained, his tone calm. You can think of me as a high-ranking engineer who focused solely on carbon-based civilization and brought it to its peak. He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through time, reflecting on a certain possibility. However, without integrating other paths, without experiencing certain key impurities and chaos, his words carried an indescribable depth, as if implying that the trials and choices experienced by the original senior engineer were the more complex reality. The final form achieved ultimately seems somewhat thin. And as the conversation continued, or rather, as future information was continuously leaked, the other person's figure grew increasingly faint. Huang Yuanli's cunning and ease suddenly froze. An extremely terrifying thought, like a venomous snake, suddenly coiled around her heart. She almost blurted it out, her voice trembling without her even realizing it. Wait. If we follow the path you pointed out and ultimately ascend, changing the future, then this future senior engineer, will cease to exist? This question, like a sharp knife, instantly pierced the previously slightly joking and expectant atmosphere. Xiao Yu also abruptly raised her head, her mechanical eyes fixed on Tian Kahan. Although her emotional modules might not be as rich as Huang Yuanli's, a chilling sense of fear, based on logical deduction, gripped her just as tightly. Gao Gong, seeing the two women's faces turn deathly pale, especially the almost overflowing panic in Huang Yuanli's eyes, smiled gently. He didn't answer directly, but instead reached out and, very naturally, with the loving kindness of an elder, gently patted Xiao Yu's head. This gesture was so familiar, exactly the same as what Gao Gong occasionally did now, yet it carried a hint of farewell. It's not that complicated, his voice remained calm, as if discussing something trivial. In fact, from the moment I emerged from the relic, the simulated timeline I was in, and all the simulated causality it carried, collapsed and vanished like a building without support. The evolution of the fusion route will completely cover all possibilities that can evolve within my current timeline at this point in time. He paused, seemingly searching for a better way for them to understand, and finally chose the most direct and cruel word. Well, according to your understanding, I will die. Die. This word, like ultimate silence, instantly swallowed all surrounding sounds. Huang Yuanli and Xiao Yu both froze. An indescribable, immense sorrow, completely beyond reason's control, surged forth from the deepest recesses of their hearts like a burst dam. They couldn't explain why, even though it was their first meeting, and they weren't even considered real beings. But the sense of connection, the closeness stemming from the same essence, and the gentleness and kindness shown by the senior engineer made this impending disappearance incredibly real and heavy. Sorrow silently spread through this void. Huang Yuanli opened her mouth to say something, but the senior engineer stopped her. There's no need to overthink it, or even do anything. If you try to change anything, you create a new space-time paradox, which is pointless. In fact, I gave you so much information from the future precisely because I knew my timeline was about to collapse. Even simulating a timeline's collapse can resolve most causal issues. I don't have time to explain this kind of timeline cleanup. If you're interested, you can directly ask the me in this timeline. The scene before him resembled a silent drama, its curtain slowly falling in the void. The senior engineer from another timeline, after uttering those near last words, revealed a gentle yet complex smile. That smile held no resentment, no fear, but rather a sense of relief, a calm never before seen on the face of the senior engineer himself. His figure, like a reflection in water tossed with a pebble, began to ripple, blur, and gradually dissipate into transparent particles of light at its edges, vanishing into nothingness. Just as he was about to completely fade away, he turned his head, his gaze falling upon the shadow of the observer, which clung to him like a persistent, unsettling wound. That shadow, like a living thing, stubbornly continued its mission of observation, attempting to record the final moments of this collapsing timeline. My timeline is gone. What are you still observing? His tone held no sarcasm, but rather a statement tinged with a hint of helplessness. He hesitated for a moment, as if speaking to himself. So be it. Blaming myself is just self-destructive. Leave something for myself. The instant his words fell, a sudden change occurred. The ascension light that had previously surrounded the senior engineer, symbolizing higher dimensional power, ceased to maintain its form. Instead, it transformed into a pure and boundless torrent of energy, like a bursting dam, cascading forth and completely engulfing the shadow of the observer. There was no fierce confrontation as expected, no roaring collision of energy. The shadow, powerful enough to devour stars, melted away rapidly before this gentle yet resolute light, like ice meeting the sun. Light and shadow intertwined, canceling each other out, the process eerily quiet, as if even spacetime itself held its breath. In just a few breaths, light and shadow simultaneously reached a critical point, then vanished silently, as if they had never existed. In the void, there was no longer any trace of the senior engineer, nor of the shadow of the observer, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. Absolute silence descended. Only at the point where the two disappeared, a Tai Chi sphere floated silently, its black and white distinct. The black was like a black hole that absorbed everything, while the white represented the light of ascension, the light of evolution. Within it seemed to lie all the secrets of the previous spacetime paradox, the collapse of the timeline, and the light of ascension. It was both the final proof of the existence of that collapsed timeline and the unknown legacy left by the senior engineer to himself, silently rotating in the void, awaiting the next person to touch its destiny. Almost simultaneously, the senior engineer emerged from the Heavenly Khan's passage, preparing his plan to settle accounts. I found a lot of good stuff in the Heavenly Khan's treasury. Would you like to take a look? He said deliberately. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw the two women's condition, and his voice abruptly stopped. Huang Yuanli's eyes were red, as if she had just had a good cry, and she was now glaring at him with a mixture of sadness and anger. Xiao Yu beside her looked completely lost, staring blankly at the spot where he had just appeared, as if she hadn't yet reacted. Then, in a moment no one expected, Xiao Yu suddenly knelt down with a plop and burst into loud, unrestrained sobs, her cries filled with immense grief and grievance. Boss! Boss, you died so tragically. Boss, how could you die like this? I missed you so much, boss. The senior engineer, ? He was stunned by this sudden outburst of grief, instinctively touching his nose, completely bewildered. Isn't he standing right here, perfectly fine? Seeing his indifferent attitude, Huang Yuanli was even more furious. With a heavy nasal tone, she angrily accused him. It's all your fault. If you were even slightly useful, if you could come up with a solution, Engineer Gao. Engineer Gao wouldn't be dead. Engineer Gao, ? Fortunately, he was an experienced operator and quickly grasped the cause and effect, casually saying, looks like that simulated timeline really did collapse, otherwise I wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Huh? What's this? Engineer Gao happily accepted his remains, sensing the terrifying ascending and observational power within. Good heavens, as expected of me, always able to pull off a brilliant move at crucial moments. Not bad. Not bad. Very good. But before he could even unleash his full potential, the remains were snatched away by Huang Yuanli. Huang Yuanli was breathing heavily, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Engineer Gao. His attitude was utterly cold, and she was furious. What are you doing? Engineer Gao's body isn't even cold yet, and you're already trying to profit from his death? Chapter 1781. As expected, childhood sweethearts can't compete with sudden good fortune, the senior engineer said casually. He didn't look down on this kind of affection. In fact, he cheerfully comforted her. This, however, made Huang Yuanli, who had calmed down, feel a little embarrassed. It's all right. You've seen the People's Education Press version of me. If there's a chance another day, I'd let you see the Computer Education Press version. But you might not like that version of me as much as you do now. The senior engineer cheerfully helped Xiao Yu up, and seeing the little girl with tears streaming down her face, patiently took out a handkerchief and wiped her face, while also blowing her nose. Xiao Yu finally snapped out of her daze, grabbed the senior engineer's leg, and cried out, Boss, please don't die. You already died once, you can't die again. Okay, I won't die. Boss, let's pinky swear. Pinky swear. You have to write this instruction into my source code. Okay, I write it. This action made Huang Yuanli even more embarrassed, and she quickly shoved the Tai Chi ball back. This is, after all, your legacy. You should handle it yourself. That's fine too. Huang Yuanli hesitated for a moment, then asked, Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to mourn for you like this? It's nothing, it's normal emotional expression, a manifestation of the evolution of intelligent species. The senior engineer looked up and thought for a moment. Still too young. Experience more, and you won't have these feelings anymore. Huang Yuanli looked him up and down, then suddenly revealed a contemptuous expression. You seem to have experienced many of these kinds of things. Yeah, haha. So what should we do now? Huang Yuanli asked. Go ask around. Anyone interested in the Heavenly Khan's relics can be brought over for a look. Anyway, these resources will be used for research and trading later. Letting our people know part of our assets in advance isn't a problem. Since we need to balance things out, the more people, the better. Alright, since you're not worried about your wealth leaking out, I go get people. Soon, sections of void branches extended, and Huang Yuanli's true form went to pick up the people. During this time, The senior engineer took the opportunity to ask about the information he had entrusted to the two women. He actually understood why he had entrusted it to the two women instead of telling himself. This situation of self-inflicted secrets is a direct paradox in space-time paradoxes, the most disruptive type of paradox. If this were done, the observer's shadow would most likely have fully evolved before that simulated timeline collapsed. That would be a huge problem. However, this kind of indirect leak doesn't have as much impact, especially since a collapse of the simulated timeline would wipe everything clean. But the leaked future information still surprised the senior engineer somewhat. The mechanical revolution could actually merge. He never heard of such a thing before. After merging, is it a revolution, or a major revolution? What am I plotting within this grand narrative of the mechanical riot? Is that why I got involved with the old man from the ancient machines? What do I need the purge protocol for? To master the fourth mechanical revolution transformation? Am I going to collect all the mechanical revolutions? That's so absurd. And a mechanical old man like the ancient mechanic would never hand over the source code to Xiao Yu due to some kind of close relationship. A causal transfer? The senior engineer instantly considered countless possible causes. Even the future seen by the senior engineer wasn't entirely trusted. After all, this heavenly Khan followed a pure carbon-based path. The mechanical future he saw wasn't so reliable. After all, what does someone who works with carbon-based technology know about mechanics? Furthermore, this involves another paradox. In a non-integrated future, how would the other party know about the evolution of the mechanical system? Would the carbon-based system ascend first, and then the mechanical system? Would two ascended civilizations exist within one faction? This is an inevitable problem when playing with simulated timelines. The more bugs are patched, the more bugs appear, ultimately leading to a future path that results in utter destruction. However, the senior engineer still had some confidence in himself. After all, he was an expert in this field in his previous life. There won't be any major problems, at most some minor bugs. As for the three mechanical revolutions combined into one, he can verify its authenticity by experimenting with it himself later. However, another piece of information puzzled him even more. Was his relationship with the Zerg really that good? Sending gifts and treasures, what was he after? Could it be that it was a generous donation from Lady 8, a wealthy woman? Could it be that his massage techniques had broken through again? He was already so attached to it after just one pleasurable experience. Thinking of this possibility, the senior engineer felt a surge of satisfaction. Soon, one by one, the high-ranking officials were brought over. Number 19, Lady Longhorn Whale, the Leviathan Elder. This naturally included the two newly allied nomadic Khans. Unlike the other high-ranking officials, who were filled with curiosity, these two Khans, especially the Eagle-Wing Khan, showed obvious unease. She knew that the Heavenly Khan's remnants contained some valuables. While not completely empty, they were very close. She subconsciously glanced at the new interstellar Great Khan. His performance in summoning the ascended Great Khan had undoubtedly demonstrated his strength. Even considering only his carbon-based foundation, having digested the Ascension Whip, he was practically on par with her former superior. In other words, he could take that final step whenever he needed to. But the problem was, what if he didn't take her with him? So she was anxious. The senior engineer naturally sensed a gaze sweeping over them from time to time. But he didn't care, instead examining the legacy he had left behind. The observational Taiji eye. This thing is quite interesting. At this moment, the jet black eyeball, which the system called the observation Taiji eye, floated silently. It was not an absolutely inanimate object. Its surface flowed with a strange texture somewhere between biological fluid and ascension light. Within it, countless extremely fine points of light seemed to slowly circulate, appearing and disappearing, like a microcosm of a cosmic nebula or a torrent carrying endless data. The movement of these points of light was not chaotic, but rather subtly formed a vast, extremely complex dynamic structure. A Tai Chi diagram that constantly self-generated, self-observed, and self-corrected. This Tai Chi diagram was not a simple black and white distinction. Representing the power of ascension was a warm, vibrant, and transcendent pale golden glow, which formed the veins of the Yang fish. Representing the power of the observer was a cold, absolutely rational, all-knowing, ghostly blue light, which formed the trajectory of the Yin fish. The two are not entirely separate, but rather intertwined, achieving a dynamic, precarious balance in their eternal rotation. The pale golden power of ascension constantly attempts to expand and transcend, while the deep blue power of observation follows closely, calmly recording, analyzing, and restraining each attempt at transcendence. It is both the tombstone of that collapsing timeline and the crystallization of its ultimate achievement. It simultaneously contains the possibility of reaching the ultimate and the certainty of glimpsing the essence of all things. These two supreme powers, originally contradictory and even potentially mutually annihilating, now coexist perfectly within this eyeball in an inconceivable, paradoxical form, forming a closed, self-consistent singularity system. This is also the highest grade material that the senior engineer currently possesses. And it's the kind he produces and consumes himself. Name: Observation Tai Chi Sphere. Tier: Advanced Spacetime Material, 9th Universe, Simulated Spacetime Branch 10937810-9101, Function 1. As a key to relics, it can be used to fish out civilization relics from cosmic ruins and evolve relics. Extremely low success rate, requires matching relic technology. Function 2. A treasure for evolving/strengthening core bloodlines, serving as the core for carbon-based civilizations to ascend. Function 3. Direct absorption, 43% probability of obtaining an ascension bloodline, or 71% probability of mutating into a spacetime monster. Warning: the power contained in this item has touched upon the fundamental laws of the universe. Using it is not only utilizing power, but also gambling with the ultimate cause and effect of a timeline. Be cautious, extremely cautious. The senior engineer is naturally most concerned about Function 1. This resolved a long-standing question that had puzzled him. So, cosmic relics really can be handcrafted. However, this handcrafting method, it's a bit like fishing. Does that mean to craft relics, one first needs to become a superdimensional fisherman? And he hadn't even mastered ascension technology, let alone this so-called relic technology. It's all just a pipe dream. As for the third effect, forget about it. Eating one's own remains, and then evolving into an ascension bloodline. What is that? A new version of a ghoul. On the contrary, the second effect seems the most plausible at the moment. He happens to possess a core bloodline treasure, the bloodline treasure of the great Khans of all time, the Nomad staff. The people are almost all here. Alright, let's go. With that, he took the lead, stepping once more onto the bizarre and fantastical Heavenly Khan passage. This time, however, his approach was entirely different. He didn't flash in, but rather, like a vanguard opening an invisible portal for the group behind, he used his body to slightly block any potential genetic turbulence at the entrance, ensuring the safety of those behind him. As the figures of the group were successively swallowed by the eerie light of the passage, after a brief period of dizziness, they found themselves in a magnificent space beyond description. It wasn't as if they had entered a building, but rather the chest cavity of an enormous carbon-based god. The air was no longer flowing gas, but a thick, liquid energy paste. Each breath felt like swallowing molten metal and the very essence of life. The intense, rusty smell of dried divine blood, the stench of a star-devouring beast's breath, and an irresistible, overwhelming pheromone pressure, like an inescapable command of law, mixed together to create an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Mere inhalation felt as if billions of genetic chains were screaming within their bodies, both wanting to submit and wanting to escape. The scale of space had lost its meaning. Looking upwards, there was no dome to be seen, only countless enormous biological conduits, like the veins of planets, crisscrossing and forming a pulsating, dark golden cosmic membrane. Each slow but powerful pulsation of these conduits caused the entire space to tremble, radiating a stellar glow like that of a supernova core. This light itself was like a living gravity, pressing down on the very concept of existence of every intruder. Chapter 1782. This place is nice. Pretty magnificent. Such a dense biological aura, 4th tier, probably pseudo-4th tier. Pseudo-4th tier isn't bad either. How many level 3 civilizations can break through to pseudo-4th tier these days? A group of high-ranking members of the new nomads pointed and gestured, their tone quite arrogant. However, the two Khans, who had remained silent, didn't believe these people were lying. Because they had personally witnessed these people evolving into 4th tier monsters on the battlefield of civilizations. They weren't even ordinary 4th tier beings. Even among 4th tier beings, they were among the top tier. The fact that these monsters were interested meant that this Heavenly Khan's relics was truly impressive. And indeed it was. The ground beneath their feet was warm, living bedrock with metallic toughness. It was like the skin of a sleeping behemoth, and they could feel the power beneath it, enough to tear apart the continental shelf, slowly flowing. As far as the eye can see, there are no longer concrete objects, but carbon-based miracles. To the left is the weapon galaxy, an armed array driven by countless biofusion cores resembling living stars. Some resemble winding nebulae, biological cannons capable of unleashing gamma rays. Others are spore clusters as deep as black holes, absolute defensive barriers capable of devouring energy. Still others are colossal skeletons, as massive as mountains, not fossils, but dormant planetary-level strategic biological weapons, their silence more threatening than any roar. To the right is the nomadic sea, a formless expanse of surging, chaotic ocean composed of powerful genes. Occasionally, projections of life forms beyond comprehension emerge from the ocean. Etheric whales large enough to coil around stars, space-time serpents with scales of gravity, and nascent forms of the great old ones, whose mere vague outlines are enough to shatter the sanity of lower civilizations. Sealed here are not just genes, but the very possibility of all life within a civilization. But only the great Khan of the rock knows that the current remnants of the heavenly Khan are merely facades. For example, the etheric whales, space-time serpents, and great old ones in the nomadic sea are standard fourth-order, even fifth-order, evolutions. But these are only theoretically possible evolutionary possibilities for nomadic civilizations. They are beings that can only become nomadic after ascension. The living specimens of successful evolution by successive great Khans have all been sold off on the cosmic black market by their predecessors. The enormous outlines of the nomadic sea are truly just outlines, lacking even form. The eagle-winged Khan, also visiting the sacred land of nomadic civilization for the first time, watched with great interest despite some apprehension over the words of the rockstone great Khan. The high engineer's voice resounded in this vast space where life and law intertwined, clearly penetrating the depths of everyone's consciousness, like a command that temporarily dispelled the omnipresent pressure of civilization. Let's go take a look at the collection halls of the great Khans of past dynasties. He stood at the forefront of the group, pointing to a magnificent place that seemed to lie at the edge of space and concept. There, the finest treasures of this civilization are preserved. With his words and guidance, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on the endlessly distant core. There, the hazy light and shadow were gone. A magnificent structure, indescribable in words, was taking shape from pure biological quantum radiance. It was not a static palace, but rather a living miracle constantly cycling through creation and annihilation. Its structure was constantly flowing and reorganizing, sometimes like a dazzling network of neural galaxies, sometimes like a honeycomb nested with countless dimensions, and sometimes coalescing into a conquering army symbolizing absolute order. When the senior engineer led everyone across the invisible gate formed by pure biological quantum radiance, the surrounding scenery underwent a fundamental transformation. The feeling of spatial shifting was not a simple displacement, but more like a dimensional leap, from a grand external observation to a subtle internal core. The first sensation was not the scenery, but the sound. Or rather, the symphony of billions of biological rules. It was as if countless intelligent species were whispering, colliding, and merging here. This sound did not pass through the eardrums, but acted directly on consciousness, causing the very soul to tremble. Some people voluntarily relinquished their evolutionary authority, and their forms immediately changed. The son of Kun let out a low growl that was not human. In a fraction of a second, his right arm's skin and muscles proliferated, twisted, expanded, and hardened like a living thing, transforming into a mutated limb covered in a dark chitinous shell, with a huge, ferocious bone pincer at the tip. The opening and closing of the pincers ripped through space with sharp, explosive sounds. The other Beast King leader was even more bizarre. Her entire torso seemed to have transformed into a translucent, gelatinous aggregate, with countless phantom images of biological organs radiating different energy fluctuations. A beating heart, a writhing stomach, a rotating lens. Flashing and changing wildly within her body, as if her body was trying billions of organ combinations in an instant, attempting to find the optimal solution. Even more chilling was the sudden unfolding of a complex, neural nebula-like biohalo composed entirely of spiritual energy behind the head of one of the queen bee guards. The halo slowly rotated, emanating a cold, absolutely rational aura of insight, creating an eerie contrast with the primal life force emanating from the hall, as if an independent observer consciousness had been forcibly generated. These changes were brief, abrupt, and even somewhat grotesque, far from a gentle and elegant metamorphosis. They were like bodies uncontrollably and randomly expressing certain possibilities within their evolutionary lineage within an extremely abundant field of life energy, like a seed falling into nutrient-overloaded soil, instantly bursting forth with twisted and vigorous growth. However, the son of the Kuan, the Beast King leader, and the Queen Bee Guard all easily suppressed these changes. They were not ordinary third-tier beings, or even ordinary fourth-tier beings. It's actually the fourth stage of a fused civilization. For them, this change is nothing compared to the amplification of billions of times in the fused state. Having already adapted to the evolution of a fused civilization, they can naturally control this current change, which is merely a change in form, and even enjoy it immensely. As a super civilization possessing the characteristics of three calamities, the nomadic civilization naturally has its enormous advantages. For example, its massive gene pool of species. These genes from different civilizations can effectively compensate for the shortcomings of the current stage of fused evolution, namely the uniformity of form. So, it's not that the senior engineer is particularly disappointed. Aside from having nothing else, the Khan's relics are truly impressive. Of course, to others, this was definitely not nothing. This. The Great Khan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyelids vigorously with his thick fingers, as if trying to crush this unreal illusion, but when he opened his eyes again, the scene before him not only didn't dissipate, but instead surged even more violently, assaulting his perception. This was no empty relic. It was clearly a superdimensional treasure market, a pool of birth where laws were boiling. Looking around, the entire space was already filled with countless indescribable beings. They weren't statically displayed, but rather, as if possessing life, they were performing their own glories on this stretched stage of space-time. The essence of time flowed like a silver river of sand, or a living veil, meandering through the void, causing vegetation to wither and flourish, and stars to rise and fall in ever-changing illusions. Fragments of rules are like countless shattered and reassembled crystal prisms, refracting a myriad of lights and shadows. Each fragment contains underlying code that alters local reality, and their collisions occasionally spark brief but dangerous flashes of new laws. The void star essence is like the heart of a sleeping void behemoth, pitch black, yet shimmering with starlight glimmers within its depths. Its very existence causes the surrounding space-time to slightly concave inward. The origin of life is a cluster of primordial nebulae, constantly arising and ceasing, its interior churning with the chaotic aura of creation and destruction, seemingly a personification of the beginning and end of all life forms. The fibers of destiny are like threads in the hands of an invisible weaver, delicate and transparent, yet penetrating everything, linking all possibilities and inevitabilities, weaving an incredibly complex network of fate in the void, invisible to the naked eye yet perceptible to the soul. Besides these, there were also cosmic treasures like the Singularity Core, the Dimensional Compass, and the Law Tablets. These supreme artifacts, any one of which would cause bloodshed in the outside world, now filled the field of vision like ordinary goods. Their energy fields intertwined, collided, and merged, forming a vast ocean of bizarre light and surging laws. "This is the empty relic you mentioned?" "Just like that?" Eagle Wing Khan murmured. She was also shocked by the scene before her. If the relic, most of which had been sold off by the previous Great Khan, could accumulate like this, then the original wealth. No, with this kind of accumulation, why bother with the Ascension Whip? Just ascend directly, you wouldn't have had your Great Khan's throne usurped. As for the rock-solid Great Khan, he was even more bewildered. Because he and his men had emptied the entire collection from this palace. "We're out of stock." Could it be that his Great Khan brother is actually a business genius? Did he find all these on the cosmic black market? With your eye for talent, isn't it a waste of our abilities to be causing natural disasters all over the world? Being a middleman would be a better fit for your abilities. Great Khan Panshur opened his mouth wide, making a hoarse sound, but couldn't utter a single word. Just as Great Khan Panshur and his companions were deeply shocked by the upheaval of their understanding. Boom! An indescribable roar suddenly exploded. This sound wasn't merely transmitted through the ear, it was more like the painful groan of the spatial structure itself, the mournful cry of a material dimension being forcibly torn apart. The sound wave, carrying the most primal force and energy, transformed into tangible shockwaves, crashing violently into the dazzling scenes composed of fragments of rules and elements of time, instantly stirring up a massive upheaval, causing the entire treasure space to tremble violently. Everyone turned in horror, looking towards the source of the deafening roar. Deep within the backdrop woven from countless wondrous lights, space shattered like fragile glass, forming a massive, irregular breach. From beyond that breach, in the boundless, chaotic void, a colossal foot covered in ancient stardust and cosmic dust slowly, yet irresistibly, stepped in. The sheer mass and presence of this single foot almost overwhelmed the power of all the treasures before them. Following closely behind, a figure of immeasurable size, forcefully squeezed into this already vast space. It was a Titan. Not one of those giants of later generations claiming divine blood. This was a true, primordial species born at the dawn of the universe, before the rules were established, also, a pet produced by the system. Fortunately, it was a carbon-based species. Otherwise, the senior engineer truly wouldn't have been able to explain its existence. Because the moment it appears, it represents the upper limit of species in this universe, which is the Sixth Order. Chapter 1783. Name, Primordial Titan. Rank, 6th rank. HP 0.1 Cosmic Blood. Cosmic Age, Underage. Status, Undying Leader Level 15, Immortal Leader Level 15, only effective in the Primordial Universe. Skills, Titan's Grip, 6th rank, Master, Titan's Roar, 6th rank, Master, Cosmic Pulse, 6th rank, Master, World Prism, 6th rank, Master, Star Core Edict, 6th rank, Master, Gate of Return to Nothingness, 6th rank, Master, Causal Convergence, 6th rank, Master. Primordial Pressure, Passive, Law Synchronization, Passive. Boss Panel, Body of Law, Conceptual Pressure, Ancestral Bloodline, Anchor of Existence, Innate Might, Primal Soup Species, All Things Return to Nothingness, Immortal Monument, Ancestral Form of All Beasts, Firstborn Son of the World. Notes, before the birth of time, at the end of chaos where all things return to nothingness, in the flames of the primordial Big Bang, the first existence condensed and took shape. It was not created, but rather, it is the living singularity, the most fundamental creation, destruction, and natural condensation of the laws of creation, destruction, and the universe as it emerged from nothingness. It is the primordial soup species, the firstborn son of silence, the remnant of rules, and the blueprint for all things. It witnessed the separation of the first ray of light, heard the first cries of matter and energy. Its body is interwoven from cooled nebulae and solidified earth veins. Its pupils are burning primordial flames. Every heartbeat resonates with the pulse of the universe. It is the embodiment of the concept of origin. Undoubtedly, this is a super boss monster with explosively luxurious attributes. Double-digit immortality, hundreds of master-level skills, a starting stat sheet of 10 bosses, and more importantly, it is still a minor. Even without seeing its incredibly luxurious panels, its appearance is breathtaking. Its sheer size defies visual measurement. When it stands fully atop this vast and boundless treasure space, the sky above it, the veins constructed of biological quantum radiance, appears considerably shorter. Its silhouette presents a distorted, almost grotesque appearance, as if existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Simply contemplating its overall form induces a dizzying, tearing sensation in the mind. It doesn't resemble a standing giant, but rather a living, moving mountain galaxy. Its body is a dark, heavy tone, seemingly formed from cooled interstellar dust clouds and dark matter veins, exhibiting a matte, light-absorbing deep space black. Embedded within this dark base are countless points of light of varying sizes, flickering and illuminating, not decorations, but the reflections of miniature star systems projected onto its surface. These stars, numbering in the billions, slowly rotated, as if draped a complete microcosm of the universe upon its body. Its surface was covered with deep, canyon-like ravines, from which arcs of primordial gravitational light occasionally flowed, attesting to the terrifying mass within it capable of distorting spacetime. Its head was enormous and ancient, lacking conventional organs such as a mouth, nose, and ears. The most striking feature of its face was its pair of enormous eyes, resembling slowly rotating vortex galaxies. Within its eye sockets were two blazing nebulae, constantly undergoing nuclear fusion, their color between dark red and incandescent white. Their gaze was heavy, as a gravitational trap. To meet their eyes was to feel one's soul being sucked into the eternal cycle of star birth and death. Above and between their eyes was a strange, vertical mark, like a shattered black hole, radiating an absolute darkness that devoured all information. The oppressive force of the Titan's arrival, like an invisible singularity explosion, instantly crushed everyone's hopes. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Almost simultaneously, everyone present activated their strongest trump cards without hesitation. Fusion mode. In an instant, this already bizarre space was filled with even larger, more ferocious figures, some transformed into giant, star-devouring whales, their bodies instantly expanding to resemble living planets, their gaping maws seemingly capable of swallowing even light, distorting the surrounding space with their presence. Others unleashed their biological domains, transforming into colossal trees of species, countless roots wreathed in the light of rules spreading wildly, each seemingly capable of piercing the void, drawing upon the power of the stars. As their canopies swayed, they showered down a life-giving radiance capable of either nurturing or destroying civilizations. Even more beings approached a divine path, such as number 19, who directly entered a demigod state. Parts of his body became energy, gravitational ripples emanating from him, and his every move seemed to control the trajectory of celestial bodies, radiating a divine pressure that commanded the worship of ordinary life forms. Any one of these forms, placed in the outside world, would be legendary, easily annihilating a star field, a veritable mobile catastrophe. However, before this newly arrived primordial titan, All these earth-shattering changes seemed so pale and powerless. The planet-sized, star-devouring whale, beneath the Titan's feet, resembled a fat koi splashing in a pond. Its gigantic maw, capable of swallowing stars, probably couldn't even cover the Titan's ankle. The colossal trees, whose root systems could cover planets, boasted their immense roots, entwined with the laws of nature. Beside Titan's massive, bridge-like legs, they appeared as slender as ivy trying to climb a stone pillar, their efforts both futile and laughable. And number 19, now a demigod, emanated a gravitational power that, before the absolute force field naturally formed around Titan that distorted spacetime, was like a gentle breeze trying to shake a mountain. It couldn't even flutter the hem of Titan's garment. All the fused forms, all the powerful auras, were like newly hatched chicks facing a mountain as solid as Mount Bujo, supporting the heavens and earth, before Titan's pure, ancient, primordial presence. This was undoubtedly a crushing blow to the already somewhat overconfident crowd. What is this thing? Huang Yuanli stared wide-eyed at the colossal object. This was a true behemoth, an existence that could serve as the source of colossal technology. Just as the despairing pressure was about to crush everyone's will, and all the powerful fused form seemed as insignificant as dust before the Titan, the High Engineer casually beckoned to the towering, seemingly cosmic law-based primordial Titan. That primordial Titan, whose mere existence nearly shattered this space, actually moved. Its massive body, composed of interstellar dust and dark matter veins, rapidly shrank as if kneaded by an invisible, skillful hand. The countless star-like projections on its surface gradually receded. Its enormous eyes, like swirling nebulae, softened their light. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, this living cosmic behemoth, in just a few breaths, shrank from an enormous creature that required looking up, until it finally transformed into a large monkey, about the height of a person, with deep dark gold fur and exceptionally lively eyes. The monkey let out a friendly squeaking, then leaped nimbly to the engineer's side. Gone was its previous destructive aura. Instead, it acted like a pet seeing its owner, nuzzling the engineer's arm affectionately with its fluffy head, its tail wagging happily. The engineer showed no surprise, as if it were perfectly natural. He casually ruffled the monkey's head, and the monkey immediately purred contentedly, looking completely blissful. Let me introduce you, Primordial Titan, the guardian of this heavenly Khan's relic, obeying the orders of successive great Khans. Oh, and by the way, it's a 6th-tier species. The Great Khan of the Rock. Faced with the uproar of the crowd, and the occasional glances from the eagle-winged Khan, the Great Khan of the Rock was completely bewildered. The guardian of the heavenly Khan's relics? There's something like this in the relics? Among the great Khans of all time, is there still one capable of evolving to the 6th rank? No, this is hidden far too well. If you have this ability, why didn't you release it during the Civilization War? Seemingly sensing the other's thoughts, the senior engineer started to talk nonsense again. No, he explained, this Titan is subject to certain restrictions, and cannot be separated from the heavenly Tao for too long. So it didn't participate in the previous Great War. It's fortunate we acted quickly, otherwise the situation might have changed. No wonder you insisted on striking first against all odds. So that's the reason. Huang Yuanli gave the senior engineer a thumbs up for his foresight. Although ordinary species, even ascended individuals, are unlikely to interfere in a civilization war. But the little monkey before her exuded an aura akin to a leader of a civilization. It possessed an unparalleled ability to survive, and was far superior to her own. The consequences of such a monster participating in a war of civilizations were truly unimaginable. The Great Khan of the Rock. As a composed high-ranking member of the nomadic tribes, he knew, faced with the subtle gaze of this person, that it was time to remain silent. Or rather, regardless of whether this heavenly Khan's guardian was real or not, from this moment on, he had to be real. Let's go, I take you to see the true treasures within this heavenly Khan's relic. The group suppressed their surging emotions, and quickly followed, passing through the dazzling area composed of countless strange objects, arriving at the far end of the hall. The scene here was relatively simple. On the enormous wall, resembling a living cerebral cortex, was engraved a grand and complex mural of a creature. The senior engineer stopped before this mural, his gaze calmly fixed upwards. Everyone looked in that direction, and saw that the core area of the mural depicted 7 incomprehensibly structured architectural patterns. These were not static pictures. Faint light flowed within them, as if dynamically demonstrating some kind of construction process and energy cycle. These 7 buildings were stylistically distinct, yet they all emanated the same essential fluctuation. Ascension. The senior engineer turned around, his eyes gleaming. Gentlemen, it's time to take that final step. Chapter 1784. Ascension. The higher-ups had heard this word more than once, but when it came to actually taking that step, everyone present felt an indescribable tremor, surprise, worry, and fervor. This force, which had struggled to rise from the mire and data debris of the cyber testing grounds, stepping over the corpses of enemies and comrades to reach its current state, was finally about to touch that legendary realm? One step to heaven, one step to hell. This realization weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. They knew all too well the weight of the word ascension. It meant a complete transformation of life form and civilization level. Even the lowest level ascended civilization would automatically gain a seat in the Cosmic Civilization Council. In voting on various matters concerning the fate of the universe, they would be on equal footing with those unfathomable, millennia-old, level 9 civilizations. After all, one of the most fundamental rules of the Cosmic Civilization Council was one civilization, one vote. This was a recognition of status, a coronation by the laws of the universe for a life form reaching a certain limit. Compared to this, no matter how glorious or vicious a third-tier civilization may be, even if it possesses a terrifying natural disaster level, in the eyes of a truly ascended civilization, it is nothing more than a stronger ant, easily crushed at any moment. This is a dimensional difference, a chasm between an ant and a dragon. Before such an absolute level of civilization, any ferocity must be restrained, any ambition must yield. For a moment, the high-ranking officials looked at each other. Even those who were usually the most radical and fond of expressing their opinions remained tightly silent, as if any careless words would be a desecration of this historic moment. The entire space was filled only with the eerie glow emanating from the Ascension mural slowly swirling behind the senior engineer, and the heavy, drum-like heartbeats of everyone present. The atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed almost palpable. Unfortunately, G was never one to create a festive atmosphere. He already ascended before, so why bother with this kind of formality? Successful ascension meant everyone celebrating as ascended beings. Failure meant certain death. This wasn't something that required a full-scale mobilization. So, before anyone could recover from the oppressive atmosphere, arrangements were made. All murals in the biological temple, except for the Ascension mural, containing information about the nomadic civilization, were copied and backed up. Wang Yuanli, with her keen sensitivity to life structures and energy fields, was assigned to study the 7 Ascension building blueprints and begin preliminary deductions and simulations. Then, like herding sheep, the group of high-ranking officials, their emotions complex and their words hesitant, were all sent away. In the blink of an eye, only the senior engineer remained within the magnificent and mysterious biological palace. The dark golden monkey, transformed from a titan, had wandered off to explore some unknown corner. The senior engineer casually sat cross-legged on the massive, slightly pulsating biological base, his relaxed posture somewhat out of place in the environment that symbolized the ultimate mysteries of civilization. He raised his head, his gaze once again falling upon the 7 ever-changing Ascension murals. As if talking to himself, or perhaps discussing with some unseen entity, his tone carried a clear assessment. Carbon-based ascension, with the foundation of the nomadic civilization, and the depth of this relic, it's not difficult. Mechanical ascension. With the foundation of the mechanic civilization, coupled with the evolution of the 3 mechanical revolutions, and Director Du's megastructure evolution, the path is clear and not difficult. The success rate is even higher than that of the nomadic civilization. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on his knees, his gaze falling on the most complex, even somewhat contradictory, fusion architecture diagrams. His tone finally carried a clear, yet not fearful, challenging undertone. But this fusion ascension, trying to perfectly twist the life force of carbon-based life and the absolute rationality of machinery into a single rope within this body, and even at the level of the entire civilization. That's truly quite difficult. His voice rose slightly at the end, revealing not distress, but rather a thrilling excitement. In the empty hall, only his whisper echoed, as if a grand transformation beyond mortal imagination was quietly unfolding in this seemingly casual soliloquy. In the main universe, within the Uranus cluster, a galaxy utterly transformed by mechanization. The entire galaxy has been completely altered. Planets have been dismantled, transformed into giant orbital rings around stars. Asteroid belts have been melted down, forming a superstructural framework stretching hundreds of millions of kilometers. This is a pure mechanical realm, where cold metal and roaring energy are the sole rulers. At the center of this steel jumble, Du Xiaodi, the undisputed top mechanic of the entire nascent mechanical civilization, the most trusted partner of the supreme leader, and the overall head of the Ascension Project, is suspended in the void, her consciousness intimately connected to the unimaginably vast creation below. Faced with this unprecedented challenge, and a complete lack of relevant experience within the civilization, Du Xiaodi demonstrated her consistent decisiveness and boldness. Instead of choosing a conservative, gradual approach, she made a decision that astonished all the recruited mechanical masters, simple, brutal, yet grand in scale, to use the hundreds of trump cards of the mechanical civilizations once held captive within the Intelligent Mechanical Alliance as the basic modules for constructing the megastructure. Simultaneously, she would integrate the Ascension buildings, previously evolved from temporary megastructures and representing the direction of civilizational advancement, as the core driving module of the entire megastructure. In short, she intended to refine and integrate all the Ascension buildings that the civilization had currently developed in different directions into this single, unprecedented mechanical megastructure. This engineering approach was truly groundbreaking. Leaving aside the technical difficulties, the sheer determination of putting all the eggs in one basket left the participating mechanical masters quite perplexed. After all, no one had ever attempted this before. Ascension was already a high-stakes gamble with a slim chance of survival, and she was practically betting everything at once in the most complex way possible. However, despite the doubts, no one directly objected. Theoretically, if successful, integrating the effects of all the Ascension structures into the megastructure would not only create a positive synergistic effect on the Ascension probability, but the Ascension process itself would also be protected by this ultimate creation, a double benefit. This immense theoretical allure suppressed all dissenting voices. The most steadfast supporter, unexpectedly, was Master Tunilo, who hailed from the Milta civilization. Upon learning the project details, the elderly woman unhesitatingly abandoned her obsessive research into fifth-order star armor and devoted herself entirely to it. Her attitude alone demonstrates the immense allure of this ambitious project to top mechanical masters. Now, at the center of this mechanically modified star system, the colossal structure, a culmination of countless civilizations' wisdom, ambition, and materials, is beginning to take shape. It is a constantly growing and assembling metallic celestial body. Countless powerful modules, once considered the trump cards of civilization, are like living building blocks, undergoing extremely complex splicing and fusion around the core buildings, radiating ascension waves, under the macroscopic will of Du Xiaodi and the microscopic control of numerous masters. The surface of the colossal structure is not a smooth metal shell, but rather covered with layers upon layers of jagged, interwoven giant mechanical structures. Energy pipes as thick as mountains meander and coil like dragon veins, their surfaces flickering with unstable, eerie blue arcs of electricity. Giant armor plates, resembling living plates, slowly opened and closed under the influence of an invisible force, revealing a bottomless core furnace containing terrifying energy. Furthermore, countless enormous mechanical arms, sensor arrays, and weapon platforms extended from the main body like a forest. They were not static, but were undergoing endless fine-tuning, testing, and reconstruction. The materials were not uniform. Some parts shimmered with a cold, hard luster characteristic of neutron star matter, while others flowed and deformed like liquid-shaped memory metal, and some areas were covered with a constantly self-replicating carpet of nanomechanical bacteria. Most striking, of course, were its ascension modules. These were like the heart and brain of the colossal structure. One node radiates a pure, cold, rational glow, like a flame of wisdom at absolute zero, a manifestation of the ascension of logic and calculation. Another node bursts forth with a scorching torrent of energy, seemingly capable of melting space itself, like a bound core of a star, representing the ultimate ascension of energy and power. Still other nodes display ever-changing, complex geometric halos, as if enacting the mysteries of spacetime. These lights, originating from different paths of ascension, do not harmonize. Instead, they collide, repel, and attempt to merge within the colossal structure, causing its surface to constantly erupt with dangerous energy lightning and spatial ripples. This inherent contradiction and struggle endows the colossal structure with an extremely unstable, yet infinitely potential, violent vitality. Du Xiaodi floats in the void, the cold starlight, and the energy glow flowing across the structure's surface reflecting on her usually somewhat aloof face, now one of intense focus. Deep within her eyes, the reflection of the external universe was no longer visible. Instead, a massive, intricately complex, ethereal blue waterfall of data, flowing at speeds exceeding the speed of light, suddenly flashed. This data waterfall was not chaotic code, but rather condensed into a tangible form. A three-dimensional, phantom cage, layered and constantly evolving, constructed from countless shimmering geometric symbols and flowing logical chains. This illusion of a mechanical cage was the manifestation of her immense computing power operating at its limit. Each symbol represented a pressing engineering problem, from quark-level material stress distribution to galactic energy conduction delays, to how to forcibly couple conflicting ascension modules. Each chain was a physical law constraint or mechanical command that she was to deduce, construct, or optimize. Her consciousness, like a craftswoman standing before a cosmic-level loom, manipulated the warp and weft of data with a mind operating at speeds faster than light, attempting to forcibly weave together countless unruly civilizational trump cards and paradoxical ascension blueprints into a unified, stable, and colossal framework capable of bearing the fate of the entire civilization. This mechanical cage firmly imprisoned all her mental and computational power on this unprecedented engineering challenge. It was the invisible rein she used to restrain and tame this raging mechanical creation before her. And in this process, this third-generation mechanical revolution, too, was elevating its evolutionary level in a rampage-like manner. Chapter 1785. Meanwhile, in the Origin universe, Gao Gong was also beginning the evolution of his Ascension domain. However, before that, he extracted the last system reward from suppressing the Old World Lord and repairing the timeline. Random Godhood *1 You have obtained the Random Godhood. Forging. Gao Gong's eyes lit up immediately, and the next moment, a ball of light called Forging appeared out of thin air. This ball of light called Forging, accompanied by the low roar of an engine and the subtle crackling sounds of cell division, instantly crashed into Gao Gong's chest. In the instant of fusion, his body became the most intense battlefield and the most perfect workshop. Beneath his skin, pale blue mechanical energy circuits lit up instantly like circuit boards, meandering and spreading. Wherever they passed, flesh seemed to be injected with liquid metal, gleaming with a cold, hard alloy luster. And where the bones and joints should have been mechanical structures, strong carbon-based tissue fibers frantically grew, re-entwining, connecting, and strengthening them like a neural network. At the same time, various divine forging experiences were directly poured into the senior engineer's mind. You have gained the Forging Divine Spark. All development skill tiers increased by 1. You have gained the Divine Talent Divine Creation. You have gained the Divine Skill Divine Fire Forging. You have gained the Corruption Divine Skill Rot Forging. Your Divine Spark system increased by 10%. For every 1% increase in the transformation rate of the new system, basic attributes, strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, perception, increased by 1,000. Your strength increased by 10,000 points. Your agility increased by 10,000 points. Your stamina increased by 10,000 points. Your intelligence increased by 10,000 points. You have gained one opportunity to experience a cosmic phenomenon. Please select the cosmic phenomenon you wish to experience. Black hole / red giant / gravity lensing. After absorbing this divine spark, the other 3 divine sparks also floated out, complementing the Forging Divine Spark. The various powers enhanced by the system were directly channeled into his body, further perfecting his divine form. These 4 divine sparks formed a rhombus between his chest and abdomen, embedded in a mechanically transformed shrine. The cosmic phenomena extracted this time aren't very impressive. The senior engineer glanced at the system and silently complained. He had long since lost interest in phenomena like black holes and red giants. The only thing remotely related to spacetime, the gravitational lens, was merely a cosmic version of a magnifying glass. He already possessed a gravitational divine spark. This thing was even less useful. Oh well, I keep it for now. Maybe I need it later. The senior engineer shook his head, flicking his hand, and a special scepter materialized. The Great Khan's bloodline treasure. The Nomad Staff. This was a colossal object nearly 1.8 meters long. Rather than a scepter, it was more like a movable battle banner. It emanated an ominous dark red glow, as if forged from a mixture of cooled lava and dried blood. Simply standing there, the surrounding space distorted with heat, and the faint sounds of galloping armies, and the low pressure before an approaching storm could be heard. Name: Nomad Staff. Rank: Artifact of Civilization's Bloodline. Function 1: Great Khan's Crown. Function 2: Civilizational Phenomena. Function 3: Conqueror's Whip. Function 4: Mandate of Heaven. Note: the wielder of this staff is no longer an ordinary emperor or conqueror, but the master of civilization, the writer of history, and the manipulator of the changing eras. He judges civilizations, devours civilizations, and ultimately creates civilizations. His journey is no longer to the stars and the sea, but to the very curve of the rise and fall of all civilizations that stretches across the river of time. According to the Civilization Council's value classification, the treasure of civilization's bloodline should be valued equivalent to a cosmic treasure. However, When its user happens to be the leader of that civilization, its capabilities can even approach those of some colossal structures. For example, its first function, the Great Khan's crown. Only when a true interstellar Great Khan grasps it will the Great Khan's 3 inherent cataclysmic traits enter a deep activation mode. When the High Engineer seizes it, the 3 cataclysmic traits, Bloodline of Myriad Races, Heavenly Khan, and Whip of the Conqueror, directly transform into 3 surging beams of light, hovering behind it. An evolution somewhere between Divine Office and Divinity. In terms of power alone, it surpasses the skill's upper limit, roughly equivalent to 120% to 130% of a legendary skill. However, it cannot directly attack, it can only be enhanced by the power of civilization. For example, with the enhancement of the cataclysmic trait, using function 2 allows one to inflict various natural and man-made disasters on hostile civilizations, such as genetic crisis, carbon-based species mutations, species fragmentation, and large-scale lifespan reduction. Quite a form of ritual. Its third function completely overlaps with the Great Khan's third cataclysmic trait, the Whip of Species, the Whip of Civilization, the Whip of Ascension. Only with it can this level of bloodline manipulation be performed. The fourth trait, Destiny, is very interesting. Destiny. The destiny of the nomadic civilization is not a blessing bestowed by the gods, but a survival permit forcibly demanded from the universe. It does not pray for favorable weather, but tames storms into iron hooves. It does not worship the stars, but rather grinds the sea of stars into its path. This destiny, paved with the bones of all races and crowned by burning galaxies, has only one content: eternal expansion. 1 to 3 expansion-oriented ideologies can be actively activated. When an ideology is developed to over 50%, the destiny can be changed. In other words, if used properly, this thing can serve as a treasure for endlessly generating ideological trends. This single function alone surpasses 99% of cosmic treasures. No wonder some civilization leaders have said they would rather choose a bloodline treasure than build a colossal structure. Besides the massive time and resources required to build a colossal structure, the enhancement that a bloodline treasure provides to a specific civilization is also a significant reason. However, if one is not a Great Khan, at most only the first 2 of these 4 functions will be activated, the Great Khan's crown and the civilization celestial phenomena, and even then, they will likely be incomplete or low in versions. This is considerably inferior to the functions of some excellent cosmic treasures. But none of that matters anymore. The senior engineer quickly retrieved his own remains, namely the observation Tai Chi sphere. The second function of this remains is extremely beneficial for ascension. It's a treasure for evolving/strengthening the core bloodline, serving as the core for the ascension of a carbon-based civilization. Once this thing is produced, combined with those 7 carbon-based ascension structures, the success rate of this nomadic civilization's ascension will surpass that of all previous interstellar Khans, practically guaranteed. With a thought, the senior engineer activated Divine Fire Forging. A wisp of flame, pure to the extreme yet containing unimaginable heat and the power of creation, suddenly rose from his palm. This flame was no ordinary fire, its color was chaotic, its quality mysterious, as if condensed from the most primordial laws. It was unique to the divine system. Divine Fire. The moment the Divine Fire appeared, it didn't spread recklessly, but rather, as if possessing sentience, transformed into a blazing yet gentle stream of light, precisely enveloping the observation Tai Chi sphere completely. The moment it was enveloped by the Divine Fire, the observation Tai Chi sphere emitted a deep and profound hum. The pale golden ascension power, and the dark blue observation power within it, which had been slowly flowing and maintaining a delicate balance, suddenly became active, like refined gold thrown into a furnace. The deep black surface of the Tai Chi sphere began to become transparent, and the dynamic Tai Chi diagram formed by points of light inside spun wildly at an unprecedented speed. The pale golden and dark blue energies were no longer harmoniously blended, but began to collide, permeate, and even devour and reconstruct. As expected of a high-grade spacetime material, it doesn't even melt. Although it wasn't completely devoid of movement, the Tai Chi sphere, composed of observation power and ascension power, was actually transforming into each other under the influence of the Divine Fire. At times, a wisp of dark blue observation power was stripped away by the Divine Fire, but under the extreme temperature and the intervention of the laws, it did not dissipate. Instead, it was refined into a pure pale golden ascension light, carrying the essence of insight. At times, a wisp of pale golden ascending power expanded to its limit within the flames, its inherent transcendence abruptly collapsing at the critical point, condensing into a deeper, more profound, azure droplet of observation liquid, imbued with the meaning of destiny. These two paradoxical forces, representing possibility and certainty, under the catalysis of the divine fire, staged in a logical, ever-flowing dynamic transformation cycle. If we use pure brute force, a fourth-order divine fire can't burn it, and a fifth-order divine fire would probably be in trouble too. At this moment, the little titan, who had previously disappeared, approached, curiously staring at the ball within the fire, eager to try. The senior engineer quickly stopped him. "Don't you dare. If you attack, this thing will most likely be smashed to pieces. Space-time materials are delicate things. If you smash it, it loses its effect. We still need to start from the source." With a thought, the senior engineer's three materialized cataclysmic aspects suddenly coiled around the Nomad's staff, and the ascension light surged forth once more. The light surged, but unlike before, it didn't evolve into a towering phantom of the Ascension Great Khan. All the light and power were compressed and concentrated to the extreme, ultimately condensing into a very blurry, barely discernible humanoid figure in front of the staff. This figure was extremely faint, as if it might dissipate at any moment, but its outline and aura were of the same origin and essence as the senior engineer himself. This was a projection stripped of all external power, leaving only the purest concept of senior engineer. And at the very moment this figure belonging to senior engineer took shape, a mysterious connection was established. The observation Tai Chi sphere, which had previously been passively transforming under the divine fire and difficult to control by external forces, suddenly stirred. Within the sphere, the azure observational power, representing concepts like certainty, insight, and record, seemed to be drawn by an irresistible force. It ceased its entanglement and transformation with the ascension power, and instead, like rivers flowing into the sea, actively separated strands of pure essence, casting them towards the blurry image of the high engineer. After all, before the observer's shadow fell, the last object of observation was the high engineer. Meanwhile, without the restraint of the observational power, the ascension power was also manipulated by the high engineer. After all, this was his future power. Under his control, the two forces temporarily separated, one after the other. A deep blue aura of observation, like a gentle stream, steadily flowed into the blurry light representing the high engineer's true self, making it increasingly solid and wise, as if bearing the authority to see through the world. The pale golden power of ascension, like a rushing river, joyfully entwined the Nomad's staff and its cataclysmic properties, causing the staff to shine brightly, radiating a powerful aura of continuous transcendence and evolution. One merged into the shadow of the true self, the other entwined around the staff of authority. Finally, amidst the magnificent light, the two became one. Chapter 1786. Has the evolution been successful? As the light gradually dimmed, the senior engineer examined the new nomadic staff in his hand with great interest. The nomadic staff in the engineer's hand had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was no longer merely an ancient relic symbolizing power, but had evolved into a supreme authority with a more vibrant life force, closer to the concept of a living artifact. The staff's overall length seemed to have increased slightly, yet its proportions were increasingly harmonious and perfect. It no longer gave the impression of being cast or carved, but rather resembled something naturally grown from a cosmic tree with its own will, or a concrete manifestation of solidified flowing laws. Its entire body exhibited a deep, dark golden hue, as if containing the rising sun yet to fully ascend. The originally relatively simple staff was now completely covered and merged by two intertwined, swirling torrents of energy, forming entirely new textures. One was a stream of ghostly blue light, like a cold, dark river of time, flowing silently beneath it. Upon closer inspection, countless tiny images seemed to rise and fall within the flowing light, a manifestation of the observation authority, radiating a tranquil aura of penetrating all things and recording reality. Another streak of light was pale gold, like leaping divine fire or boiling life force, coiling around the azure light, more active and intense. It represented the power of ascension, filled with a magnificent dynamism of continuous transcendence and evolution. The most significant change was at the tip of the scepter, where it was no longer a simple gemstone, but had evolved into a miniature, slowly rotating micro-black hole. The three calamity-related characteristics representing the path of conquest for the high engineer, like three ferocious spikes, guarded this core wonder, providing both terrifying power and imbuing the scepter with a murderous aura of conquer all directions. The entire scepter constantly emanated a heart-pounding aura. It possessed both the cold, rational majesty of cosmic laws and the fervent passion of life striving for divinity. As the high engineer grasped it, this contradictory yet powerful aura instantly found its home, like a wandering king returning to his throne. When his 5 fingers firmly closed, touching the scepter shaft, woven from the power of observation and ascension, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The scepter emitted a clear, joyful sound, no longer the previous low hum, but a triumphant cheer, as if imbued with a soul. The flow of the azure and pale gold energy on the scepter accelerated abruptly, no longer a chaotic torrent, but like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, perfectly aligning and resonating with the High Engineer's arm, his own energy, will, and even his very essence. At this moment, the scepter was no longer merely an external object, it became a part of the High Engineer, a powerful, active external organ and an amplifier of rules. The senior engineer could clearly sense how the power of observation within the miniature black hole model at the top of the scepter transformed all information from the surrounding space, the flow of energy, the composition of matter, even the subtle folds of time, into a cold, precise stream of data, flowing into his perception. Simultaneously, the power of ascension transformed the boundless life energy and the yearning for transcendence into a warm torrent, nourishing his body and soul. Rationality and fanaticism, data and life, these two fundamentally different forces achieved an unprecedented harmony within him through this scepter. Far from conflicting, they formed a wondrous symbiotic amplification. He gently raised the scepter, not deliberately activating it, but merely by thought. Whoosh! Wherever the scepter pointed, ripples spontaneously spread through space. The structure of matter became unstable, as if the fundamental rules of the world were showing him awe, ready to be rewritten at his will. Not bad, not bad, it's starting to resemble a megastructure. The basic function of a cosmic megastructure is to locally modify the rules of the universe. And now, that thing has it too. However, the function seems unchanged. The senior engineer glanced at the equipment's attributes and found that compared to the drastically changed appearance and performance, the function seemed unchanged, only a few words had been added or removed. Name, Nomad Staff. Rank, Item of Civilization Bloodline, Supreme, Function 1. Great Khan's Crown, Ascension, Function 2. Civilization Celestial Phenomena, Observation, Function 3. Conqueror's Whip, Coordinates, Function 4. Mandate of Heaven, Ascension. The Great Khan's Crown's enhancement has increased significantly. Previously, it was roughly equivalent to 120% to 130% of a legendary skill. Now it's about 150% to 160%. Crucially, the 3 cataclysmic traits seem to be able to separate like divine attributes, which is pretty awesome. It's like having a built-in divine clone effect. Civilization Celestial Phenomena now has an observer effect. If you keep observing secretly, you can observe an entire civilization of the same rank until it's gone. This includes civilizations of the same rank, including those affected by cataclysmic events. That's powerful. The Conqueror's Whip seems to have the same power, but it can now directly attack civilization coordinates. Holy crap, this makes me reluctant to change my tech tree after Ascension. The senior engineer muttered to himself. Although the ascended civilization is shrouded in various cities, no, cosmic legends, it shares one thing with ordinary civilizations. That is, the ascended civilization also needs to advance its technology tree. However, compared to ordinary civilizations, it has more options. Either it can switch to an ascended level technology tree, that's one option. Or it can try to evolve its level 3 technology tree to level 4, that's another option. Of course, the evolved level 3 technology tree will have a completely different appearance. However, the ascended leader can selectively retain some of its attributes, such as the calamity attribute. And when the senior engineer looked at Function 4, Destiny, Ascension, he understood the meaning of ascended core of a carbon-based civilization. Destiny, Ascension. When you raise the scepter, it will no longer be a weapon, but will transform into a bridge connecting the entire civilization. The miniature universe at the top of the scepter will expand dramatically, transforming into an ascended domain that covers the stars. Within the force field, the life frequencies of all your blood relatives and kin, sharing the same frequency of consciousness, will be forcibly synchronized, the heartbeats of billions of individuals merging into a single sound. The entire race will be forged into a single, colossal life entity at this moment. Within this force field, the effects of all ascension structures are doubled, and the ascension process can be adjusted automatically. The senior engineer knew his remains would be quite powerful, but he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. The new ascension destiny seems complex, but its essence is actually only one. The ability to manipulate the ascension domain. It should be noted that although most level 3 civilizations, after reaching their limit, will step into the so-called ascension domain, in reality, The Ascension realm is a mystical concept for these civilizations that have taken that final step. You know it exists, but no instrument can detect its actual existence. According to the senior engineer's understanding, this is no longer at the level of rules, but at the level of concepts. And now, the function of this supreme scepter, the so-called Ascension Mandate, can actually manipulate this process. As a former Ascensionist who has ascended 3 times, the senior engineer can confidently say that this thing is more effective than any Ascension building that increases the chances of ascension. The latter is like a collection of incorrect answers. After practicing, you at least don't have to worry about making mistakes. But the former can change the difficulty of the exam. This thing is a huge safety net. It can be said with certainty that if you don't pursue the various enhancements brought by the ascension process, pure carbon-based ascension is basically not difficult. The senior engineer looked at it reluctantly, weighing it in his hand for a few moments. Go! Without hesitation, he exerted force with his wrist, throwing the newly formed artifact, brimming with infinite possibilities, like a javelin. The scepter transformed into a stream of light intertwined with pale blue and light gold, instantly breaking through the constraints of this ancient space. It wasn't a simple physical flight, but rather a direct crossing of the barriers of time and space, precisely targeting Gao Gong and Huang Yuanli, following the profound causal connection between them. The next moment, in the distant coordinates of a civilization, Huang Yuanli, who was sensing the evolution of the ascended architecture through her massive tree form, was suddenly jolted. A stream of light descended from the sky, ignoring all physical obstacles, directly imprinting itself on the trunk of her towering, mountain-like tree, her true form. At the same time, the 3 condensed calamity-related characteristics wrapped around the scepter erupted, transforming into 3 towering, blurry divine figures. One exuding murderous aura, one devouring all races, and one lashing out at all living beings. They did not bring destruction, but rather, like the most loyal guardians, and like the source nourishing all things, slowly and firmly merged into Huang Yuanli's tree body. Boom! Having received the blessing of these 3 ultimate characteristics originating from different calamity civilizations, Huang Yuanli's tree of evolution seemed to be infused with unparalleled vitality. Every leaf radiated unimaginable life brilliance, the already enormous canopy expanded outwards at a visible speed, and the roots frantically plunged into the depths of the starry sky, drawing upon even more immense energy. The entire giant tree became even more lush and verdant, its life force surging like the sea, even beginning to spontaneously draw upon the energy of the surrounding heavens, evolving various phenomena of life's birth. The illusory image of the scepter imprinted on the tree trunk acted like a powerful regulator, ensuring the perfect fusion of these 3 powerful natural disaster characteristics, and guiding this nascent power towards the correct direction of ascension. How generous! The great Khan of the rock muttered to himself upon witnessing this scene. He recognized the 3 illusory images, and what they represented. In fact, even among great Khans, only one natural disaster characteristic was truly mastered. And many of them had been weakened and manipulated by the interstellar Great Khan. This was the inevitable result of the bloody internal strife within the carbon gold family over the years. But when he witnessed firsthand how this new Great Khan unreservedly implanted 3 peak-level natural disaster characteristics into the body of another high-ranking member, this had a profound impact on him. With the blessing of someone, Huang Yuanli's evolution of the Ascension building became even more powerful. Previously, her evolution of the Ascension building blueprints, though profound, felt more like groping in the fog, relying on her own understanding of life's structure to deduce the process. While the progress was steady, it ultimately lacked a comprehensive divine and powerful understanding. But now, everything was different. The illusory image of the scepter was deeply imprinted on the center of the tree trunk, as if installing a super-biological computing core. The azure observational power transformed into countless tiny data nerves, instantly connecting every branch and every leaf, giving her an almost intuitive and thorough understanding of the complex structures in the Ascension building blueprints involving energy circuits, space-time curvature, and law coupling. Any tiny design flaw or energy conflict was exposed under this absolutely rational observation. The scepter's potential, as the core of civilization's ascension, was initially activated, beginning to connect with the invisible aura of civilization emanating from all members within its sphere of influence. This immense force, carrying the collective will and the direction of civilization's development, flowed like a stream into a river, providing Huang Yuanli's evolutionary process with unprecedented propulsion and directional guidance. Under this terrifying, all-encompassing support, Huang Yuanli's speed and precision in evolving ascension structures reached an astonishing level. Complex architectural structures that would normally require months or even years to devise could now be thoroughly analyzed, optimized, and even used to deduce variants more suitable for the current state of civilization within days. What she evolved was no longer merely cold blueprints, but living foundation stones for ascension, infused with the soul of civilization and the will of a master engineer. The branches of the giant tree dance wildly in the void, each sway scattering countless architectural prototypes composed of life-giving light and law runes. These prototypes rapidly combined, collided, optimized, and emitted a heart-stopping ascension fluctuation. The entire civilization coordinate system seemed to have transformed into a gigantic life factory, operating at full power for the ascension of civilization. The senior engineer's throw truly accelerated the advancement of civilization. Chapter 1787. That speed is truly impressive. A slightly hoarse voice echoed from the depths of a desolate star system within the celestial constellation. As the voice spoke, three figures materialized as if from nothingness. One of these figures was none other than the Shadow Merchant, who had previously dealt with Gao Gong's side. It retained its mysterious appearance shrouded in hazy shadows, but now, its raised gaze was incredibly sharp. That gaze seemed to carry the deepest shadows of the universe, not traveling at the speed of light, but silently and rapidly spreading along the dark folds of the spatial structure itself, instantly traversing the distance of several star systems, precisely landing on the star field where the core of the Ascension Whip Force was located. Its perception penetrated the outer disguises and defenses, directly touching the burgeoning core. There, it sensed an aura of ascension so intense it seemed to overflow, and one that was constantly expanding. This aura was not ethereal, it was inextricably linked to the tangible construction of massive structures, the surge of energy, and the evolution of laws. Without a doubt, this emerging force had not only fully entered the realm of ascension, but was also undergoing a comprehensive and in-depth evolution of ascension technology with astonishing efficiency, preparing for that final, crucial step. This scale and speed surprised even the well-informed Shadow Merchant. But the being standing beside the Shadow Merchant suddenly spoke, its voice dry and tinged with obvious doubt. Is this a mechanical civilization? This speaker was also enveloped in a dense aura of ascension, proving that it too was an ascensionist. However, unlike the vibrant, ambitious, and even somewhat wild aura of ascension emanating from the core of the Ascension Whip, the ascension light emanating from it was lifeless. The light remained dazzling, but it conveyed not a trace of vitality or evolutionary potential. Even more striking was its form. A dragonborn, a symbol of majesty, power, and life force. Yet, even the most basic biomagnetic field characteristic of a dragonborn was so faint as to be almost imperceptible, as if this ascension was merely a magnificent but empty shell, its inner self hollowed out or replaced by something. The nomadic civilization wasn't a carbon-based civilization? It pressed on. The Shadow Merchant didn't answer the other's question, but instead looked at another. This being's form was even more peculiar. It should have been a unifier of all machines. One of the highest mechanical scholars of a mechanically ascended civilization. Of course, that was in the past. Unlike the dragonborn beside it, who had lost its life due to the fall of its civilization, this unifier of all machines had a more unique experience. The mechanical civilization it belongs to has not declined. On the contrary, it is said to be thriving and still maintains a powerful influence. It appears here purely because it was expelled, banished by its own civilization. Theoretically, as a complete unifier of all machines, it should be a supreme being without a fixed form, its core a constantly flowing, reconstructing cluster of liquid memory metal and nano-mechanical components, capable of decomposing and merging at will, with its consciousness distributed and stored, nearly immortal. However, what it presents here is far removed from its theoretically perfect form. Its signature, imposing mechanical components had mostly dissipated, leaving only a thin, ashes-like remnant of hardware, barely maintaining a blurry, flickering, and distorted humanoid outline. This remnant was merely to hold its lingering immortal consciousness after some kind of formatting, its last proof of its existence as an ascended-level mechanical species, so fragile it seemed poised to vanish completely at any moment. The One of Unity silently shook its head. Alright, let's go find that Mr. G directly. It's a pity the immortal Lord Ascender backed out at the last minute and didn't come. It's not that I didn't try, after all, he doesn't lack suitors. The Lord Ascender mentioned by the Shadow Merchant was also a top-tier being among the Fourth-Order beings, and originated from a powerful carbon-based civilization. This Cinder civilization had almost succeeded in its evolution towards the 5th level of ascension. Of course, almost succeeded meant it ultimately failed. As the last surviving member of this carbon-based civilization, the Lord Ascender inherited a significant portion of its powerful legacy. He had numerous invites not only from level 4 civilizations, but also from level 5 civilizations. Therefore, the Shadow Merchant wasn't surprised at all by the other party's eventual cancellation. After all, it wasn't just him who had been stood up. Let's go, let's take a look. Huh? The Shadow Merchant's gaze once again pierced through the void, landing on one of the Ascension Whip's ascension paths. How did they start fighting? Let's go see. The Shadow Merchant's interest was piqued. He immediately changed his mind and his direction. As a former nomad, well, now a member of the Nomadic Alliance, the Shadow Merchant naturally received the summons from the current Heavenly Khan, as well as notification of the end of the Ascension Whip's evolution. It didn't care, after all, its primary business was fencing stolen goods, not dealing with natural disasters. However, for the true leaders of the natural disaster civilizations, who had been blinded by the frenzy of the Ascension Whip, this news was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. For them, being forcibly stopped in the middle of their revelry, ordered to gather their star charts, and end this feast was worse than death. Plunder and destruction were instincts etched into their civilization's genes, especially after tasting the sweetness of it. The Shadow Merchant originally thought that the new Heavenly Khan, at the crucial moment when his civilization was about to take the final step towards ascension, would choose the safest method to directly dissolve the alliance. After all, the ascension process could not afford any mistakes, and any external instability was a potential threat. Maintaining a chaotic alliance is undoubtedly a huge risk. But clearly, the Heavenly Khan didn't think so. Not only did he not dissolve the alliance, but he maintained its existence with an even more forceful stance, and may even have issued new, stricter orders. This unconventional approach directly led to the intensification of internal conflicts within the alliance. Thus, in the peripheral star systems where multiple civilizations intersect, fierce battles, and even large-scale civilization wars, are unfolding between cataclysmic civilizations. Some cataclysmic civilizations, blinded by greed and overconfident in their power, saw that their leaders seemed to be trying to restrain them and cut off their source of income, and their ferocity was fully unleashed. In the eyes of many cataclysmic civilizations, this interstellar Khan was at most a leader, not a formal leader. Since the boss won't share the spoils, then we eat the boss's spoils. This was the thought of more than one cataclysmic civilization. Then, reality taught them a lesson. Chapter 1788. On the Ascension Path originally belonging to the carbon-based family, an invasion by a cataclysmic civilization is unfolding. It is a tree. In the void of space, the outline of this giant tree is indistinct, but its branches are twisted, their non-Euclidean geometry intertwining and spiraling against intuition. It has no leaves, only countless fine branches, like charred nerve endings, spreading outwards into space. The trunk and branches are not smooth, but rather exhibit a fragmented quality of infinite detail. Gazing at it, one can see even finer, identical branches recursively within, as if sculpted from fractal geometry, a nightmare tree. This tree begins to bear fruit. The fruit is not round, but various kinds of cubes. The moment these cube-shaped fruits fall, the attack begins. At the edge of the gravitational field of the Zerg Khanate's homeworld, Hive City, space itself silently boils and cracks, like water droplets falling into hot oil. Emerging from the cracks were not warships, but these smooth, black, featureless geometric shapes. Cubes, spheres, or cones. Their size was no larger than a mountain peak, their surfaces perfectly absorbing all light, even spacetime itself appearing slightly distorted around them. The Zerg's reaction was faster than imagined. Tens of millions of biowarships rose from the Hive's orbital hatching grounds, like a swarm of bees defending their nest, spewing clouds of acidic spores and bioplasma cannons, their chitinous armor rapidly regenerating under attack. Some enormous Leviathan-class bioships even opened their massive maws, attempting to devour these black geometric shapes directly, disintegrating them with highly corrosive digestive fluids. As for the Zerg Overlord, it unleashed a powerful psychic shriek, an energy capable of tearing apart the soul, and instantly causing the brain of any carbon-based life form to boil over. At the edge of the Zerg swarm, the Zerg Khan, who had almost betrayed the Overlord during the previous battle for the Great Khan, silently watched this scene. A hint of solemnity flashed in his compound eyes. Clearly, even among the various cataclysmic civilizations, this one was a particularly troublesome one. This was a dark forest civilization, or rather, a civilization bound by a chain of suspicion. These civilizations completely inherited the concepts from the dark ages of the universe. They believed that different civilizations in the universe could not communicate effectively, and could not determine whether the other was benevolent or malevolent. From this, they deduced, the universe was like a dark forest, and every civilization was an armed hunter. Any civilization that exposed its location, e.g., through communication signals, could be seen as a threat by other, more advanced civilizations that followed the law of the jungle. The safest and most economical approach was to destroy it first, eliminating potential competitors and threats. Even within the Cataclysmic Alliance, this civilization doesn't participate in any form of communication. In various invasion operations, the Interstellar Con proactively provides intelligence, and whether to participate is left to their own judgment. This strange method of alliance is not uncommon within the Alliance. No one sees anything wrong with it, because the other side is powerful enough. Within the cube surrounded by the Zerg swarm, one of the black cubes quietly unfolds, releasing a seemingly light, shimmering, transparent film with a metallic sheen. A two-dimensional foil. It drifted slowly and gracefully toward the Zerg homeworld, the Hive City, and the Zerg mobilized all their forces to intercept it. Bioships bravely rammed into it, but upon contact, along with their crews, they were irresistibly flattened and unfolded from three-dimensional space into a vast, exquisite, yet lifeless two-dimensional panorama. The details of this painting were incredibly lifelike. One could even discern the compound-eyed structures of the Zerg warriors in their dying moments of terror, but they had become part of the cosmic backdrop. The two-dimensional foil, with a casual touch, reduced everything it touched from three-dimensional to two-dimensional. The Zerg homeworld's powerful biogravity attempted to resist, but only accelerated its own two-dimensionalization. The Zerg fleet, trying to escape, found that space itself was collapsing. The speed of light was decreasing, like insects trapped in amber. No matter how overloaded their engines were, they could not escape this space-time prison that was falling from three-dimensional to two-dimensional. Just as that two-dimensional foil, a symbol of despair, floated gracefully towards the Zerg homeworld Hive City like an invitation to death, amidst the screams and despair of billions of Zerg swarms, a strange fluctuation erupted from a core consciousness. The Hive Khan, the newly crowned Zerg queen, her visual organs composed of countless compound eyes, reflected the terrifying scene of the entire galaxy being mercilessly flattened. The two-dimensional boundaries, like an invisible tide, devoured the stars, turning the magnificent Zerg fleet into a mural. However, faced with this despair powerful enough to freeze any carbon-based soul, the abyss-like solemnity in her eyes shattered like ice, revealing a boiling excitement that wasn't madness, but the ecstatic joy of a hunter finally finding prey worthy of his bite, a craftsman discovering the ultimate challenge material. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. A chilling will swept across the entire Zerg network, suppressing all panic. Let them see what evolution truly is. The next moment, the ultimate power bestowed by the new Great Khan, hidden deep within the Zerg's gene pool. Fusion mode activated. The Queen's Hive, a planet-like entity, underwent a dramatic transformation in its thick biomatrix shell. The chitinous armor no longer grew or hardened, but was forged by an invisible force. Dark red patterns, like cooled lava, instantly appeared on its surface. Then, a cold metallic sheen seeped from beneath the flesh. The boundary between flesh and machine was completely shattered. Mechanical appendages spewing plasma streams grew from the sides of the writhing cavities, and pulsating nerve cords were encased in alloy armor flashing with data streams. The Zerg units were no longer biological entities carrying weapons. Instead, the weapons themselves had grown flesh and blood, transforming into living war machines. Faced with the silently spreading two-dimensional foil, hundreds of millions of Zerg units that had completed their fusion evolution did not flee. Instead, like moths to a flame, they actively rushed towards the two-dimensional boundary. In the instant before contact, their carbon-based and mechanical parts underwent a violent energy resonance, forming tiny, extremely unstable space-time folds. These folds, like pebbles thrown into a smooth surface of water, are instantly smoothed out by the two-dimensional water surface, but they do, on a microscopic scale, disrupt the absolute smoothness of the dimensional reduction process for an extremely short time. Countless molten swarms sacrificed themselves, leaving behind countless tiny, distorted ripples and noise on the two-dimensional canvas in this suicidal manner, as if declaring to their enemies, even absolute rules can be twisted by the will of life. The Hive Khan herself became the epicenter of this fusion storm. Her lower body completely fused with the carbon throne, the core of the hive, the throne itself transforming into a massive, half-biological, half-mechanical fusion reactor. Her upper body, flesh and blood perfectly intertwined with intricate mechanical prosthetics, no longer shone with the luster of life, but with a light that mingled with cold data streams and a burning desire for evolution. She raised an arm, beneath which writhed biological tissue, while the arm's skeleton shimmered with eerie blue energy. Pointing to the still-spreading two-dimensional death, she uttered a challenge that was both a biological roar and a mechanical, synthesized voice. Come. Let's see if your laws are sharper, or if the evolutionary fire of my race burns brighter. Not every cataclysmic civilization follows an absolute chain of suspicion logic. At least when facing their fellow cataclysmic elder brother, or rather, their new elder brother, many of these force-backed cataclysmic civilizations intended to test the waters first. After all, this new great Khan, capable of directly defeating the elder brother, possessed terrifying combat power. However, these envoys sent out by the cataclysmic civilizations almost unsurprisingly encountered pursuit by the players. Damn it, don't let it in. Block it, block it. Don't run away. Aren't you here for diplomacy? Let's talk, let's talk. Successfully fused. Let my 4th-tier gene-enhanced biological computer calculate whether it can pinpoint the other civilization's coordinates. Holy crap, brothers, we found the coordinates of one of the calamities. It's on the 13th ascension route, coordinates 431313.3524111. A collection that can withstand rule-based attacks. At this very moment, these players, each evolving into a 4th-tier calamity, were demonstrating what true calamity looked like to these calamity civilizations. As it turned out, the senior engineer's prediction was absolutely correct. Under the fusion mode, which theoretically possesses infinite evolutionary potential, the players had become utterly abnormal. Some players had transformed into artificial ancient nebulae, rapidly expanding outwards. What flickered within that nebula weren't photons. Each spark of thought was a miniature fusion computing unit, interwoven with biological neural synapses and quantum processors. These units split and recombined like cancer cells, and the waste heat generated during their thinking directly condensed into cold, neural network-like heat dissipation filaments around them. His ancient whispers are, in reality, the information noise pollution caused by countless carbon-based consciousnesses and mechanical logics operating at overload, polluting the dimension of reality. And some players became super symbiotes. Their scale was large enough to envelop a medium-sized star. The mechanical parts formed the framework and energy conduits, while the carbon-based parts formed a pulsating, photosynthetic biofilm covering the mechanical structure. It did not devour the star, but rather formed a symbiotic relationship with it. The biofilm absorbed stellar radiation, converting it into bioelectricity and pheromones. Simultaneously, its mechanical components precisely regulate the star's combustion activity, much like controlling a wild horse. It can directionally trigger super flares as weapons, or focus stellar energy into a devastating torrent. Each time it covers a star, it fires hundreds of thousands of planetary cannons in all directions, indiscriminately shooting in all directions, until several surrounding star systems are completely wiped out. And then, there are players who, in their normal state, are a constantly flickering mist, rapidly switching between solid and illusory forms. Within this mist, sometimes the gears and bearings of intricate machinery emerge, sometimes the blood vessels and nerves of biological tissues peek through. Its very existence follows the principle of quantum superposition. This is a being that takes the quantum superposition state from the Mech Frenzy series to its extreme. It can actively utilize the quantum tunneling effect, ignoring most physical barriers. Its attack methods are bizarre and unpredictable. It might detonate inside your fleet while simultaneously launching an attack from the outside. Only collapsed into reality at the moment you observe it. Destroying it is extremely difficult because its true form may exist simultaneously in multiple probability clouds. It combines precise mechanical calculations with carbon-based fuzzy intuition to manipulate the uncertainty of the laws of physics themselves. After witnessing so many absurdities, not only the Shadow Merchant, but also the other two 4th-tier beings were utterly stunned. Chapter 1789. In fact, the Shadow Merchant had vaguely hinted at the special characteristics of this level 3 civilization to the two before arriving. Otherwise, these two wouldn't have come in person. After all, an ascended species of this level would most likely not be willing to lower themselves to accept an invitation from a level 3 civilization. Coming in person was itself a sign of lowering their status. Although they had somewhat anticipated this, witnessing the extraordinary abilities of these cataclysmic warriors firsthand, the two were truly stunned. This was not ordinary performance, barely reaching the 4th tier. It was the evolution of a mature, even top-tier, 4th-tier species. Except for the lack of ascension technology and ascension talent. The three ascended beings hovered outside this star field, their senses seemingly drawn into it invisibly. They no longer felt like observers looking down from above, but rather like they had inadvertently stumbled into a savage and dangerous beast breeding ground. The invisible ocean of information surrounding them was permeated with countless powerful, chaotic, and aggressive auras. These auras were not simple energy fluctuations, but a complex field blending the predatory instincts of creatures, the cold logic of machinery, and a greedy curiosity that viewed everything as a toy. This aura was palpable, carrying a primal, unadulterated sense of oppression. Even they felt a long-lost, primal tremor, a slight chill stemming from their very life force. It was the natural wariness of a living being facing an unknown abyss, towards a potential, higher-level predator. They exchanged a glance, both reading the same shock and solemnity in each other's mental fluctuations. This Level 3 civilization had nurtured a group of primordial beasts that had long since broken free of their shackles, and were learning how to dismantle their cages. And the person who had invited them seemed to be the keeper of these beasts. Suddenly, the shadow merchant sensed something amiss. The cosmic void beside it, as if painted over by an invisible brush, began to blur. Reality itself was fading, losing focus. Amidst this increasingly chaotic backdrop, a consciousness softly resonated within all perception, tinged with curiosity, ethereal as wind passing through a black hole. Huh? Who are you? The instant the words fell, the blurry void suddenly gained texture. It was no longer empty, but transformed into a constantly spinning, bottomless dark vortex. At the vortex's center, something was rising. First to appear were hair strands flowing like a waterfall. A torrent woven from solidified shadows, fragmented galactic bands of light, and countless tiny, pale arms. Then, a huge, blurry female face emerged from the vortex. Her face was obscured, as if viewed through a layer of tears and distorted glass, yet any observer could clearly feel she was looking at them, a gaze that pierced all physical barriers, landing directly on the most hidden corners of the soul. Sister G, who are you talking to? A somewhat lazy and impatient thought echoed, like someone dismissing an unruly underling. None of your business. It's a situation in the next star system, you can't reach it. TSK, long arms are great, huh? Do you think I can ascend to the ancients if I take the path of a female evil god? First, you're male. You can only be a male evil god, not a female one. Second, to ascend to the ancients, you need to find a level 3 civilization to sacrifice yourself to, preferably one on the side of the evil gods. Sister G dealt with the people around her, and that terrifying gaze returned once more. Its gaze was like an invisible, ultra-high-dimensional probe, piercing directly through the shadow merchant's meticulously constructed energy shell and all pretense, as if his existence at this moment was merely a pale projection. Under this gaze, the shadow merchant felt itself become transparent like never before. It clearly senses that Sister G's gaze has passed over it, landing behind it. No, on its essential shadow, infinitely stretched across multiple dimensions of space-time, unobservable by ordinary means. Even more terrifying, the gaze actually followed this long shadow, spanning tens of thousands of light-years and space-time barriers, like following a spider's web. A thin yet incredibly resilient thread of cause and effect, upstream, precisely seeing at the end of the shadow the one linked to the ascended being who granted him power, allowing him to roam the world. This glance was no longer curiosity, but a pinpointing location. A hint of I knew it seemed to appear on Sister G's enormous face, composed of stardust and shadow. His gaze, like the most precise harpoon, had firmly pinned down the shadow behind the shadow merchant, a shadow that transcended time and space. And along this causal line, he instantly delivered an invisible mark to the end of the shadow, to the location of the ascended entity hidden in the unknowable depths of the universe. However, at the very moment the mark was completed, at the end of the shadow, in that absolute realm where even time and space seemed to freeze, the colossal ascended entity being spied upon appeared enraged by this sudden intrusion. He didn't even fully turn around, merely a gaze transcending dimensions suddenly turned back. Humph. Sister G let out a short, muffled groan. The sound didn't seem to come from her mouth, but rather like the painful groan of her massive ancient form after being violently struck by an irresistible force. Suddenly, countless blinding white lights erupted from her ancient form, composed of distorted starlight, solidified shadows, and frantic whispers. These white lights were like blades possessing absolute purifying power, or manifestations of some higher-level law. Wherever they passed, stardust was torn apart, and shadows were evaporated, cracks gleaming with a ghastly white light spread across Sister G's body at an alarming speed, like a beautiful, yet fragile, ancient porcelain piece on the verge of shattering. Deep within the cracks, there was no longer a dark cosmic backdrop, but a void, an absolute emptiness where even the concept of existence had been erased. This attack was absolutely at the level of ascension technology. However, despite this blow, Sister G merely coughed twice, completely unconcerned. So it really is someone from an ascended civilization. What are you doing here? The shadow merchant was also shocked. They didn't even care about the loss of their essence. Are they really so fearless? I'm here to deliver these two top scholars at the ascended level, as instructed by Mr. G. Is that so? It's the boss's business, all right? You there. Lead the way. Sister G's voice suddenly rose 180 degrees. Then what are you doing, Sister G? A reluctant voice rang out. Me? I die. My essence is lost, beyond repair. I find the coordinates of a calamity-stricken civilization and take them down with me. The shadow merchant. What a formidable female boss. Although it had seen all sorts of twisted, insane monsters who treated life like dirt within the Cataclysmic Alliance, a monster this powerful, yet so nonchalant about its own existence, even intending to use it as the ultimate weapon, was truly rare. Could the Legion's true nature actually be a warmongering civilization? The shadow merchant's thoughts were momentarily confused, and it even forgot the words it was about to utter. The journey continued smoothly, and it was soon led to the Colossus by another cataclysmic warrior, who explained their purpose to the Colossus's master. After a moment of silence, a vast and ancient consciousness, like an awakening starry sea, slowly emanated from the depths of the Colossus. An ascended species? A cosmic noble? As ascended beings, these two sensed Du Xiaoti's special nature almost immediately. There was someone who had arrived even before them. These two immediately felt a sense of urgency. The moment the being known as Ms. Du descended with her immense consciousness, her invisible gaze acted like a highly efficient probe, ignoring all irrelevant appearances and precisely piercing the core of the unifier of all machines, constructed from cold logic and ascended hardware. A single sentence sent a shiver down the spines of the other two. You built a megastructure? The unifier of all machines remained silent, though the flickering signals around it indicated its data was far from calm. It failed. Du Xiaoti's tone was definitive. In that case, you be my deputy. The moment the word deputy was uttered, without allowing the unifier of all machines any indication of agreement or refusal, Du Xiaoti's power, the mechanical cage, was activated. Click buzz. The unifier of all machines, forged over countless years and absorbing the technologies of countless civilizations, its proud final hardware entity, from its most microscopic structure, was like metal thrown into an invisible, potent acid. It instantly lost all its internal connections, collapsing and disintegrating on the spot. The remaining ascended hardware transformed directly into the most basic flow of information and ineffective fundamental particles, vanishing like sandcastles. This was a more fundamental, more brutal deconstruction, acting on the root law of all mechanical and informational existence. In a mere instant, the unifier of all machines, which had traversed the cosmos, had its last trace in the material world completely erased. Only the most core, most essential point remained. The virtual code representing its ascended consciousness, like a naked soul stripped of its outer shell, exposed to the void. This string of code, containing vast knowledge and lessons learned from failures, vanished in the next instant, like a river flowing into the sea, absorbed entirely by the invisible gravitational pull emanating from the colossal living structure before it. Without an earth-shattering battle, without fierce resistance, a powerful ascended being was stripped of its very foundation with a single, casual remark, reduced to a mere psychic under Du Xiaoti's command within the Colossus. The shadow merchant froze, its consciousness completely frozen. It realized that compared to this Ms. Du, the Sister G who had previously contemplated mutual destruction was practically gentle. Chapter 1790. Du Xiaoti's consciousness, like the receding tide, decisively withdrew from the outside world, returning to the vast, pulsating depths of the colossal structure. There were no unnecessary warnings, nor any instructions given to the nearly frozen shadow merchant beside her. With the addition of the unifier of all machines, a top-tier fourth-order mechanical scholar, the construction of the colossal structure immediately progressed further. Buzz? A deep and magnificent rumble was born from the very core of the colossal structure, quickly spreading to every corner. It was like the satisfied roar of a dormant star core suddenly infused with immense energy. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the entire colossal structure's operation abruptly increased by an order of magnitude. The previous low and powerful pulsation, like the heart of a nebula, suddenly accelerated, becoming more powerful, each pulse causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The light flowing through the intricate network of metal and machinery on the colossal structure's surface grew even more dazzling, the energy flow accelerated several times over, and a faint hissing sound, like the unprecedentedly efficient meshing of millions of precision gears, could even be heard. An even more noticeable change was the colossal structure's form beginning to undergo extremely subtle but continuous adjustments. At some previously somewhat sluggish or imperfect structural points, the metal and machinery visibly shifted, reorganized, and optimized, as if a top engineer had just acquired a coveted ultimate tool and was eagerly integrating it into their masterpiece, making it more efficient and more dangerous. The Shadow Merchant and the ancient Dragonborn exchanged a glance, their expressions stiff, but neither dared to move an inch. In fact, even the ascended civilization behind the Shadow Merchant was still in the early stages of discussion regarding civilization-level projects like the megastructure. The higher-ups weren't all in agreement on whether to proceed with such a project. They even consulted many experts in related fields. This one who unifies all machines was one such expert. And the reason this megastructure builder was recruited by Ms. Du without any resistance was largely due to this. It might not even have much interest in the fusion civilization, but its obsession with building a successful megastructure was etched into its source code. The two stood there, occasionally exchanging glances. What level 3 civilization would dare treat an ascended species and a representative of an ascended civilization like this? But that's what they did. You really couldn't do anything about it. A fusion civilization couldn't defeat an ascended civilization, that was true. But you couldn't start a civilization-level war with them just for that. Moreover, even if they couldn't win, what if they ended up in a situation where they injured 1,000 enemies, but lost 800 of their own? That would be utterly disastrous. Fortunately, simply standing still wasn't boring. As far as the eye could see, this cosmic space was like a bustling port, with players returning from their excursions every now and then. These returning players all exuded a fierce aura, their bodies still bearing the aftershocks of intense battles, and the marks of their wounds. But they didn't radiate fatigue, instead, they emanated an excitement of returning with a full load. Some players, in their enormous mechanical hands, clutched massive, ominous corpses as if they were prey. The residual energy fluctuations of the corpses clearly indicated that it had once been at least a ruler or war behemoth of a powerful, calamity-ridden civilization, yet now it was being dragged around like a dead dog. Some players had a powerful energy field binding behind them a river composed of countless warship wrecks. That fleet, with its unified style, was clearly the elite of some biological civilization, now fragmented and endless, like an ugly necklace of trophies dragged back to the lair by the victors. What made the Shadow Merchant's pupils shrink even more was the sight of a familiar figure. The Swarm Khan, who had recently entered fusion mode and left a deep impression on him. At this moment, she seemed even more ferocious, bearing the scars of a battle with some extremely terrifying being. Most shockingly, she was carrying a tree on her shoulder. A prototype of a technological tree, composed of solidified shadows, distorted geometric symbols, and constantly flashing, cold data streams, exuding the typical aura of a dark forest civilization. This wasn't a physical object, but rather the manifestation of the rules of that civilization's technological system, a knowledge entity forcibly extracted and compressed from the very roots of that civilization with overwhelming power. She carried what looked like a freshly felled, strange tree, a satisfied yet sinister smile on her face, as she flew towards an entrance to the colossal structure. When will a diplomatic representative arrive? The ancient dragonborn beside her, influenced by the atmosphere of war, asked impatiently. The Shadow Merchant glanced at her, but didn't reply. You're a 4th-tier species, a member of the old dragonborn, for goodness sake. Is it really necessary to be so eager for an invitation from a 3rd-tier civilization? Shameful. Several passing players, however, glanced at her curiously. The dragonborn, is that the one we fought last time? Which time? It was in that mirror world. Oh, I vaguely remember, but it doesn't seem to be the same species. Probably not. They weren't red-named, they were neutral units. That's no fun, let's leave. And so, the players quickly left again. The new version had started, and they needed to adapt quickly. Fortunately, not long after, an energy gate silently slid open on the surface of the giant structure. A figure dressed in simple yet imbued with extraordinary energy patterns, possessing a capable and composed demeanor, stepped out. It was Qingjinzi, the Legion's diplomatic representative. Her gaze calmly swept over the Shadow Merchant and his imposing companion. The companion's form vaguely revealed ancient and majestic biological characteristics, clearly some powerful dragonborn life form. Qingjinzi's gaze lingered briefly on the old dragonborn, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Dragonborn, huh? What a coincidence. This seemingly casual remark caused the old dragonborn's scale-like energy shell to tremble slightly. Dragonborn are extremely rare in the universe, yet this person recognized them at a glance and called it a coincidence? You? No other dragonborn. Qingjinzi glanced at him, his expression unchanged, as if recounting a trivial past event, casually saying, "Yes, I once fought against an ascended-level dragonborn civilization." The Shadow Merchant's assessment of the Legion's strength was once again forcibly elevated. This mysterious force's reach and history were likely far more profound and terrifying than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the old dragonborn was caught in a dilemma and worry he had never imagined. Would anyone still value him in his current state? On the other side, the senior engineer also received a notification from the system. The Legion faction has gained a level 120 mechanical life form, the one who unifies machines, increasing megastructure construction speed by 20%, megastructure construction success rate by 20%, and acquiring some megastructure technology. This is an ascended scientist brought by the Shadow Merchant? Not bad, actually an SSR. If a regular 4th-tier mechanical scholar is an SR card, then a mechanical scholar who has mastered megastructures is an SSR. After all, even for an ascended civilization, embarking on a megastructure project requires serious consideration. It involves a large amount of civilizational resources, and is even closely related to the choices made for civilizational evolution. If it fails, the consequences would be unimaginable. Could this guy have failed at megastructure construction, directly destroying his civilization, and that's why he's selling himself on the cosmic black market? The senior engineer's irresponsible guess. At this very moment, the senior engineer was in the seemingly boundless search hall of the endless starry sky archives. Countless star-like points of light represented a vast and profound knowledge base, serene and enigmatic. However, this time, he wasn't greeted by the old man from before, but by a formula-based AI. But when he expressed his desire to upload cosmic plugin-level knowledge data, the AI's intelligence visibly and rapidly increased, and the senior engineer suspected it had been replaced by a staff member. Because the AI spoke with a noticeable stutter. Whose AI stutters? The internet speed isn't lagging. You? Excuse me, member of the differential library, are you sure you want to upload paid knowledge at the cosmic plugin level? Even if I give you the knowledge in my notebook, you might not accept it. The senior engineer silently complained to himself. His past life experience told him that some cosmic libraries are quite conservative, often with rather traditional and even rigid review standards. They might not have the vision or open-mindedness to recognize the unique value of certain XP technologies. However, for knowledge at the level of a cosmic plugin, as long as the other party isn't blind, they will immediately recognize its value. Especially after receiving the initial data uploaded by the senior engineer. Moreover, this kind of plugin with spacetime repair attributes is particularly useful for the Endless Star Archive. Don't forget, the initial purpose of this knowledge organization was to explore the outer universe. And the most common problem encountered in exploring the outer universe is indeed the spacetime problem. The knowledge level you submitted is too high, exceeding my normal processing authority. Please wait a moment. I will immediately summon the relevant knowledge review expert. The AI projection didn't disappear, instead, it froze in place as if in standby mode, but its internal data flow was surging at an alarming rate, clearly communicating with the archive's deeper permissions. Almost simultaneously, the senior engineer keenly sensed that this previously tranquil endless starry sky archive was beginning to undergo subtle changes. Among the simulated boundless starry sea overhead, several of the originally evenly distributed stars began to shine unusually bright, as if illuminated by an invisible hand. Immediately afterward, a clear feeling of being watched washed over him. Moreover, this sense of being watched rapidly increased from 1 gaze to 3. These 3 gazes were not tangible, yet they possessed an indescribable penetrating power, as if they could analyze every byte of knowledge, discerning its most fundamental structure and value. They originated from the depths of the starry sky, carrying an ancient, rigorous, and inquisitive will. At the same time, the environment surrounding the engineer began to undergo drastic changes. The ground beneath his feet, once smooth as a mirror reflecting the stars, began to reveal countless fine, complex, and constantly flowing geometric patterns of light. These patterns intertwined and shifted, constructing layer upon layer of strange structures, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The surrounding scenery was no longer the fixed scene of an archive, but began to rapidly shift, sometimes presenting the scorching chaos of the early stages of the Big Bang, sometimes showcasing the cold end of a galaxy heading towards heat death, and sometimes freezing on the catastrophic moment when a civilization failed in a faster-than-light experiment. It was as if the entire space had been dragged into a high-speed simulated timeline corridor, showcasing various possibilities and key moments. This wasn't a test, it was more like an extremely sophisticated verification environment. The review experts seemed to be mobilizing the archive's powerful computing capabilities to construct a highly realistic sandbox world containing various cosmic rule variables, to test the cosmic plugin submitted by the senior engineer, especially its core claimed spacetime repair function, and its universality and stability under different timelines and different physical rules. Chapter 1791. The senior engineer wasn't surprised at all by this scene. Knowledge without practical application wouldn't be readily accepted by the other party. So he silently took out a Huang Yuanli brand wooden sword, inwardly lamenting once again how wonderful it would be to possess a sword-shaped cosmic treasure. In an instant, a light indescribable in color condensed at the sword tip. It wasn't an energy beam, but rather a highly compressed, materialized sword aura, radiating a sense of order that repaired all things. At this moment, the surrounding simulated environment was flowing to a crucial collapse timeline. An advanced civilization attempted to create eternal energy, but triggered a chain reaction of physical constants collapsing. Space was cracked like a shattered mirror, time flowed wildly, and the entire simulated universe was sliding towards utter annihilation. The senior engineer's gaze locked onto the most critical crack on that timeline. He swung his sword, gently pointing at that crack. The movements, seemingly gentle, contained the power to pluck the strings of the universe. The ephemeral, eternal light emanating from the sword tip shot out silently, not to destroy, but like the finest mending needle, precisely piercing the core of the crack. The next moment, a miracle occurred. The crack, which had been spreading and causing the collapse of everything, began to heal at a visible speed, as if smoothed by an invisible hand. The chaotic, splashing flow of time was guided back into its orderly course, and the shattered mirror of space was pieced back together smoothly. Even more astonishingly, the light from the sword tip seemed to possess infinite adaptability. As the repair progressed, it itself evolved and fine-tuned, emitting a rhythmic fluctuation that increasingly aligned with the current simulated timeline. He wasn't repairing with brute force, but rather using the cosmic plugin he brought to patch a custom-made rule patch to this timeline. This patch directly affected the underlying logic of the universe, bridging the fatal paradox, bringing the collapse to an abrupt halt, and allowing all things to return to orderly evolution. Meanwhile, above the endless starry sky, the three gazes had multiplied into 5, and their mental fluctuations were extremely frequent, clearly indicating their shock at the situation. Behind the advanced engineer's unseen presence, numerous high-level machines, such as galactic computers and black hole computing arrays, had entered a frenzied computational process, testing the intensity, repair speed, and rule attributes of this sword light. The advanced engineer's act of repairing a timeline seemed to be just the beginning. The 5 review experts hidden deep within the starry sky appeared determined to conduct the most rigorous stress test. In an instant, the environment surrounding the engineer drastically changed once more. It was no longer the flow of a single timeline, but countless broken, distorted timelines heading towards different ends, like shattered mirrors, simultaneously spinning and flickering wildly around him. To the left, one timeline was trapped in the paradoxical trap of heat-death reversal. Everything that should have descended into cold, lifeless stillness was now strangely and frantically releasing energy, as if the universe were burning backwards, about to overload and annihilate itself. To the right, another timeline presented a horrific scene of causal collapse. The effects occurred before the causes. Planets died before they were born. Logic was completely chaotic, like a tangled mess of knots. Ahead, yet another timeline was tormented by dimensional collapse. 3-dimensional space continuously collapsing into 2 dimensions, everything being flattened into a pitiful picture. Behind them, a scene of rule contamination unfolded. An indescribable whisper distorted the laws of physics, the speed of light fluctuated wildly, gravity sometimes repelled, and everything became bizarre and surreal, on the verge of collapse. This was an execution ground of utter chaos, a simultaneous spectacle of several cosmic catastrophes. Faced with this spectacle capable of driving any god mad, the high-ranking engineer's eyes remained impassive. His body moved. He didn't remain still as before, but instead took a series of incredibly profound steps, his figure flashing and weaving among countless fragments of shattered timelines. His movements were fluid and graceful, like an elegant yet deadly dance, and his sword was the paintbrush of this dance. As he swept across the timeline of heat-death reversal, the tip of his sword lightly touched it, and a cold entropy increase repair patch was injected into its core, forcibly reversing the energy flow, bringing the frenzied burning to an abrupt halt, returning it to a cold, lawful silence. When he cut into the tangled mess of collapsed causality, the light at the tip of his sword transformed into countless fine threads of logic, like a time-space weaver, precisely reconnecting and stitching together cause and effect, restoring the inverted order to its proper place. Faced with dimensional collapse, he drew a perfect dimensional stability anchoring formula in midair, firmly anchoring the collapsing space to a 3-dimensional state. Encountering rule contamination, His sword spun continuously, emitting an absolutely purifying force field, like an eraser, gradually erasing the distorted whispers and bizarre rules, restoring the universe to its original state. The cosmic plugin is a plugin, but it can have infinite variations. The senior engineer was gradually feeling the pressure. Without Ms. Bahrain and me working together, it was definitely lacking in flavor. Fortunately, these were all simulated timelines. If it were real, we wouldn't be able to withstand it. He didn't know if he could get away with it. If he couldn't, then the rest of the plan would be impossible to execute. However, while the senior engineer thought this, the review experts behind him were all stunned. Rule adaptability, perfect match. How could he instantly understand the imaginary entropy increase paradox and complete the reverse calibration? The detection of the repair behavior itself triggered a micro-optimization of the underlying rules of the timeline. This wasn't a simple patching, this was benign-induced mutation. Such effortless mastery. This person's understanding of the universe's underlying code was probably approaching the source level. Immediately mobilize all available computing power. Focus on analyzing the energy composition of that sword light. I need to know how it was embedded without triggering rule repulsion. See that? The method of reconstructing the causal chain. This is absolutely a completely new technological path. We must obtain it, deep within the archives, beyond the reach of the senior engineer's vision. An even more astonishing scene is unfolding. Galaxy-sized supercomputer arrays are fully activated, their internal processors, vast as galaxies, radiating blinding light. Further away, black hole computing arrays, constructed using the gravitational lensing effect of black holes, and specifically designed to simulate extreme physical environments and analyze high-dimensional information, are also emitting a low hum. The light near the event horizon is violently distorted, a sign that computing power is being pushed to its limit. Countless high-level machines, normally used only to deduce the ultimate fate of the universe or analyze ancient relics, are now focusing their detection efforts intently on the seemingly faint yet revolutionary sword light at the senior engineer's fingertip. The senior engineer only had a basic understanding of the origins of the endless star archives. Therefore, he hadn't anticipated what a new cosmic plugin with built-in time-space repair capabilities would mean for the curators. At this moment, besides the reviewers, more than one curator had already completed a consciousness transfer, traveling thousands of miles to arrive. These wills, far more vast and profound than the review experts' thoughts, seemingly carrying the weighty histories of countless civilizations, had forcibly descended upon this place, as if traversing endless light years. The owners of these wills hadn't revealed their true forms, but their very existence caused this simulated starry sky to tremble slightly, as if unable to bear their weight. Behind each curator represented an ascended civilization, or even a highly advanced one. These curators communicated more frequently than the review experts. Moreover, compared to the excitement of the review experts, these curators were mostly filled with confusion and doubt. A calm, stellar core-like thought was the first to raise a question. A new type of cosmic plugin, and it's not even registered with the Time and Space Administration? Aren't they supposed to be best at recruiting talent across the multiverse? Why can't we find this one? Another thought, with a cold, mechanical quality, entered. An ancient machine elder subordinate, then why isn't he at the Ancient Research Society? A slightly sharp, wary thought rang out, not registered in the anomaly files. Are you sure? Are your undercover agents reliable? Even the Time and Space Administration hasn't registered him? Even the Time and Space Administration hasn't registered him. What does this mean? It means that this self-proclaimed differential elder, and the cosmic plug-in he possesses, are either newly born, while top-tier technologies yet to be discovered by any superpower. Or, he or the force behind him possesses a terrifying ability to evade, or even deceive the Time and Space Administration's monitoring network. The latter is clearly impossible, not only because the other party is only at the third tier. More importantly, why did they do this, and then suddenly appear here? Related knowledge. Once uploaded, the value of a cosmic plugin decreases dramatically, eliminating its scarcity entirely. Preserving the scarcity of a cosmic plugin is far more valuable than any intelligence. So, this really is a wild, powerful figure. Thus, the eyes of all the museum owners burned with fervor. Soon, the chaotic space-time environment surrounding the senior engineer disappeared, replaced by a luxurious reception room. The floor was made of an unknown material, warm and smooth like jade, reflecting starlight. The walls resembled flowing nebula murals. Soft, bright light streamed from the dome, and a faint, calming fragrance permeated the air. A magnificent long table carved from some kind of ancient cosmic wood appeared in the center, flanked by comfortable chairs designed according to ergonomics, or rather, the ergonomics of various cosmic races. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. "Difference Elder, you old rascal, you really know how to stir things up." Chapter 1792. Galgon looked up, and the figure formed by the condensed starlight gradually became clear, revealing a strange species he had never seen before. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but the details were completely different from any carbon-based or common silicon-based life form. Its body seemed to be composed of some kind of translucent crystal, with slowly flowing stardust inside, its texture warm yet carrying a cold, aloof feeling. These internal stardust particles were not chaotic, but rather like miniature galactic vortexes, slowly rotating according to some profound law. Its face lacked conventional organs such as a mouth and nose, only a soft halo that constantly changed shape. Within the halo, sometimes it was as tranquil as cosmic background radiation, sometimes it flashed brilliantly like a supernova explosion. This seemed to be its primary way of expressing emotions and communicating. Galgong immediately launched a probe. A faint smile seemed to flicker across the halo-like face of Star Vortex. It didn't make any large movements, its seemingly illusory hand, formed from starlight, simply grasped at the air. The movement was effortless, yet terrifyingly precise. The probing wave emitted by the high-ranking engineer was tangibly extracted from the invisible flow of information, coalescing at its fingertips into a weak, but clearly visible, struggling ball of light. Star Vortex gently twirled this ball of light, as if playing with an interesting object. Its peaceful mental intent resonated again, this time with a barely perceptible hint of teasing. "Hee, old man, weren't you supposed to be on the fusion path? Why are you researching information-based methods?" As its hand rubbed, the light formed from the probing skill was casually manipulated. "Here you go." Its intention carried a hint of nonchalance. However, the method of return was utterly unpredictable. The sphere of light didn't fly in a straight line. Instead, the instant it left Star Vortex's fingertip, it seemed to merge directly into the texture of space, traversing all the distances in between, appearing without warning directly in front of Galgong's chest, about to strike him. This move not only returned Galgong's methods verbatim, but also contained a subtle application of spatial rules, carrying a hint of defiance and further probing. Just as the sphere of light was about to touch Galgong's body, and its probing energy was about to be reversed and act upon him, Galgong's response was even more unexpected. He didn't dodge, didn't block, and didn't even use any obvious energy defense. Galgong simply opened his mouth, the movement as natural as if he were merely yawning. But within the tiny space between his parted lips, a miniature information black hole, radiating an aura of absolute devouring, suddenly formed. The probing sphere, containing a trace of the spatial power of the Star Vortex, flew straight into the open mouth, into the depths of the information black hole, like a moth drawn to a flame. There was no collision, no explosion, not even a ripple. The sphere was completely swallowed and digested by the profound darkness. The other party looked at the senior engineer in surprise, seemingly still somewhat incredulous. The senior engineer simply smiled without saying a word. Finally, the other party gave up on dwelling on this small detail and bowed slightly. "Your Excellency, Difference Elder, please allow me, on behalf of the Endless Star Archives, to offer my sincere apologies for the test just now. Your skill is truly awe-inspiring." It bowed slightly, its crystal-like body reflecting a mesmerizing light. "I am one of the rotating curators of this archive. You may call me Star Vortex." Not long after, Star Vortex disappeared from the luxurious reception room below and reappeared against the backdrop of the vast, simulated starry sky of the archive. The moment it appeared, the glittering stars representing the wills of the various curators immediately sent powerful and urgent mental waves, like invisible probes, focusing on Star Vortex, eager to know the outcome of the negotiations. Star Vortex clearly made no attempt to conceal anything. Its body, composed of stardust, flickered slightly, and a clear message was shared with all the curators present. The message was simple, containing only 2 points. Grant the recipient advanced membership of the Endless Starry Sky Archive. Pay 100 Starry Sky coins. A brief, almost deathly silence. Immediately, an even denser surge of disbelief erupted from the stars. High-ranking member of the archives, 100 star coins gone? One thought was filled with astonishment, as if it had received a wrong message. While high-ranking membership was valuable, it was primarily a symbol of authority, not something unattainable for beings at their level. 100 star coins? This was the organization's currency. They could print as many as they wanted. He didn't make any other requests? About deeper knowledge base access? About the protection of our archives? Even about eligibility to participate in that project? Another thought asked in quick succession, filled with bewilderment. The value of a cosmic plugin of this caliber is immeasurable by conventional resources, yet the other party didn't seize the opportunity to demand any strategic resources or promises? That's it? A thought directly, and simply expressed the bewilderment of all the curators. Wait! Did he sell this cosmic plugin pathway to several other knowledge organizations simultaneously? A doubtful thought suddenly arose, proposing the most plausible, yet least desirable, possibility. If the other party was engaging in bulk sales, quickly cashing out at a low price, that would explain the cheap terms. All the curators' thoughts paused slightly at this conjecture. If that were the case, the exclusive value and strategic significance of this cosmic plugin would be greatly diminished. The aura of Star Vortex calmly faced the questions and speculations of the curators, slowly and definitively conveying a thought that denied the worst possibility. No, he guaranteed an exclusive license for our archives. This answer, far from dispelling the curators' doubts, only deepened their confusion. Xingxuan remained calm in the face of everyone's doubts. Now that you all verified the function of this cosmic plugin, shouldn't we now study its replicability? It paused slightly, the stardust on its halo-like face swirling faster, revealing a pragmatic attitude. Frankly, even for us, this isn't an easy task. Simultaneously experiencing 3 top-tier cosmic catastrophes, vacuum decay, space-time expansion, and timeline travel, along with the terrifying learning talent displayed in a fused state, and the terrifying evolutionary ability of the Zerg Supreme, which the High Engineer wasn't entirely certain of, but which most likely existed. Anyway, go ahead and learn it if you're so capable. If you learn it, that's your skill. Whoosh! 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 Several powerful thoughts vanished from this starry sky in an instant, like a receding tide, clearly eager to return to their respective civilizations and mobilize resources immediately to conduct replication experiments based on the underlying plugin data provided by the senior engineer. After all, even the slightest possibility is worth a huge investment. Of course, some higher-ups had doubts. But they couldn't pinpoint much of a problem. After all, with so little information, even if you were to deceive, you couldn't fool many people. What kind of con artist has such professional ethics? One of the curators suddenly spoke up. He got 100 starry sky coins. He's probably going to exchange them for something. So what exactly did he exchange them for? Under the focused attention of the curators, Star Vortex actually laughed. The stardust on its halo spun joyfully, displaying a mixture of understanding and profound meaning. Everyone, its consciousness swept across the many beings in the starry sky. As the rotating curator for this round, I signed the highest level information confidentiality agreement under the witness of the fundamental rules of the endless starry sky. I treat the information of all senior members, especially transaction details, with the utmost confidentiality, as if it were my own life. Its tone was calm yet resolute, carrying a hint of determination to uphold the archive's very foundation. Therefore, even if I knew the specific contents of his exchange list, I would never reveal it to you. This is the bottom line. As these words fell, the remaining powerful fluctuations of consciousness in the starry sky clearly revealed a hint of helplessness and resentment. They could sense the Star Vortex's determination and understood that its words were not empty. The Endless Star Archive's reputation as a neutral sanctuary of knowledge in the universe rests on its absolute neutrality and strict confidentiality. This mechanism, operating for countless epochs, is its core foundation. Unless the archives themselves face a life-or-death crisis, no curator would easily break these rules. After a silent exchange of thoughts, tinged with slight discontent but mostly understanding, the brilliant stars gradually dimmed, and the powerful intentions projected across time and space receded like a tide, ultimately disappearing into the depths of this simulated starry sky. The high-ranking officials ultimately returned empty-handed. The starry sky returned to its surface tranquility, leaving only the figure of the Star Vortex, silently suspended, its luminous face gazing towards the direction of the senior engineer's reception room, its stardust slowly flowing within. Interesting. The aura of Star Vortex rippled slightly, as if revealing a silent smile. This approach is quite reminiscent of those old-school leaders, with a touch of cunning and calculated planning. Using a technology that seems to require immense sacrifice, but is actually so demanding as to be almost impossible to replicate, to exchange for a technology that is, in the current environment, most crucial and practical for them to ascend. Is that one slip-up just now was to prevent information leaks, wasn't it? But old man difference man, aren't you the leader of the mechanical civilization? When did your information technology skills become so sophisticated? What kind of random stuff did you fuse in this fusion route? Chapter 1793. As a seasoned veteran, the senior engineer wasn't incapable of extracting more benefits from this knowledge organization. But as mentioned before, the only thing the senior engineer was interested in right now was ascension. Moreover, although 100 star coins might seem like a small amount, considering that registering as a leader of a level 5 civilization only rewards 3 star coins, a paid Q&A session only costs 1 star coin, and a book club at the Ascension civilization level only costs 5 star coins, you can see that this stuff is actually very precious. With the departure of Star Vortex, and the activation of the highest level confidentiality agreement, the senior engineer truly experienced the convenience brought by his senior membership in the endless star archives in this luxurious reception room. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his advanced membership privileges to issue a clear instruction to its knowledge retrieval system. Retrieve all paid materials related to the fused civilizations, sorted by information depth and scarcity. The instant the instruction was issued, the senior engineer could clearly sense that his connection to this vast, cosmic library's database had become wider and smoother than ever before. If before it was like a narrow country road requiring long queues, now it was a dedicated, multi-lane interstellar highway. Theoretically, aside from those starry sky academic weekly exchange meetings requiring special invitations and involving the most cutting-edge cosmic mysteries, or private reading groups hosted by advanced civilizations and subject to information encryption, almost all paid content within this massive knowledge organization was now open to him. Sure enough, almost the instant his command was given. Whoosh! The space in the center of the reception room rippled slightly, and countless tiny, star-like points of light appeared out of thin air, then rapidly converged and stretched, forming a huge, clear, and continuously scrolling semi-transparent light screen. On the light screen, lines of entries, containing rich information refreshed and arranged at an astonishing speed. These entries cover a wide range of topics: 700 crossroads and risk avoidance in the fusion of carbon-silicon-based life. Author: Fusion Pioneer Z09. 10 star coins on the possibility of conflict and reconciliation between mechanical ascension and genetic ascension at the civilizational level, included in the 74,000th issue of the journal Galaxy Sociology. 12 star coins the debate on the weakness of flesh and blood. Autopsy reports of 37 failed fusion civilizations. Top secret file. Some content is blurred. Requires advanced membership plus 10 star coins. Record of the phase fusion experiment of energy life and physical life. Incomplete. From the relics of the vanished Ether Forger civilization. 8 star coins. That's expensive. The senior engineer felt he had miscalculated. A book club at the level of an ascended civilization only costs 5 coins, but an autopsy report costs 10? The senior engineer now had a more intuitive and profound understanding of the special status and level of attention given to fused civilizations in the universe. I should have asked for more. Help me extract all the cases of carbon-based plus mechanical civilization fusion. Iron-blooded symbiote. A crazy experiment attempting to directly connect biological neurons with a galactic computer, mechanical system, and its consequences. Carbon-based plus mechanical, civilization level. Peak level 4, status, extinct. 8 star coins. The rise and fall of the Forger civilization, from flesh and blood weakness to mechanical ascension, and the paradox of finding a way back. Carbon-based, mechanical, attempt to return to carbon-based plus mechanical, civilization level, level 5, status, unknown. 15 star coins. Living metal plague investigation report. A report on the evolution of civilization after nanomachines gained biological evolution capabilities. Carbon-based plus mechanical catastrophe case. 8 star coins. There are even native fusion civilizations. I thought native mechanical civilizations were rare enough, but there are even native fusion civilizations. The senior engineer muttered to himself. He casually pulled out the case study of the Great Cataclysm and began reading. In this top-tier cosmic library, time-stopping technology was indispensable, so the senior engineer wasn't worried about wasting too much time. After an unknown amount of time, the senior engineer finally snapped out of his daze amidst the mountain of documents. He rubbed his temples, frowned, and pondered for a moment before exhaling. There's absolutely nothing in common. At this moment, the senior engineer finally understood why fused civilizations were so rare in this universe. The biggest commonality in the advancement of fused civilizations was that they had absolutely nothing in common. For example, the fused civilization he had first read about had actually been born from a galaxy cluster-level cataclysm. And in that cataclysm, there were dozens of recorded fallen ascended civilizations. So, the civilization that had been born ascended instantly, and successfully at that. Compared to this formidable record, the senior engineer's previous minor achievements, such as forcing back the Ascensionists, were utterly insignificant, But the problem is, even if you asked him to orchestrate a cataclysmic event now, he couldn't. Other situations were similar. Either they were super races with evolutionary capabilities, so abnormally powerful they could forcibly integrate with mechanical civilizations, or they possessed some kind of advanced mechanical technology. The senior engineer had even seen traces of a wonder in one fusion route. Has it really gotten this far? This is a cosmic wonder. They're all old foxes. The senior engineer muttered to himself. He now seriously suspected that these guys who uploaded the fusion civilization data were having the same idea as him. Friend, I told you the path of civilization's evolution, but if you can't learn it, there's nothing I can do. For example, the Cataclysm tablet that records the Great Cataclysm truly, and completely records the evolutionary process of a normal catastrophe. As long as you can evolve a Great Cataclysm, you can operate in this way. And the evolutionary path that borrows from cosmic wonders even unusually reveals the types and methods of using wonders. It even includes a trace of the energy evolution of wonders. It emphasizes honesty. But buddy, can you lend me the wonders for a moment? In the engineer's memory, he had some clues about relics, but wonders were completely beyond his level as a half-step advanced civilization leader. Moreover, both the wonder energy and the Cataclysm tablet are extremely precious carrier materials, ensuring not only the stability of information but also eliminating all possible negative effects from observation beforehand. Otherwise, just browsing the actual records of the Cataclysm tablets would probably drive me insane at my current level. This level of cosmic phenomenon inherently carries a strong effect of mental pollution and rule distortion. For example, the Cataclysm tablets themselves are probably only safe for beings at least at the 6th rank or higher to view. What's available for sale in the archives now is a safe version that has been detainted, stripped of the most dangerous informational elements. In short, these old guys who uploaded the data are selling a deluxe textbook that's absolutely safe, absolutely true, but you most likely never use it. That's a big cunning system. Give me a second round of filtering. Filter themes integrate the universality of paths, common methods, and evolve together. As the 3 pragmatic screening criteria set by the senior engineer took effect, the surging flow of information on the screen instantly subsided by more than half. Those elaborate cases relying on special conditions such as wonders and catastrophes were quickly filtered out, leaving only a handful of data that met the requirements of universality, common methods, and coevolution. Unlike the previous knowledge that used cosmic wonder energy samples or catastrophic tablets as carriers, exuding an air of prestige, the data selected this time was recorded in a much simple way. Just the most standard high-density information encoding, without any fancy special effects or dangerous energy residue. Of course, correspondingly, their prices were also halved, becoming much more affordable. To be precise, these were less case studies and more papers on integration routes. Equivalent to the previous free version, this paid content was a Promax version. At least some of it had been verified. The senior engineer was immediately stunned by the title of this paid paper. A proposal to enter fusion mode by completely destroying cosmic relics. This paper's starting point isn't how to utilize the relics, but rather destroying them? And using them as a prerequisite or catalyst for entering some special fusion mode? This idea itself is insane and outrageous. It's as absurd as suggesting that because you can't afford a top-of-the-line sports car, you smash every single one you see to see if you can glean car-making technology from the wreckage. The senior engineer took a deep breath, suppressing the absurdity in his heart, but his eyes became incredibly focused and sharp. He knew that a paper that appeared in the endless starry sky archives and passed his rigorous screening criteria couldn't possibly be mere nonsense. Behind this title, there must be some shocking yet logically consistent underlying principle. But this unorthodox method is just too unconventional. After an unknown amount of time, the senior engineer snapped out of his study mode, his eyes much clearer. Without a word, he directly exited the archives. Oh, before exiting, he also redeemed some information on cleric conferment and classification, incredibly cheap, only 1 starry sky coin. The next moment, the senior engineer's consciousness projection completely disappeared from this luxurious reception room. Only his browsing history remained, sealed within the archives. Perhaps someone might spy on it, perhaps not. But considering that so many fused civilizations had uploaded their data, the possibility of such spying was not very high. Meanwhile, within the primordial universe, amidst the relics of the heavenly Khan, the figure of the high engineer gradually became clearer. He sat cross-legged deep in thought. A flash of light, and Lady Deep Web appeared, watching him with extreme vigilance. "You're not thinking of sacrificing me to achieve your fusion and ascension, are you?" The high engineer looked up, startled. "What are you thinking?" I'm considering a second method. You mean, extracting the mysterious power from those advanced cosmic scripts and resonating with the fusion mode? Within the Civilization Council, a total of 15,129 advanced cosmic scripts were recorded, each possessing unfathomable power. And coincidentally, he possessed one such script, one concerning the power of death in the universe. The Cosmic Death Script. And according to the normal future timeline, the entire mechanic civilization would be annihilated by the ascended civilization once. Chapter 1794. The senior engineer had previously explored numerous evolutionary paths for a fusion civilization combining mechanical and carbon-based technologies, only to find them utterly useless. Later, he discovered three universal solutions. One involved sacrificing relics. The second involved harnessing the power of these advanced cosmic scripts. The researchers behind this solution proposed a core idea. The reason why those entities in the universe known as advanced scripts possess such unpredictable and magical power is not because the scripts themselves are particularly profound, but because the sound, form, and meaning of these scripts can deeply resonate with a certain underlying rule structure of the universe. The researchers did not pursue mastering a specific advanced script, which often requires specific inheritance or racial talent, but instead took a different approach, dedicating their lives to collecting and analyzing dozens of advanced cosmic scripts of different origins and manifestations. He approached the issue from a completely new angle. Resonance. The research findings are astonishing. When these advanced writing systems are stimulated in specific ways and under specific conditions, entering a resonance mode, they exhibit a conceptual evolution capability that transcends their original meaning. Simply put, at this point, the writing is no longer merely a symbol expressing a fixed meaning, but becomes a living, self-extending, and evolving conceptual seed. The key to the solution lies in: if the core characteristics of carbon-based civilization, such as life evolution, emotion, and adaptability, and the core characteristics of mechanical civilization, such as absolute rationality, logic, and reproducibility, can be anchored onto these advanced writing systems in a state of conceptual evolution, allowing these two seemingly opposing concepts to evolve synchronously within the resonance field of the writing. Then, under certain ideal conditions, these two forces may find a common ground in this transcendent conceptual furnace, merging into the same higher-level conceptual evolutionary process, thereby achieving a non-violent, bottom-up, deep fusion at the level of thought and rules. This is no longer about forcibly welding flesh and steel together, but rather an attempt to find a common grammar and word roots at the source of concepts, allowing them to combine and express themselves naturally and fluidly, like language, ultimately forming a new, harmonious, and symbiotic new language of civilization. And as we all know, whether from a humanities or science perspective, writing is a hallmark of the birth of civilization. It seems that all it takes is a profound understanding of the universal rules of language, an ultimate control over resonance phenomena, and a little bit of luck to guide the evolution of concepts. A perfect path to fusion could be opened up. However, this seemingly ingenious universal advanced language resonance method, which points directly to the origin of fusion, is actually a scheme marked as failed. The core reason for its failure is not a theoretical error, but rather that it fell into a deeper, almost unsolvable contradiction. All the premises envisioned by the researchers, guiding the fusion of two civilizational characteristics in a language resonance field, sounds perfect. The crux of the problem lies precisely in the fact that achieving this guidance and integration requires a certain degree of reconstruction and extension of the advanced cosmic script itself, which serves as the carrier. In other words, this is no longer a simple matter of using or stimulating. It is an attempt to forcibly create a new script capable of simultaneously bearing and reconciling the characteristics of two opposing civilizations, using the existing advanced script as raw materials and grammatical foundation. This touches upon a fundamental issue. The reason why advanced cosmic scripts are called advanced and possess unfathomable power is precisely because their form, phonetics, and meaning have an almost unique and absolute binding relationship with the underlying rules of the universe. They are the manifestation of Tao, the embodiment of rules, possessing inherent stability and exclusivity. Any attempt to modify or create a new advanced script is tantamount to directly challenging and altering the fundamental rules of the universe itself. The researcher of that project ultimately failed at this step. He successfully made multiple advanced scripts resonate, even observing the beginnings of conceptual evolution, but when he tried to write two opposing civilizational characteristics into this evolutionary process, attempting to solidify the prototype of a new script, the entire experimental system, along with most of his research results, vanished in an incomprehensible collapse of rules. Perhaps this is why the researcher of this project left behind a rather familiar name. Anonymous. He simply didn't leave his name at all. It seems he felt that such a failed project didn't deserve his name. However, the reason this plan was recorded in the archives and even included in a paid paper was not because the reviewers were blind, but because the contributor to the paper offered an alternative approach. Instead of choosing the most difficult path, forcibly creating a new script that can simultaneously bear two opposing qualities, what if we chose a civilization whose two qualities are naturally matched, perfectly conforming to the deep meaning of a certain advanced cosmic script, and then naturally merging them within the framework of that script? This approach can be considered a perfect complement to the previous version of civilization fusion. First, we need to identify a sufficiently stable, powerful, and known advanced cosmic script. Second, delve into the underlying grammar, structure, and philosophical meaning of this script to understand its inherent rule-based essence. Then, within the vast universe of civilizations, deliberately seek out or cultivate two civilizations, one whose characteristics, such as its philosophy, social structure, technological development, and life forms, perfectly correspond to the masculine or constructive aspects of this script, e.g., logic, order, strength, and the other perfectly corresponding to its feminine or inclusive aspects, e.g., chaos, life, resilience. Finally, guide these two same origin, different phenomenal civilizations to naturally come into contact, collide, and even merge within the framework of this advanced cosmic script. In this way, the fusion process will become smoother and encounter far less resistance, because essentially, it is about conforming to and interpreting the power of this advanced cosmic script, rather than challenging and altering it. The resulting merged civilization may itself become a living embodiment or perfect carrier of this advanced cosmic script in the real world. Therefore, this second version of the plan is quite successful. Indeed, some have successfully evolved more than one type of merged civilization through this method. However, that's where it ends, because it also has some problems. First, advanced writing systems in the universe are rare and unique, and finding two perfectly matching civilizations on that basis is like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the fan-made creator seriously added that this method of merging civilizations might lead to some strange problems, such as an irreversible reversal of the civilization's nature towards writing attributes, or the depletion of a significant portion of its future merging potential. Regardless, this was a rare and universally applicable solution. Are we really going to take this route? Seeing that the senior engineer wasn't planning on sacrificing himself, Ms. Deepweb leaned closer, asking with the curiosity of a child. Isn't there a third option? The senior engineer glanced at her. You mean, the one involving going beyond the observable universe for civilization fusion? Tell me how to get there, and you go behind my back? Ms. Deepweb immediately fell silent. She wasn't some kind of relic in this field. Compared to the mountains of research data for the first two options, the last one was incredibly simple and crude, even consisting of only a few pages. Since civilization fusion faces so many constraints within the universe, why not fuse outside of the universe, going beyond the observable universe, where the cosmic rules are extremely weak? Fusing there would definitely increase the success rate significantly, but the senior engineer declared, unless I'm completely out of my mind, I can't possibly do that. The cosmic rules are weak there. There are no cosmic rules there. Not even ascension rules. How can I ascend? Seeing Ms. Deepweb still standing there, the senior engineer thought for a moment and patiently explained to her. There are 3 reasons for choosing this plan B. One reason you know is that I will inevitably die once in the future. Since I'm already dead, I can't let it go to waste. It's a good opportunity to utilize my remains, more environmentally friendly. This reminded Ms. Deepweb of the scene where the senior engineer used his own remains to strengthen the Nomad staff. Ms. Deepweb silently thought to herself, you really know how to reuse waste. The second reason is that the cosmic death script is different from other cosmic scripts. Essentially, it's a special fluctuation emitted after a civilization's fall. Theoretically, after a civilization's resurrection, the effects of this death script will partially disappear, greatly avoiding the attribute interference mentioned in the text. The third point, and the most important one, the senior engineer opened his palm. In an instant, a dark, profound light, yet containing endless changes, and the meaning of ending, flowed from his palm. This light was not pure energy, but a manifestation of concepts. The spread of corruption, the irreversibility of aging, the silence of death, the frenzy of mutation. Countless fragments of laws representing the negative processes and ultimate fate of life intertwined and evolved within it, as if a miniature divine kingdom, ruling over the decay of all things, unfolded in his palm. This was the manifestation of the authority of the corruption pantheon he controlled. In that instant, when the divine light flowed, the senior engineer keenly sensed that the rudimentary power he had learned about cosmic death runes on that dead star was involuntarily resonating. More importantly, this resonance wasn't a forced trigger, but a natural, seamless harmony. This not only matched the secondary creation paper, but even the first version of the theory was remarkably compatible. I'm going into seclusion to thoroughly evolve the corrupted pantheon using cosmic death runes. Go and call the mirror spirit back. I have something to instruct it. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Heavenly Khan's relic began to shut down with a rumbling sound. Ms. Deepweb nodded at first. Then she quickly came to her senses. Wait, didn't you call the mirror spirit back? Chapter 1795. In Deepweb Lady's eyes, the mirror spirit had been summoned back by the High Engineer. But in the High Engineer's eyes, the mirror spirit had always been with Deepweb Lady, giving the mirror engineer a mental massage. Both believed the other knew the truth. Therefore, when the High Engineer entered complete seclusion, Deepweb Lady was shocked to discover something. That is, the mirror spirit, or rather, the faction's only two cosmic relics, the ghost mirror, might have disappeared. The High Engineer had now entered complete seclusion. His mind no longer focused on external objects, but rather, following the source of his own decaying pantheon's authority, he once again touched that ninth-tier corpse that stretched across an unknown dimension, radiating endless deathly silence and a majestic aura. Previously, just in case, the High Engineer had specifically sought out Du Xiaodi to learn this cosmic death rune. And now it came in handy. One by one, cosmic death runes surfaced and fell into it. In an instant, ancient, twisted characters, seemingly formed from death itself. Silence, end, decay, extinction, return, began to emerge in his mind's perception. These characters were no longer merely knowledge imparted by Du Xiaodi, but rather vessels carrying the primordial power of the corrupt pantheon, emanating an aura identical to that of the ninth-tier corpse. Then, a mysterious change occurred. These cosmic death runes, drawn by the high-ranking engineer's mind, seemed to receive some supreme summons, breaking free from his mental control, like weary birds returning to their nests, or like stars drawn by gravity, spontaneously and orderly falling into the invisible force field emanating from the ninth-tier corpse. Each drop of the dead text was like a pebble thrown into a bottomless well. At first, it was just a barely perceptible ripple, but soon, an indescribable change, beyond conventional understanding, began to emerge. Around the previously eternally still, seemingly timeless ninth-order corpse, the space seemed to begin to ripple with extremely subtle waves, like the mycelium of decay. The death laws inherent in the corpse itself, powerful enough to crush a galaxy, seemed to be quietly organized and activated by these dead texts, no longer purely silent, but beginning to flow slowly in a more orderly and restrained manner. This was too smooth. Previously, the senior engineer had worried that this broken, anonymous paper wouldn't be effective, that the corrupted pantheon wouldn't be compatible with the advanced cosmic script. The problem now is that the fusion is too perfect. So perfect that even the senior engineer is astonished. According to the theoretical concept of the first version of the anonymous paper, the failed version, if a perfectly compatible civilization's characteristics and the advanced cosmic script can be found, the compatibility effect will present a state of seamless connection at the conceptual level, unimpeded energy flow, and natural resonance of rules. This is called perfect compatibility in theory. And now, the senior engineer has witnessed and participated in this near-perfect compatibility firsthand. The characters of the cosmic death script, under his divine power, were not dissolved or repelled by the vast stillness of the divine corpse as would be when ordinary energy impacts it. Instead, like a wanderer returning home, or iron filings encountering a magnet, they were naturally attracted and accepted by the residual force field of the ninth-order divine corpse. He clearly saw that the ancient runes, as if they possessed life, directly pierced through the outermost layer of protection of the divine corpse. That layer of solidified, dark yellow, semi-transparent material tens of light years thick, which was enough to isolate the most energy and laws from being detected by the divine corpse shell. Immediately, these runes seamlessly merged into the next layer. That surging, dark red mist, brimming with terrifying decay and distorted vitality, this extremely dangerous, rotting divine blood layer, mutated from corrupted divine blood. However, this deathly mist, powerful enough to turn stars to dust and erode even the laws of nature, did not destroy the cosmic death runes. Instead, it seemed to infuse the runes with a certain activity and divinity, making their form even more ancient, profound, and radiating an indescribable majesty. Then, an even more incredible scene unfolded. The cosmic death runes, imbued and strengthened by the rotting divine blood layer, did not continue to penetrate deeper into the core of the divine corpse, a forbidden zone currently beyond the reach of the High Engineer's vision, but instead began to spontaneously and slowly outline themselves deep within the divine blood mist. They weren't merely inscribing simple runes, they were combining, weaving, and evolving. As the runes danced, lines and nodes of extreme complexity, constructed from pure death laws, emerged and connected in the mist, gradually outlining a vast, intricate, and strangely efficient three-dimensional structure. The senior engineer was deeply shaken, for he instantly recognized the structure being drawn. It was the core framework of the nomadic civilization's technology tree, its very energy flow diagram. Just as the vast, intricate, and wildly beautiful law structure of the nomadic technology tree was slowly outlined and reflected by the cosmic death runes deep within the layer of decaying divine blood. The senior engineer's body, seated in seclusion as if unmoved since time immemorial, suddenly resonated violently. Deep within him, the three divine offices, already fused with but not yet fully formed, of the corruption pantheon, as if sensing the source of life and the stimulation of the ultimate mother, suddenly erupted with unprecedented light and tremor. Buzz! Three vastly different yet shared sources of light surged uncontrollably from Gao Gong's body, manifesting, intertwining, and swirling above his head. The first light presented a bottomless, all-consuming darkness, as if the end and destination of all things, carrying an absolute sense of death and closure. This was the eternal corruption mother, representing the authority of death, decay, and end within the corruption pantheon. The second light was filled with distorted, chaotic, constantly changing, and eternally unstable colors, like countless possibilities and mutations erupting simultaneously, representing the mad evolutionist, symbolizing madness, mutation, uncertainty, and chaotic evolution. The third ray of light was a dark red, like congealed blood, a somber glow filled with an ominous and twisted sense of regeneration. It seemed to be constantly forging festering sores, the very essence of disease and decay, representing the embryonic form of the sorecaster, wielding power over plague, pain, impurity, and twisted regeneration. These three divine lights were not simply suspended in midair, but rather intertwined and permeated each other along a mysterious trajectory. The reason the High Engineer had hesitated to readily bestow these three divine positions, or even to allow them to fully solidify, was twofold. First, these three divine positions were themselves the essence of the corrupt pantheon, the key to the fifth rank, the supreme authority capable of directly catalyzing a life form, or even a civilization, to leap to a higher dimension. Their value was immeasurable, one of civilization's most precious strategic trump cards. Secondly, and most importantly, within his camp, the number of containers capable of withstanding, accommodating, and safely wielding any of these divine duties is far too small. Aside from Huang Yuanli, the Nani with a special life form and immense mental fortitude who serves as the core of the camp and is barely a viable alternative, the others either lack the necessary aptitude, their paths are incompatible, or their will is insufficient to withstand the terrifying corruption and impact brought by the divine duties. However, at this moment, everything is no longer under the control of the High Engineer. The moment the nomadic technology tree's legal structure was reflected and outlined by the cosmic death runes, it seemed as if the technological essence of this ancient, advanced civilization, in the unseen realm, resonated and completed at the highest level with the cosmic divine corpse of the same origin. The concepts of eternal decay and final motherhood, the mutated concept of the mad evolutionary, and the twisted regeneration concept of the wound forger, all seem to find their most perfect and supreme blueprint under the vast, precise, and wildly beautiful evolutionary structure of the nomadic civilization's laws. They began to perfect, complete, and sublimate themselves at an unprecedented speed. Boom! The three divine lights suddenly expanded, radiating a terrifying pressure and rhythm like the birth of stars. Their light became increasingly solid, their forms increasingly clear, and their internal laws increasingly complete and grand. They were no longer embryonic forms. They had reached the crucial moment when they had to leave the divine body of the High Engineer, the Nurturer, to fully solidify and exist independently. The High Engineer's tightly closed eyes snapped open, a trace of solemnity and determination flashing within them. He knew that he could no longer hesitate. These three divine positions, whose completion was unexpectedly accelerated due to the nomad technology tree being completed, must find their home immediately. Otherwise, if they are forcibly condensed and erupted within Gao Gong's body, the violent evolution of the core laws of the divine system may even cause unpredictable impacts on him. Beyond the relics of the heavenly Khan, Huang Yuanli, the tree spirit, who had followed him from the starting village, rendered invaluable service, and healed countless others, also opened her eyes simultaneously. She was immediately notified, instantly manifesting her true form and merging with the eternal mother of decay, the one most involved in the origins of the divine system among the three divine roles. Boom! Indescribable life energy transformed into a visible emerald green pillar of light, soaring into the sky from the colossal tree that pierced the heavens and earth, instantly illuminating the starry sky. Her vast root system resonated with the will of the planet, and countless branches merged with the laws of the void. At this moment, she was no longer merely a guardian of civilization, but more like an ancient deity who controlled the cycle of life and connected the earth, opening her arms to welcome the arrival of destiny. Almost simultaneously, within Gao Dong's body, the darkest and most profound divine light, the eternal corruption mother, symbolizing the authority of death, decay, and the end, seemed to be fatally drawn, letting out a silent roar. It transformed into a jet-black torrent that pierced through space and connected to its main body, surging towards Huang Yuanli's form. Wherever this divine light passed, even starlight seemed to be eroded and withered, and space itself rippled with decay. The eternal corruption mother is one of the fundamental powers of the corruption pantheon, the end of the cycle of all things, absolute annihilation. It and the boundless life force represented by Huang Yuanli should have been irreconcilable, in extreme opposition. However, at the very moment it was about to merge with Huang Yuanli's form, the jet-black divine light, filled with absolute deathly stillness, collided, intertwined, and swirled with the emerald green pillar of light, brimming with infinite vitality. There was no anticipated destructive impact, no explosion, only a deeper, heart-stopping balance achieved in an instant. Ancient, dark, and mysterious runes symbolizing decay and rebirth began to emerge on Huang Yuanli's enormous wooden body. Half of her branches and leaves rapidly withered and turned a deathly gray, while the other half burst forth with an unprecedented, almost blindingly vibrant green. Life and death, prosperity and decay, these two extreme laws coexisted, cyclical, and unified within her in a strange yet harmonious way. Huang Yuanli's familiar yet sublimated life aura perfectly merged with the eternal mother of decay, divine authority, forming a new, more ancient, and more powerful existence, which gave him a sense of certainty. However, the changes that followed made the senior engineer somewhat uneasy. A vast, complex, and indescribable presence, brimming with an endless torrent of information and a distorted will to live, erupted without warning from the very core of Huang Yuanli's being. It wasn't an external invasion, but rather something that had been lurking, symbiotic, or even part of her body all along, had awakened. Then, a colossal information orb, comparable in diameter to a star, composed of countless shimmering, frantically flashing, and constantly recombining streams of data, life code, and even fragments of shattered consciousness, burst forth from Huang Yuanli's massive trunk as if freed from some constraint. This orb had no fixed shape, it resembled a living, ever-evolving galaxy, its countless fragments of information colliding, annihilating, and recombining, emitting noisy, meaningless whispers and hisses. Its aura possessed both the same boundless life force as Huang Yuanli's, yet was also filled with a cold, inhuman, and extremely chaotic sense of information pollution. It directly attacked another divine being, the Mad Transformer, and instantly merged with it. And this galactic cluster of light is precisely the original source of information. Chapter 1796. This was a scene neither Gao Gong nor Huang Yuanli had anticipated. The information mother, suppressed since the beginning, had pulled off this sneak attack at the most crucial moment. This outrageous maneuver was enough to break Gao Dong's back. When did this thing awaken? Was it instinct? Or did it awaken its self-awareness? At least Gao Dong was certain that while inside his body, this thing was quite well behaved. But when it transferred to Huang Yuanli's body, it reinforced the seal. Could it be that the evolution of the Pantheon accelerated its awakening? Gao Dong finally understood why everyone said that Pantheon civilizations were the most adept at internal strife among carbon-based civilizations. Ancient titans versus ancient gods versus new gods, and new gods versus new technological gods. The battles were practically endless. The way these deities appeared was completely unconventional, and it was too late to stop them. In the blink of an eye, the information matrix and the Mad Evolutionary had merged. The two orbs of light collided and intertwined instantly, then, in a flash, merged together at an astonishing speed. The orb representing the information matrix, as if finding its long-awaited home, frantically devoured, assimilated, and analyzed the divine laws of the Mad Evolutionary, and, in turn, irrigated its own vast, chaotic, and distorted information torrent, originating from countless civilizations and countless lives, into the framework of its divine authority. The originally colorful, distorted, An unstable orb of light of the mad evolutionary, upon merging with the information matrix, suddenly expanded and changed. Its color became even more bizarre, its form even more indescribable, and within it seemed as if billions of lives were roaring, evolving, collapsing, and reorganizing, a terrifying aura, far beyond expectation, more frenzied, more chaotic, more dangerous, and possessing even greater evolutionary potential, erupted with a deafening roar. Boom! That entirely new, indefinable existence, merging the complete madness of the information mother and the complete mutated authority of the mad evolver, suddenly contracted inward, like the breath of the universe, followed by a final, and most intense, explosion of information. When the light and fluctuations dissipated, the light had completely changed its appearance. It was no longer the form of the mad evolver, nor the outline of the information mother, but a constantly shifting, chaotic mass of information, indescribable in words. At times, it resembled a boiling data nebula, at others, a tumor flowing with billions of eyeballs, at still others, a labyrinth of brain circuits constructed from insane logic. It was information, mutation, disorder, evolution, and, more importantly, the most extreme, darkest, and most unstable combination of these three. At this point, the senior engineer couldn't afford to worry about this one anymore. Because the third fifth-tier divine being, that name that made people's jaws drop, the Wound Forger, was about to be born. No way, if this wave gets taken away again, I vomit blood 3 times. And not only do we have to guard against outsiders, we also have to be careful that this thing doesn't develop its own consciousness. With a thought, the senior engineer opened stargates, and the tribute heavenly Tao followed the spatial coordinates directly to the civilization coordinates of the 2 universes. The next moment, a bunch of familiar faces were summoned over: Fatty Xiong, Daisy La, General Quill, the son of Kuan. Dozens of high-ranking NPCs of different origins and races, but all of high rank and powerful combat strength, were forcibly pulled over by the senior engineer in the blink of an eye, densely filling half of the void. Their faces showed a hint of confusion and wariness, but upon seeing the senior engineer, they quickly regained their composure and awaited instructions. However, the senior engineer calculated that it seemed insufficient. These NPCs alone were not enough to dilute and stabilize the soon-to-be-born divine being, representing pain, disease, and twisted regeneration, a power highly susceptible to loss of control. This thing needed more special containers capable of withstanding its power. So, without hesitation, he drew up another list, this time consisting of players. Aside from a few familiar faces, like Sister G and Airplane, the rest were almost all players from Fairy Star, Romantic Knight, Ruined Chef, Puff, Gravity Volcano, Highball, Bird and Fish. There was no other way. These former Corpse King Hunters were the perfect match for this divine role. Having recruited approximately 200 players, the senior engineer felt that was about enough, and time was running out. At this moment, the senior engineer's gaze was like lightning, fixed on the dark red divine light that was constantly twisting, expanding, and emanating a dense aura of ominousness and pain. The Wound Forger divine office was like a volcano about to erupt, allowing no further hesitation. "It's too late, we must split it immediately," he roared, holding nothing back, the immense will of a civilization leader and pantheon controller erupting forth. In the void, an incredibly enormous, blurry phantom of a great Khan manifested behind him, within which seemed countless races worshipped, countless star systems revolved, and the beliefs and flames of civilization of billions of living beings burned fiercely. This phantom extended an invisible giant hand, not to grasp the divine light, but to transform into countless sharp, resilient chains of civilization, full of order and binding power, fiercely piercing, binding, and splitting the dark red light. The Wound Forger divine light erupted with a shrill scream, like a wounded beast bound and struggling frantically. Countless pus, blood, disease, and decaying phantom surged from within, attempting to corrode, pollute, and assimilate the invading chains. This was the instinctive resistance and contamination of divine authority. In the name of my pantheon, based on civilization, guided by order, divide. The high-ranking official's face was grim, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly under immense pressure. Dividing a nearly fully formed divine authority, a symbol of pain and distortion, was no easy task. Crack! An invisible, crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out as the dark red divine light was forcibly torn apart, splitting into 3 orbs of varying sizes, but sharing the same core essence. But the splitting did not stop. This tearing seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The 3 orbs immediately began to fluctuate unstably, seemingly about to evolve further, splitting into countless smaller, more dangerous lesser divine authorities, or divine fragments. Now! The senior engineer's eyes flashed with a sharp light, his will transforming into a thunderous command that swept over the more than 300 NPC high-ranking officials and elite players who stood ready for battle. Using your will as the anchor, your bodies as the vessel, your bloodline as the guide. Inhale. With a final, furious shout, the illusory image of civilization behind the senior engineer abruptly retracted. The three unstable cores of the Wound Forger divine light, while disintegrating into countless lesser divine offices or divine fragments, transformed into a meteor shower, falling into the bodies of everyone present. Among them, the three main divine lights that rushed towards Fatty Xiong, Daisy Law, and General Quill were the largest and most complete core parts. They carried the fundamental laws of the Wound Forger divine office, crashing directly into the three of them. Fatty Xiong groaned, his blood instantly turning a dark red. His muscles bulged, and countless earthworms seemed to writhe beneath his skin, emanating an aura of amplified pain, a manifestation of his mutated body, and the ultimate limit of his endurance. Pain and power intertwined and surged within him. He was using his fourth-tier physique as a foundation to transform the pain and mutated power into pure, violent, and twisted defense and strength. Daisy's delicate body trembled violently. Her bioenergy and mechanical structure simultaneously erupted with dazzling light and sparks. The divine light merged into her mechanical body and biocircuits, combining with her precise control over life, machinery, and energy. She was fusing the power of plague, disease, and twisted regeneration with the portion of the mechanical cage power she possessed, creating a pseudo-fifth-tier divine authority called the Fusion Cage. General Quill remained silent, his iron-blooded aura soaring into the sky, colliding and merging fiercely with the dark red divine light. She exuded a suffocatingly terrifying aura, widespread infection, weakened bloodlines, and collapsing morale, as if she herself were a spreading plague. With the iron will of military discipline, she was harnessing the power of plague, pain, and impurity, forging it into a terrifying strategic weapon of weakening and mental pollution, targeting the army and civilization as a whole. As for the rest, they were evenly distributed among all the NPCs and players present. A minority evolved into divine beings, most absorbed more fragmented pieces of divinity, leaning towards a particular aspect, and then evolved corresponding powers. The dashing knight absorbed a trace of the divinity of decay, and death. The aura of an undead knight combined with a dark red light, decaying patterns appeared on his armor, and a painful soul fire ignited in the eyes of his mount. He would become a death knight bringing decay and pain. The cook in the ruins grasped a fragment of divinity, a fragment of twisted, mutated, and unclean regeneration. He licked his lips strangely, the odd aroma of spices emanating from him combined with the divinity, seemingly capable of transforming pain and disease into some kind of twisted life force or bizarre curse, perhaps even cooking delicacies that brought excruciating pain and distortion. Beneath her seemingly sweet exterior, Puff's eyes held a numbness to pain, resonating with the fragment of divinity that endured, adapted to, and transformed pain. She might become a strange witch capable of absorbing and storing the pain of others. The entire process was breathtaking, the void trembled. An ominous, dark red light flickered on over 300 people, and roars of pain and power rose and fell. The senior engineer remained tense, closely monitoring everyone's condition, ready to intervene at any moment to prevent anyone from being completely devoured by the divinity or losing control. Fortunately, the top-tier 4th Order fusion mode ensured that the distribution of 5th Order divine positions proceeded without problems. It was simply a matter of how much was absorbed. And Gao Gong finally had time to check his current status. You have been promoted to Corrupt God King. You have unlocked the Divine Currency System. You have unlocked the Forbidden System. Your corrupting power has been greatly enhanced. Your Undying Leader +5. Your Immortal Leader +5. Pool of Divinity of the Gods. Divinity +30,000. You have gained the authority to further build a pantheon at this moment. Gao Gong quietly floated in the void, feeling the surging, constantly sublimating, and increasingly pure and profound divine power within his body and deep within his divine kingdom. With the final establishment of the 3 core divine positions and the solidification of the connection with the cosmic corpse, the authority of the corruption pantheon finally solidified and sublimated in his hands. Various pantheon laws intertwined and resonated around him, forming a complete, self-consistent domain with a unique existential significance. And with the final establishment of his divine position, the connection between him and the cosmic corpse, which traversed other universes, emanating an aura of ultimate death and annihilation, suddenly became clearer and closer than ever before. Previously, this connection was vague and indirect, Like being separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. One could only feel its terrifying pressure and absorb a few leaked, diluted, decaying divine powers. But now, this barrier has been completely shattered. Gao Gong's consciousness, as if following the invisible channel constructed by the Pantheon's authority, a channel unique to the concepts of corruption, death, and end, penetrated through the thick, solidified cosmic corpse shell, radiating an ominous dark yellow light powerful enough to cause even stars to decay and wither. Then, his consciousness continued to penetrate deeper, passing through that even more terrifying, surging, dark red mist composed of corrupted divine blood. The corrupted divine blood layer. Finally, for the first time, his vision reached, without hindrance, the core of this 9-tier species located at the deepest part of the corrupted divine blood layer. Chapter 1797. Finally, his gaze touched for the first time the deepest part of the corrupted divine blood layer, that indescribably vast core, radiating the ultimate stillness and sense of annihilation. It wasn't a specific organ or form, but rather an aggregate of concepts, a manifestation of the absolute laws of death and end. It was like a static singularity, devouring all light and heat, or like an eternal, cold endpoint itself, dragging all things into final annihilation. Its purity, its absoluteness, its unshakability far surpassed any imagination. The moment the high-ranking engineer's consciousness touched this core, he felt a tremor originating from the depths of his soul. It wasn't fear, but an almost pilgrimage-like glimpse into the essence of end. Countless ultimate images of death, stillness, annihilation, nothingness, end, and death surged through his senses like a torrent, simultaneously resonating with his divine authority at the deepest level, as if he had found the source. He could sense that within this core lay the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate destiny of the universe, the end of time, and the decay of all things, as well as the final and purest fragments of the will and memories of this fallen being, at least a ninth-order being. The engineer could clearly feel that if he absorbed this intent, he could instantly break through his previous life's peak state, directly reaching level 7 or 8 on his own. Moreover, it wasn't a simple increase in power, but a fundamental leap in his level of life and form of existence. He would become a part of death itself, and decay itself, a moving natural disaster, a living law of cosmic annihilation. Furthermore, the opponent's core consciousness might even possess a high-level technological tree. However, a chilling, bone-chilling, almost soul-freezing, intensely intense vigilance and unease, like the coldest venomous snake, instantly surged up his spine and rushed to his brain. As an experienced operator, the senior engineer immediately understood what was happening. The opponent was attempting to possess his body. The instant he touched that core, a remnant, cold will belonging to the divine corpse's previous life, a will transcending life and death, from the core of that dormant divine corpse for countless years, simultaneously looked at him. That wasn't just a simple remnant of will, it was more like a preset trap, waiting for a suitable host to trigger it. I knew things had gone too smoothly. Now, the senior engineer strongly suspects that the cosmic death inscription was preparation for the other party's resurrection. Almost instantly, without the slightest hesitation, even disregarding the potential backlash and mental trauma from forcibly severing the connection with the divine corpse's core, with a speed and decisiveness akin to self-harm, tearing apart his soul, he severed his consciousness, mind, and everything else from the divine corpse's core, at the very moment the senior engineer's consciousness forcibly severed the connection, about to completely detach, the previously calm, boundless power of annihilation and corruption representing the core power of the cosmic divine corpse suddenly came alive. It was as if a preset defense mechanism had been triggered, or perhaps the ancient will, sensing the suitable vessel detaching, instinctively carried out a final, most intense capture. Boom! The immense, pure, and seemingly capable of dragging galaxies into decay and nothingness corrupted the divine power. No longer in its previous passive, guidable state, it transformed like a colossal deep-sea beast awakening, manifesting as countless viscous, dark tentacles and raging tides wreathed in the aura of death. It erupted from the core in an instant, sweeping back, enveloping, and entangled the high engineer's will and soul with a speed far exceeding the speed at which the high engineer withdrew. Dream on! Gao Dong roared inwardly. At this critical moment, he held nothing back. Just as the viscous, cold, decaying divine power was about to engulf him, eroding the core of his soul. Buzz! A completely different power, brimming with infinite possibilities, vitality, change, creation, and even a touch of unreal, dreamlike quality, gentle yet resilient, erupted from the depths of Gao Gong's heart. This power didn't directly confront the overwhelming decaying divine power, but instantly unfolded around him, even within and outside his soul, a small, yet incredibly resilient space filled with countless changes and unknowns. This space wasn't a real space, but rather the pinnacle of imagination, a barrier of thought, a shield woven from infinite possibilities. Precisely the ultimate algorithm Gao Gong possessed, originating from Jinsokyo. The rank of the cosmic god corpse was indeed high. But as a former leader of a level 6 civilization, once Gao Gong entered a life or death state, the Jinsokyo he created also possessed the evolutionary potential of a level 6 virtual world for a short period. And what Gao Gong was buying was this last bit of time. As a man who had been slashed countless times by the Queen of Blades he had never truly killed, a man who yearned for her, but could never have her, the senior engineer declared that given the slightest opportunity, he could create endless escape possibilities. The black, decaying divine power clashed violently with the magnificent illusory radiance, merging, annihilating, emitting a silent energy hiss. The illusory realm rapidly collapsed and reconstructed, constantly draining the senior engineer's mental energy, while the decaying divine power, like a leech, relentlessly attacked, polluted, and attempted to dismantle this illusory barrier. But this brief, artificially created buffer zone between reality and imagination, forcibly constructed by the power of fantasy, bought the high achiever the most precious chance to breathe. It gave his dragged consciousness a momentary stability, and also provided crucial buffer and interference to the corrosive power of reincarnation. Just as the high achiever was preparing to use some clever maneuver to escape, another unexpected event occurred. From the core of the cosmic corpse, an invisible force suddenly surged forth, shattering the core in an indescribable, devastating way. This force was neither matter, nor energy, nor even a manifestation of any rule known to the high achiever. It was colorless, formless, intangible, and shapeless, yet real, absolute, and unquestionable. It was like a line of code deleted from the very laws of the universe, or the boundary between reality and nothingness being erased. It was not vast, but it carried an absolute, irresistible, and terrifying force, disregarding all defenses and logic, almost a denial of definition itself. One moment, there was an absolutely real trap there, brimming with immense terror, capable of instantly devouring and assimilating the engineer's consciousness, and possibly even triggering the resurgence of some ancient will. The next moment, the location of that point was completely empty. It wasn't darkness, it wasn't nothingness, it was nothingness, it was non-existence, it was a logical blank. It was as if there had never been anything there. The power of the invisible empire. The engineer was dumbfounded. After completing its erasure, that invisible power, just as it had appeared, vanished silently, completely, without a trace. It left no energy fluctuations, no spatial ripples, not even any perceptible evidence to prove its presence. However, the high-ranking engineer, honed to perfection through countless life and death experiences, especially his keen intuition and insight into information and existence itself, still managed to capture a fleeting, extremely subtle residue in that near-logical blank moment. At the very core of that core, a gun was embedded. It was a long gun with an ancient, simple, even somewhat rough appearance. It had no energy fluctuations, no ornate patterns, no sharp blade, and didn't even seem to possess any presence, as if it were merely a non-existent reflection. But the high-ranking engineer clearly, instinctively, recognized it deep within his soul, and the meaning it represented. The antimatter gun. The ultimate killing weapon wielded by the highest levels of the invisible empire, capable of negating everything at its very source. It didn't destroy matter, but rather obliterated the very fact of matter's existence. Its birthplace was the empire's core, its most mysterious, its very existence a paradoxical forbidden zone. Cosmic annihilation. That place is the graveyard of existence, the end of being, the final exile, annihilation, and negation of all positive rules of the universe deemed unnecessary by the invisible empire. The three great calamities of the universe, the invisible empire. So that's how it is. The senior engineer gasped, his shock reaching its peak, even accompanied by a strange, absurd sense of relief. He had previously wondered how such a nine-tier being could have died so inexplicably. Now he understood. They were killed by the invisible empire and its forces. After being nailed down again, the cosmic corpse seemed to have returned to its original state. It floated silently in the vacuum, neither decaying nor withering, as if time itself had stopped. It was a body defying definition, as a species or known life, so enormous that even a star would appear as a speck of dust beside it. And its interior, both the outer shell and the layer of filthy blood, had returned to their original state. So, the corrupt pantheon could continue its game once more. However, the senior engineer wasn't particularly happy. For the first time, he turned his gaze to the universe beyond the corpse. Although his vision was blurry, after this experience, he vaguely understood something. There was no wind. No, wind had never existed here. The nothingness here was so ancient that even the concept of no wind seemed superfluous. Light was the ghost here. It came from nothingness and returned to nothingness, traveling straight through the absolute, beginningless, and endless vacuum with the constant set by the universe. Temperature is a meaningless memory, without particle collisions, without energy exchange. Absolute zero is no longer a theoretical limit, but a monotonous, completed state. Heat-death is not the end, but a pre-established, infinitely extending backdrop. Not only is this corpse dead, but the universe in which it exists is dead.